Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 461, the wormhole. Hopefully you guys have had an amazing Friday, kicking off just a great weekend. I hope getting my chat going here. Trying to kick things off a little bit earlier for you guys. I missed the 11:30 time slot, to be honest with you. Illjuster, Blanket 420, Joe White, Jason Stone, cheers. Ace Boo 3223, cheers. Joe White, Steve Smurf. Nice to see y'all. Nice to see y'all rocking out. Hopefully we get a couple of early birds in, hanging out on this great Friday evening. Thought if worst comes to worst, I'll get some things going and fucking let it roll. What up? Light up? I'm guessing that's you, Tim. I see the wrench. Light me up again, Tim. Andy Man, smoking Grove Fraser in the house. Polly, be quick, be nimble. Cheers. Nice to see you. Australian grown Tommy Trichome's in the house. What up, Tommy? Cheers to you, my friend. Always a pleasure to see all you guys hanging out in chat. What, of course, are you smoking on? And the first things I am curious about. Yeah, that was a good episode of Dude's Grow Show earlier. I actually sent him an invite, Ace Blue. I sent Mike an invite. Hopefully he'll come hang out. Chad Westport's in the house. We're in the family farms. God, it's good to be early. Soil Borrowing Addictions. Dr. Jointsworth in the house. Cheers. In case somebody does want to pop in. Smoking on a little bit of that Colombian earlier. I still think the one that I've taken down and had the pleasure to smoke so far does taste a little bit like berry. Dragon fruit again. Talk some more too, Ace. Crapped out on me there for a second, but it's all good. What are you guys smoking at? I don't see any answers there in chats. Any ends in the house. Nice. Glad they could catch the show. So many of the fake names, I almost said fake names I don't get to see. I need some of the lives. I do miss those. Some of the folks I get to talk to or see those months. 213, that's one I ain't smoked in a while. Mike B, cheers. Cheers. Thank you again for that, Miranda Family Farms, for that Colombian. You will probably be one of the first to get the cross, that is. Hopefully you will grow that out. Making some tea over here. Trying to make a little bit of the switch from coffee to tea. Not sure why, to be really honest with you. Oh man, looking forward to 27th and 28th. Get down there and file or less friends. Hang out with some old friends, some new ones. Should be a good time. A little bit of Tesla playing in the background. I should have said that right up front. trying to avoid some of the copyright BS. I had another one lined up, which is another one of my favorites. Coming up next. This card. And some nice fatties sucking buds. Shucking buds. Ah! Shucking buds, Andy says. It's too funny. Too funny. I crack myself up with some of the mistakes I made sometimes. Jeff, cheers. Where's my beautiful daughter Alexis joining us? Just almost spilled my tea in my fucking tray. That would have sucked. Remember, State Farm is there. YouTube wants us to remember. Play modern day cowboy. Let me look that up for you. This mini player. Modern day cowboy. Can't even remember this. Down, of course. Down. Bury me in smoke. I don't know how I forgot it. Oh, modern day cowboy. That's a Tesla song. Probably know it when I hear it. You got it, buddy. Right after this one. Tesla. Sacramento. I bet you that been. I've never seen Tesla. It is the same record. Some of the tunes I just don't recognize. It's been so long. Oh, the mining minute. I'm not even sure what the fuck I'm smoking on, to be honest with you. Little something I found on my desk. I was like, might as well smoke that shit. Martial artist. 2012. Enjoying some of them delicious chocolates. James Chrysler, how you doing, my friend? I do like to say, I do love taking advantage of the audio hellos instead of having to type. Not much of a typer, but I do like to say hello. Mr. Captain 420. To you. Robert Pounds. To you, my friend. Not that bad city. It's a pretty cool city. Chicago. Cool, welcome parts. No one's in the house. Cheers. You missed the 11:30 time slot. All these names I don't get to see. Used to all the third shifters. Chat. Pretty damn cool. Smiley's Gardens in the house. What's up, pal? American One. Smiley's Gardens. She's so glad to see Smiley's got power back up in that amazing garden he's got over there. What up, Tao Tao? Hanging out and smoking. Thought I'd come in a little bit early this evening. Probably be a little bit more frequent. Seeing the state of things. Sorry you didn't get that email. I don't think I got it. Yeah, SoCal Cricket Army. That is fucking funny. That is funny. I think we all know who that is. Love seeing everybody file in one by one. That's modern day cowboy coming in there. We might not make it to modern day cowboy. What up, Tal?
Good evening, Eagle. How you doing, boss?
Pretty good. Rocking out, man. Rocking out tonight.
There you go. Yeah. I noticed that on Smiley's story too, man. 18 hours with no power. That would be a freak out, man, right?
Yeah.
He's got
yes. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say he doesn't have like hydro going, so he doesn't need no pumps plugged in. So yeah, that's definitely a plus. But and is that yeah, I don't even know if those blue mats use electric or just gravity, right? I think
his are gravity fed. I could be wrong on that. I never even considered the water thing. Yeah.
Well, yeah. That's one of the reasons why I never did hydro. More shit to plug in.
Well, I just never considered hydro just because I never yeah, you're right. The electrical side of shit, too much shit running. But I never considered like the blue mods thing, that aspect of it.
Right. Because yeah, you know, all the power that I end up using is mostly for lighting. You know, but I guess they don't take up that much. Certain hydroponic setups, GWC, the one that I was checking out was a constant flow. So yeah, if that shit fails, even if it's not a power outage, if the pump fails and you're not there, I've seen it too many times on the IG. People, come back to their garden and the pump failed and all their shit's dead.
I think the biggest enemy during the power outage there isn't so much the interruption of the cycle of flowering, is so much worried about humidity and air movement.
Oh yeah.
As long as it isn't really humid and you can at least keep things somewhat cool and a little bit of air movement, I think you're fine. Just said that 24 to 48 hours and then fire them back up without much of a skip, to be honest with you.
I think I agree with that. But yeah, you're definitely right. If you don't have some sort of ventilation going, that humidity is gonna fuck shit up quick. So Cal,
what's going on, gentlemen? How's everybody doing?
Pretty good, brother. How you doing?
You got the loudest fucking crickets, bro.
Dude, those things are. I can't kill them. I tried everything. I can't kill the little motherfuckers.
I can't even find them.
Dude, these things are just ridiculous. Like, I mean, my last option is burn down the tree. I've tried everything other than burning down this damn tree.
Don't burn down the tree. Don't burn down the tree. I don't think it's worth that.
No, I don't have fire insurance. I ain't burning this motherfucker. I can't afford to buy a new house right now. So, dude, Eagle, you were texting me today, man, and I wanted to pop a video out to you so bad, but I couldn't. I would have had to put the wife in it. But dude, when you were texting us, we were out on a little hiking trail, kind of close to the house here, and the wife was yanking a Prius off of the road with her Jeep. I thought that was the funniest shit, man.
No shit. With a Prius? Is that what you said?
Yeah, there's this little road up here that there's a bunch of little, trailheads off of. So, it's got a bunch of little turnouts and shit, so you can kind of pull off by the trailheads. And dude in a Prius parked so nobody can get down the road. And we're trying to come out, you can't get past the guy. So she fucking gets out, hooks up the winch, and yanks his fucking Prius off the road. And in the middle of all that shit, I get text messages from Eagle, dude. I thought it was fucking hilarious.
That is fucking funny. You should have sent me a video of that. That would have been hilarious, bro.
Oh, dude, I got a great video, but I can't put it up because, the wife's in it, and she's nowhere near any of my social media. So can't do that,
Sounds like a badass.
Yeah, she don't take shit from nobody. But, these goddamn Priuses, man. She's so sick of them that, she asked the dude to move. Like, he was getting out and heading down the trail as we pulled it, And she asked the dude to move, and he kind of copped an attitude and just walked away. Just fucking yanked his shit off the side of the road. Don't know how he's going to get out. She left him fucked up. So, but yeah, I just thought it was hilarious that that was going on, and then all of a sudden they get a text message from Eagle, and I'm like, oh fuck, I want to send this video to him so bad, but I can't.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Sounds like
Dude, people talk shit about that little Jeep she drives, man, but it's a sleeper.
You know what's been resurrected around me lately? I've seen quite a few of them. Is the fucking tracker. Geo trackers. Shit. I was surprised they made them that long, to be honest with you, much less to see a couple on the road today.
Dude, the Suzuki Samurai, remember those things? Those things are like gold out here now if you got one. You could sell that son of a bitch for twice what you paid for it brand new.
Well, they definitely are in the right place now. Fucking, they were cool for trails and shit like that. I just never thought they were like too good for the road, I guess. But I could see like running one around in the trails like a fucking go-kart.
Yeah, I see someone in chat. I went to go, I packaged up all my mail and I had to go do something. And I was going to stop at the post office on the way. And I left all the packages here. And I couldn't, it was too far gone. But I'm making it to the post office tomorrow. Just so people know out there.
Get you up stands now. They're fixing to fucking hit us at the end of the month on that shit. Another hike in fees.
Captain 420.
How's everyone doing out there tonight? Cheers to you. Eagle and SoCal.
It's hot here.
What's going on, man?
Actually,
Cheers,
I'm
Captain.
cooler than you guys. It's only like 89 today.
Yeah, we were in the 90s here.
Yeah, the West Coast and everybody has been up in the hundreds, and we've been in the 90s here for the past 3 or 4 days. So everybody's roasting out there, and I'm actually cooler for once.
Dude, it's been like 75, 80 the whole week here. It's been beautiful.
Yeah,
Hey, I'd like to give a quick shout out, if I can, to Mari. Mari is my granddaughter, and she turned 3 on the 13th of August here. I don't talk about my personal life much, but she's one of the few family members that I have left, and I just like to wish her a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Dude, that's 3. That's when they start becoming really fun, That's when they're getting to that cool little age where you can start taking them out and doing stuff. And everything's new and they just love everything and everything's fun.
Red
Hey,
Pill
Tom.
Hi,
Jr.
Red Pill.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, kid?
Not too bad.
Your birthday wasn't that far long ago.
Couple
No.
days.
You got the cleaned up version of the Red Pill hanging now.
Yeah, I got a dab here ready. I got some shatter that's, well, I can't even call it shatter because of how unstable it is. It needs to be kept in the freezer. One of those type dealies. So if you see me going back and forth, it's not to the bathroom, it's to the freezer. All right, so I'm torching up. Cheers,
Cheers,
guys.
Red. Yeah, cheers.
You lay that slab out for a week, won't it stable out for you, Red Pill? A couple days at least. Just
No.
leave it out and
Oh,
slab.
no,
Would
No,
it turn to crumble? No,
no,
eventually.
no.
No?
Mm-mm. No, the reason why it's unstable is it will be why it will never stabilize or turn into crumble. Once the decarboxylation process began, you're not going to stop or get it to crumble or shatter. The difference is, THC is an oil, and then the THCA is a solid. So when you get something as sugar or butter out,
Right.
THCA is separating from the terpenes, and then when the conversion of THCA to THC begins, and it's an oil, and I just get two oils that mix. So it's not, your worst nightmare, something on parchment. My best luck is like right now it's in a freezer. I only got these little baby size oil slick, or I don't even know what that brand, but silicone containers. So I'm going to get a bigger one of those. So just transfer it from the parchment paper right to the silicone. You're the best thing.
Yeah, mine here in Thailand, if I leave certain ones out, this one just started to turn into like crumble, but the other one, just like you said, Red Pill, if you don't keep it in the freezer, it's just goo.
most of the time I find when I leave them laying out, they just tend to sugar up on me.
I like that because I actually put them in my joints. I enjoy shatter, BHO, in my joints, like hash. That's another question, Eagle. For Buddy's event, now that I'm watching all these back episodes of you, I keep on hearing about this hash joint. Are we going to get one of those at Buddy's?
Probably not. Pretty tight on time between now and then. Same thing Modern asked the other day. He's like, "You bringing that hash ball?" Same thing I told him. Probably not. Too tight on time, brother. Too tight on time.
Well, maybe there'll be some Nepalese hash show up at Buddy's event. And we can sit down and puff with Mike and Carla.
Last one we were camped out right outside her vendor spot there, and she drove us nuts with the meatballs she had cooking all day.
Oh, that food she makes, man, some of that is really good. And you got to watch yourself because you start eating that shit and it's really good. And you don't realize or you forget that it's medicated. And by the time you're done at by 6, 7 o'clock in the evening, you're like sideways. I can't wait to see you guys all again. I'm really, really pumped up about that. I just went and took my first COVID test. So hopefully everything tomorrow will come back nice and clean and we won't have any problems getting back next week. But 26 hours in an airplane, damn, I hate that.
That's a long flight. That's a long flight right
Yeah, just
That
eat a
it
bunch of
is.
food. You'll be all right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, that's an insane amount of flight. I would definitely get a stupid edible or some shrooms, no doubt.
Oh no, I for me doing any type of like psychedelics, I have to be outside, man. I couldn't do that in an airplane. I think that that's like a bad movie.
I could see that going awry, yeah. So yeah, get some
Yeah.
edibles. Edibles will work. Edibles would work.
there. Same. I think I didn't go for some edibles, but man, I don't think I would want one stuck in the tube way up in
hours.
the air.
Doing tobacco.
But I do have some vape pens, actually concentrate rigs that I'm thinking about actually loading one up before I go, because where I change planes in Tokyo is there's a smoking section right there, and they have a really huge vacuum system that just sucks all of the air straight up, and all the smoke goes straight up. So I was kind of thinking maybe trying that. Now I said on TV, I ain't gonna do it.
You gotta watch out with the vape pens in some of those places though, because they're cracking down on that. And the Disneyland, for example, if you get caught with a vape pen in Disneyland, they will kick your ass out and then ban you for life, even though it's legal recreational.
Well,
So,
here in Thailand, the vape pens with the nicotine in them, those are all illegal. And it's a 25,000 baht fine, or works out to be right around 800 US dollars. But
For vaping?
everyone's, yeah, there's no vaping in Thailand, and it's because the government has their hand in the tobacco industry here in Thailand. But vape pens are illegal. You can't get any of the vape juices or anything like that. About every 4 to 6 months, they do a big run through Bangkok and bust a whole bunch of shops selling them.
Yo, don't they get the nicotine to put in those things from tobacco though, or not even?
It probably comes from a laboratory anymore.
Right, I guess you're right. That's crazy.
yeah, the nicotine's not actually in the tobacco; it's an additive. The look at those cigarettes. What are they? The American Spirits or whatever.
Right? There's no nicotine in them?
There's no nicotine in those,
Wow.
but it's the same. It's the same tobacco. It's just no nicotine.
By the way, hey,
Then I
Bingus,
wonder-
Cheers, Miranda Family Firearms. Bingus.
Miranda,
Sorry, didn't mean to
yeah.
cut you off, Tal.
I was gonna say hello to both of them too, and just quickly add, the dude got his seeds from Miranda Family Farms in the UK. The one that one out there, he got them in the mail, so that's awesome.
Hell yeah. I got an update, guys. I just went in the house because I was gonna feast out on some ice cream, because I just smoked a big log of fucking sweet tea from Subcool Sweet Tea, and gave me some serious munchies. And then my stepson came upstairs because he's it's like 1 a.m, and he's coming upstairs all dressed, ready to leave. And I'm thinking, what the hell is he doing? You know what I mean? And now his girl's going into I think she's going into labor right now. She's having like 5-minute apart contractions, which means I'm gonna be a fucking grandpa soon. God damn it.
Snap! Congrats.
So yeah,
Right
that's
on,
Congrats, man. Hell yeah.
now we're rolling
That's
another
awesome.
friggin' joint.
That's a meat for celebration right there, man.
Way to go,
Hell
Gramps.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. I was just out a few minutes ago. I was talking to Johnny Canacita, and I told him I had to go because someone was walking suspiciously down the road, which doesn't really mean anything except for over here it does. So I kind of went into the shadows. I let him got off the phone and let him go. I got into the shadows, and the dude started running through my yard. He didn't even see me, and through all my neighbors' yards. But like right before that, all the cops were going around their spotlights up and down the road looking for someone, and I think it was that dude. So now I got to go post up, and maybe, just maybe, you can see him get tackled and fucking beat the hell up or something.
God, I want to see that happen.
You never know.
So how you guys doing? Everybody doing good up here?
So far, so good, baby. So far, so good.
I've been going balls to the wall over here trying to get this harvest going and finished because I got this event coming a week from today. So I've been going like trying to get this shit done. It's you remember Eagle? It's doing an event is a lot of fucking anxiety and work that goes into before you even go there. You know what I mean? Just figuring everything out and getting everything ready.
Yeah, just the time to get everything set up, get that. Okay, yeah, it's time to get to work, and then you
It feels
don't get a
fucked up
break
too.
for the weekend.
They have setup is at like fucking 10 in the morning, but the shit don't start till like 3 for VIP people. So what the hell are we gonna do for 5 fucking hours? You know what I mean? It's cool because now before the general public comes in, vendors can chill with other vendors and stuff, which is cool. And there's gonna be a lot of big name people here, so we get to all play together for a while. So that'll be fun. But it's an all day event till 10 p.m. both nights, and it's outdoors, so hopefully the weather permits. And yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool.
I'm liking your garden here lately, buddy. It's looking really nice.
Lately, you mean all the time? You know why? Because there's always some subcool shit growing in there. It's all about good genetics. Just fucking add water with some good soil. You know what I mean? And then you come up with some killer shit.
I've just seen your recent IG post, so very nice.
Oh yeah, thank you. I got my greenhouse is going into flower right now. It's like kind of in stretch and starting its thing, so that's always exciting too. So
That Dairy Queen looked good.
Dairy Queen's delicious. I snuck a piece out of the My Herbs Now, and yeah, I took a piece of everything a couple days or like right out of the machine just to try it out, and it's all delicious. So I know that it's going to be good after a little sit. I have a Dairy Queen outside too, and she's big.
I just harvested a unicorn poop, and I'm really liking it.
So I got a couple of cool stories for you guys. I ended up meeting Automation is Freedom. He came over my house for the first time because I've met him before, but just didn't come to my house. And I live right across from this friggin' church tent. So, and there's a ice cream parlor. So there's a lot of stuff going on. He came on a Sunday, but normally church would be over. They had a thing there at the church. It was teen challenge. So when I woke up in the morning, there was a whole line of cop cars with their lights on right in front of my house. And I didn't know what was going on. It was because of the teen challenge thing for the church. And sorry, the car's going by. But anyway, so yeah, the whole place was flooded with people and cops and shit everywhere. And then Automation is Freedom comes. So we went and smoked in my greenhouse area, and we were chilling and shit and all. And he wanted to try something that he grew with me. So we went onto my front porch, and I was like, well, you know what? Fuck it, because we're on my lawn. I mean, we're on my property, and even though the cops are right here, and it's kind of stupid, but we still fucking smoked right in front of them, and we were like, fuck it, you know what I mean? And but then there was a guy that started crossing the road, and I thought he was just crossing the road to get to the other side, like the fucking chicken. But instead, he kind of started coming into my yard and came right over to our porch. And he didn't smell the weed until he got right up on us. And it was a church guy. I could see his shirt, and he was inviting us to go over and get some food. So I was like, fuck, like now he smells it, and he sees it. It's in my hand, and I kind of put it down out of respect. I didn't want to like rip it in front of him, but he kept talking, and and the thing was burning away. So eventually I had to smoke it
Yeah,
in front of him. You know what I
you
mean?
should
So I
have
ripped it
handed
up.
it to him.
I was gonna hand it to him, and I was like, well, I might go over there and get some of you, because he was offering us food. I was like, I might go over there and get some food after my medicine munchies, you know what I mean? Yeah, but I don't know, it was just fucking weird. And you can tell like automation was like kind of all freaked out because it was like cops everywhere and some like church dude like talking to us while we're smoking. It was just fucking kind of crazy weird. You know what I mean? It was fun though. It was funny. And the day before that, it was I was at my doctor's appointment, and I had my buddy's shirt on. It said "Talkin Seaweed," and but it has a picture of like a boat steering wheel, like an old pirate ship steering wheel or something. It doesn't have anything to do with cannabis. And when you go to the doctor, the first thing they ask is a list of medications and shit. I actually completely dropped my prescription drug coverage because fuck pills. So I don't even have any of that shit. And when they had me list off any medications because I'm disabled, I just write down cannabis, or they write it down. And then before it was kind of weird because a lot of the doctors would be like, give you a big speech on fucking whatever. But a lot of them are cool with it now. Nowadays it's different. So he's looking at my shirt, and he's the head surgeon, dude. And he's like, I really like your shirt. What is that? And he's like, and I was like, that's my buddy's media company that covers cannabis events. And he's like, oh, he's like, you know what? I got a story for you. And like shit like this wouldn't happen like 15 years ago when I was going to the doctor for the same shit. Uh, but he was like, you know, I'm big time into duck hunting and deer hunting and stuff. And I was at like a store and I seen this really cool pattern and camo. So I bought it. And so one day I was walking with my buddy, and he said his buddy was like, dude, what are you doing? And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, look at your shirt. The doctor didn't realize that the shirt's print was just nothing but buds all over it. And that
That's
was the camo
awesome.
print. It was just different bud, like it was all over it. It was like the dude thought it was so funny because he didn't know, you know what I mean? But it was kind of cool because like talking to the doctor about shit like that, it wasn't like a cool thing to bring up before. And I've had my medical card since 2013, so like I've always brought it up to as a as my medicine list, you know what I mean? And at the beginning, doctors used to hate that shit, but it's cool that now they joke about it. Some are for it. Most don't do it, but or at least say they do. But it was that was a cool, funny story too, because we were laughing about it. He just walking around with a bunch of bud on his shirt, didn't even fucking know. Stupid shit. I actually, so after my event is next Friday and Saturday, and then Monday after, I gotta be up early and I go get a MRI, CAT scan, and an X-ray all back to back to back in a row, on my back, and then I'm gonna go home and go to bed. So I'm trying to see if I can get up early. I mean, like stay up late that night and maybe hop on, so I can have some more seed giveaways because I got a bunch of sub cool stuff I want to give away.
What's wrong with
Are
your-
you all out of Eagle? Are you out of the spliff stuff, or you still have some?
I still have some.
All
I
right,
still have
because I didn't know, because I have those too to give away. And when you run low and someone's like, "Fuck, I really wanted it," bam, Miranda Family Farms got your back.
What's wrong with your back, Miranda Farms?
Well, actually, when I joined the military, my last name's Miranda, and they called me Marambo. because I had to act like a big fucking hero and all it did was just fuck me all up. It was stupid. And that's what actually happened. It was just me overexerting myself. And yeah, I don't. It's the bottom back, like the L4, L5. I don't even exactly know what's wrong with it because it seems like it's been going on for so long and no one wants to fix it or can fix it or what the fuck. But they took this thing before. They took a dye and stuck it right into the disc, and that disc is full of a fluid called nucleus pulpus, and that's the cushion. You know what I mean? They put the dye right into there. That shit hurt. It didn't hurt when they put the needle and the dye in there. It hurt when they blew it up like a balloon. That fucking hurt so bad, but it showed the dye where it leaks out because it's all fucked. You know what I mean? It's not a full sack. It's actually all empty now. So they're gonna do like the rods and all that fun stuff, and hopefully that probably ain't gonna do shit. But if it does anything better, it's gonna be a score for me because it's been so long now that I'd like to try anything.
I hope those shots in your back and they can do something for you because I'm kind of in the same boat, the L3, 4, 5, 6, which is connected to the sciatic nerve. And basically they don't want to do anything. Ohio BWC didn't want to fix me. The doctors over here, and I talked with my one doctor, my orthopedic doctor in Ohio, and I'm actually thinking about having the sciatic nerve burnt out before I come home because it's only like a 15-20 minute procedure.
You know what's fucked it up is for me is I got Lyme disease too, so it blew out my kneecaps and it blew out my shoulders. So like it's maybe once every year and a half I have to get my kneecaps drained, and it's like a large coffee cup's worth of fluid. It's so bad that I can't walk. It's nasty, and it actually feels good because it's so swollen with fluid as they're sucking it out. But they're digging around in your kneecap looking for fucking fluid pockets, and that kind of hurts. But yeah, I'm fucking falling apart. Maybe I am grandpa. Fuck. I don't even know how I'm gonna squeeze grandpa shit in because I'm in the middle of like all kinds of ill harvest shit indoor, and there's a lot of shit going on right now. And I'm not looking for the baby poop pheno right now. You know what I mean?
Mhm. I'll take that baby poop, you know.
I thought I had it before too. You know what I mean? That fuck actually Vortex was a pain in the ass for me to smoke. It was a big nitrogen hog, and it was real finicky,
Yeah, it is.
indoor and out. It was kind of a pain in the ass, but you know what? It was good smoke.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know, I've also had back surgery, scoliosis. They didn't figure it out till I was like 21. They caught it late, so it was almost done growing. You know, normally you want to get like a minor surgery while you're still growing, so your spine is doing most of the work. So mine was already all fucked up, and I'm practically done growing, so they had to do more work. So I have fusion rods and hooks and pins.
What was that last year, Red Pill?
No, we're coming up on, or we just passed 10 years.
Damn. Stay young, kid.
Uh,
You got any surgeries, Tal?
No, I always played the doctor. No, knock on wood. Knock on wood. The only incident I had was my motorcycle when I went down on my motorcycle twice, and man, I swore I made him x-ray this one finger like 3 times because man, it hurt so bad. I thought for sure, but all my fingers, my right hand got banged up on the one accident. But other than that, knock on wood, dudes, I was so fucking lucky. When I was a little kid, I grew my first cannabis plant in my parents' backyard. And ever since then, I've been growing my own cannabis and smoking my own shit. So I've had real medicine and didn't even realize it because I used neem oil like 3 times and the shit smelled so nasty that I couldn't deal with it. So I never spray anything but water. Occasionally some like foliar spray, but rarely even. But yeah, I think that's why. I don't know, but knock on wood. Now I got my edibles, an edible a day. Yeah, knock on wood. I don't plan on seeing a surgeon.
Hello there, Captain 420, Red Pills, SoCal Weed Nerd, and my brother Eagle. Didn't mean to just butt in here without saying hi to y'all. Greetings to the chat room. We had some really good discussions last night. I really made me think a lot during today, actually. So it carried over. So the Eagle Garden is having an impact on my head here lately.
I crashed too early. I missed it.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Good one, Kyle.
Do you remember the first time Bingus came on the show?
What was that?
Do you remember the first time you came up on the wormhole, Bingus?
I was very reluctant, yes.
That was one of the best, Bingus, because you cracked open the whole. You left no road that we couldn't go down.
Transparent when I get stoned and start talking.
You said shit that other people wouldn't for a
What's
while.
going on here?
That can work against me. It has in the past, but I don't.
Yeah, well,
I don't give a
see,
fuck. Really. So
yeah, like I don't understand. Some people, I don't. This is what I don't understand. Like, just for instance, let's say Eagle was. I don't even want to use these, but let's just say it. So one dude is a super Trump lover, and one dude is the opposite of a super Trump lover. All right, let's go like that.
okay.
I could still hang out, smoke joints with either, which, like, I don't give a fuck either way, but I see these people that can't even talk to the other person because of one thing. And it's just ridiculous. Like, I'll listen to all the stories about anything. You go crazy. You could tell, say, and you could be really animate about it. Like, if you don't get the vaccine, you're an asshole. Or if you do get the whatever your stance is, that's fine. You can believe what you want, and I can believe what I want, and we can still hang out and not be mean to each other. There's no reason to be mean just because you disagree with somebody. It's just fucking ridiculous what's happening.
They are successfully dividing humanity quite effectively, and it's so apparent to me because I know what they're doing. I mean, it's all psychological programming and conditioning, and it's just, dude, I can't turn on my radio without every 30 seconds is something, right?
Something that is divisive that they're discussing, or yeah, exactly.
So
whatever. I love you all, and I hate you all the same. That's what I tell everyone. I'm like, all people are assholes. You're all no good, so you accept them for who they are. And, sometimes people get in situations, they do fucked up shit. Doesn't mean it's right. But just remember that. That's what I think.
Words of wisdom.
Yeah. Speaking about some people being assholes, dude, congratulations over there, Tao, dude. I heard your buddy finally fucking stepped down from his office.
Yeah. And you know what? Who knows if that's good or bad. Like, they're so backstabbers, the whole lot of them. Because like a year ago, and yeah, it could have been all a show because he had he sent these people into the nursing homes knowing they had the COVID. It's just insane. So yeah, it's been one distraction after another. And
that's the key word.
Yeah, it's all distraction. Anything that's in the news, it's just, half of the shit that's in the news is not really newsworthy. You know what I'm saying? Like, half of it is just filler. And even if it's something that's really going on, they know it's not going to happen. For instance, an impeachment process, they'll have news about it all the time, knowing full well it's never going to go through. I'll even say the legally of marijuana. There's like 3 times that oh yeah, the federal government's going to do it. And I was like, no, they're not. They have the whole other side, the way they act. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm babbling now. I'm pretty stoned. I ate my cookie.
Yeah, like same thing in, you know, Wisconsin here. They keep trying to do it each couple for 2 or 4 years every time they get a chance to try to pass it through. It never happens because the lawmakers don't want it. But when they do a poll on what the population wants, it's always like 76% are for it. You know,
There's quite a lot of riots in Europe right now. Just saying. It's usually, if you look across the pond, that's usually where things start, and people are not happy. And when humans are not happy, what happens in history is they back off. But their agenda, they being whoever is running this rock,
Is not letting up.
right? Their plans are not 5-year plans; they're 5,000-year plans. So it's like we'll just keep dripping you and drip. Oh wait, well they accepted these restrictions, but now they're pushing back against these restrictions. Okay, so let's back off on those, but we did gain some ground, right? So we'll let it sizzle for a while, and then we'll hit them again and just wear them down. And over time, that's how you control 8 billion human beings.
how do you boil a frog?
Yeah, slowly. Thank you.
Mhm.
It's getting pretty fucking hot in Oregon too, so I'm just saying.
Yo, Bingus, have you you see the pictures out from France?
Yes.
They're hanging out. It's like you know, an outdoor tables at the restaurants, and they're coming through asking for your papers,
Well,
and people are willingly showing them.
it's
And yeah, and then on the weekend you see a million people protesting the shit. But at the time, you know, like yeah, it's not. Oh, in Australia, the one guy I watched something that the one guy from Australia, dude, he went off for like 5 minutes. His blood pressure must have been peaking, and because apparently somehow he got in his head that the officials said there was never a death from COVID in Australia, which might be the case. Like I don't know. But the guy was going off, and he's like, we shut down the whole place. Kids are committing suicide. He was going off. And yeah, in America, we're still the best of the worst country in the world. So
the best game in town. Yeah.
yeah. So
Greatest nation on this side of heaven.
I mean, really, if you understand the facts and you ask the right questions, they cannot answer them. All right. To get a vaccine in true science, in real world science, not pseudoscience that's computer generated, okay, but real world science, you actually have to have a sample of the virus to compare with. All right. It's called isolated. And so far in my research, I have yet to find a doctor, a hospital, or anybody in the world that has an isolated sample. So that's a question. You know, let's start there.
Bingus, somebody sent me something. Some guy with his own money sued the health ministry of Canada, and supposedly they couldn't produce exactly what you're saying. So
What's going to happen? I think what might happen, I don't know. I'm really being careful with what I'm saying. The lawsuits are wide open. Okay. But the lawsuits are generally designed to create a payout. But if the financial system is crashing and the dollar is worth nothing, they'll just print out as much payout as you need and just keep doing what they're doing. You see what I mean? So there's no end game at all. It's just a continual, my old man used to say, it's like wiping your ass on a hoop. There's no bloody end to it.
Smiley,
What
what do you got? What are you repping on your hat? Give us like a close up.
Oh shit, that's the My State design. See my camera there, but
It's cool.
yeah, he does the whatever state you want.
Oh, okay.
It's got like a pot leaf. He also does the ones with the handgun. I don't know if you've seen them, or they're like the Michigan, but then it's got like a handgun.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Right on.
That's like his little trademark or whatever. But
So we see you got the power back.
yeah, dude, that feels good.
Right on. Right on.
That had to suck.
Yeah, it did, man. It's made for multiple trips there and not cool. Back on track.
Cheers, Mr. Stanley.
Cheers, Eagle. Yeah, dude. I heard you guys talking. I was driving home. I was without water too, because it's a well, so all my water comes through.
Oh.
And those run off electricity.
But did you have a reservoir full or not even?
I did, but honestly, man, I think with the way the humidity was and the lights being on, I mean, they just
Didn't take any, right?
drink,
Probably
man.
not.
They didn't
Yeah,
dry.
yeah.
It was like,
That's cool.
yeah.
I'm glad it's back.
Yeah.
Knock on wood. Stays.
Yeah, I don't see any storms, but I'd have to figure that out because if that was wintertime, I'd have been fucked. It'd all been dead.
So yeah, there's a little silver lining to bear. God forbid.
Little tests. We're testing you. How are your patients? Can you find a way around this issue? It's
Yeah.
only a test.
Preparation can always be improved,
Excellent.
right?
No, that's why we're testing. Always
Yeah.
something, man. When you're growing, it's something. Always something. Always something. It might be small, might be big, might not be, but it's, dude, I can walk into my garden right now and go, fuck, I need to do this, right? So it's just, for me, it's how long do I want to stand there and keep recognizing things that need to be done, right? And then take a break. I'm like, fuck, all right, I've had enough of this shit, you guys, because it's never ending, because it grows and it's constant change, and it's why I love it, man.
Have you guys been following the GML first run that he's doing himself?
I haven't followed it
Yes.
tight, but I've been seeing the pictures.
I've been watching it all, and it's so trooping. There's proof of evidence that something always happens. So recently, his DHU failed, and from his like air conditioning units, the drains clogged somehow, and there was just like rain. It was like raining out of his air conditioning units. It looked worse than he made it. When he was taking the film of it, he was going like through the rain, like through the drip. So it looked like his whole fucking place was getting rained from the inside, but it was only like underneath the air conditioning units. But he found it and he fixed it. But that's also the importance of, you got to be in your place to notice these things. If he wasn't there for a certain amount of time, shit could have got really ugly.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't like people watching over my stuff. I really.
Automation is freedom up to an extent. Is he in chat right now?
I do. I agree. I mean, automation, if you can, it's helpful.
Right. If you have to depend on it, then you have to.
Right. Like if you got to go away for a week or whatever.
Right. If you have a funeral to go to,
Yeah,
I would have to do animation. I wouldn't trust the person too much. I don't think. I don't know.
It's just shit. It's a way of springing up and happening. So it's like, you can't. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I walked here and said, "Geez, I would have never guessed that." You know, it's like after 45 years of doing this, it's wow, that's okay.
Yep, that's a thing.
Like SoCal last night, Femming. It's like, fuck, I never heard of that. But
I went to go water my veg plants yesterday, and I probably should have watered them like 3 days ago. And these things were probably a couple hours away from like not being able to be brought back to life. These things were fucking hurting, like bad, real bad. But I already knew just by adding water and just giving it a couple of fucking hours, these things are gonna be right back up. It's so fucking cool how the plant can do that. It's probably not good for it, but that's how I roll over here. I keep my shit fucking so basic and simple. Like half this shit's on the verge of like fucking death. Nothing's automated, nothing's regulated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
temperatures and humidities fluctuating crazy. You know what I mean? And the shit still comes out good. I don't even know how. I threw away my pH fucking meter years ago. I don't even know what the hell it is. And I know my buddy's one is like 4.4 out of the faucet. That's like battery acid. And
Yeah,
you
that's
know what?
pretty
His shit's
bad,
still
dude.
growing fine too. I don't even know if that's safe to drink for humans, and his plants are still fucking growing good. You know what I mean? It's weird how like different environments work better for you have to be more like precise and some different like I think soil's way more forgiving anyway.
Oh hell yeah.
Sorry, all these cars are going by. The bars are getting out.
It might be the
I don't know
CO.
if you've seen the stray walk by. I tried to get him on the camera. He was behind me.
I missed them. But you know what though? Sometimes when they come back, you don't really realize what damage was done until a couple days later. At least that's happened to me a couple times.
My bedroom, I can't even get to the fucking thing. So like I neglect these things bad. And these things, like I know all the purple stem talk and shit, but these things were stressed out in every way possible. And you can see like the bottom half of the plants, even in my outdoors. The whole bottom of the plant still fucking kind of purple striped. The whole top is fucking dark green. Well, not dark green,
Yeah.
but like nice and green and shit. And it's cool that you can fucking bring these things back as long as they're going healthy into flower. It doesn't really. I beat the fuck out of these things, and
I got
they're
to
fine.
admit, I do too, not on purpose. And yeah, Smiley, remember that one I was telling you about? That and they were in they actually were in 1 gallons and they had purple stems their entire life. And that one I planted, sure as shit, the very tip is coming out pure green. There isn't red in it. And coming off the tip part, like the striations are starting to turn green underneath it that weren't green. So so I remember telling you, yeah, once I upplant it, I'll know if it's red stem because of genes or if it's because of the nutrients, right? But I really wouldn't know because I don't know if what I upplant into is balanced nutrient. It could be unbalanced as well and fucked up, you know? But the case is, yeah, once I upplanted it, it started turning green. So blah, blah, blah.
I don't. Do any of you guys in chat or on the panel use Mr. B's green trees or have ever?
No, but I've heard of it. It's got a good name. It's got a good reputation.
Mendo Dope's growing trees with it, so it's got to do something right. But I actually the first year I'm using that this year. I sprinkled some on the outdoors, but the outdoors is like it grows so vigorous and fast with my compost pile. I don't know the difference that it would do.
Well, the one kid claims that is that the one with like the lion on the package?
Actually, because there's a big one on my shirt in the back.
Okay, yeah. So
He
he said
scarecrow guy.
the only thing that he says in flower, that's the only amendment he uses in flower, and he said his plants always kicked ass. So outdoors.
Yeah, I became a Soil King sales rep for the Northeast, and all the Soil King approved products. There's like not just big roots, so like but I wouldn't like try to get these things into gross.
Shit.
Personally use them and think that they work for us. That's like a thing like. It's like kind of like the Myherbs now. It's a sore subject because you got fucking haters and you got fucking people that think it's good, but you don't know until you try it. You know what I mean? Like you personally. And so there's a lot of fucking cool things that I didn't even know that he's part of. There's like these things that go on bins, like the yellow and black totes.
The chuckers.
Yeah, like well, it's kind of like things like that. And there's like it's mostly like large scale shit, but he's sending me all these samples. So I have like literally a whole fucking room right now full of fucking shit. And so when I originally signed up to get this event booth, I have my own table full of shit because I have all these fucking people that I rep their seeds for. So it's a whole table full. And now that I have the Soil King shit, I got to have another whole table full. You know what I mean? And it's so now there's a whole another pile of shit. And I just found out yesterday, because speaking of no power, that originally it was supposed to be electric. So I went out and bought a cord and a fucking, because I used up all my cords for stupid shit. I got a new cord and a new power strip, lamps for the tables and shit, lamps for Miss Jill's table. You know what I mean? And now there's no power. I'm like, fuck. You know what I mean? So now tomorrow I got to go and buy batteries for all my battery powered shit. And I got to buy, I'm going to buy a bunch of solar lights because this thing goes till 10 p.m. both nights. So it's going to be dark at like what, 8 or 7:30 or something. So
That's
I'll be
how
able to,
hey, dude, that's how shit gets done.
yep, solar spotlights. That's what we're going to do. Dollar store solar spotlights. This dude actually told me to buy like a bunch because all those vendors are going to be fucking hurting for light. And now you can sell them for fucking like 10 for like $25 or something. I'm like, no, I'm not buying hundreds of solar lights at the dollar store. That's stupid. I don't got room for that. But but that's a thing now that we had to worry about is that. So I got the whole battery rig thing, and I got LED like rechargeable USB things. I buy hold on. At Walmart, they got these LED light strips that are USB charged, and they light up really bright for a long time. And they're probably, I don't know, 2 feet long. And it's good enough if you had a tent or if you need it, and they're magnet bottoms, or if you had a couple of them in a room just to keep it lit if the power went out temporarily. And then if it was longer than that, then I'd have to pull out the generator. But yeah, that's like, I try to always have battery powered shit first because like doing what Smiley just dealt with sucks a pain in the ass. And it happens all the time here too, and it's all wind.
I went to the store and I got a whole bunch of these little battery powered LED bulbs that you tap them, they're like circles. I'm like, yeah, because I had no more room for clones. I'm like, I'll just put these all over everywhere, and I did. And like 2 hours, 3 hours later, they were all dead. It was like such a waste.
Check this shit out. So this is why my plants just went into flower now. And I kind of want to shoot the thing out with a pellet gun, but it's on fucking camera. But this bright ass light right here is shining right onto my greenhouse. And it's right through my fence. And my plants are over the fence top now, all the tops. And that shit's blow right on them. And I'm like, fuck, should I cover it with a fucking paintball instead? Will that be quieter? I don't fucking know. But that shit fucks my plants up every year as far as like, it doesn't fuck them up and make them harmy or blow seeds or anything like that, light leak thing. But what it does do is makes them go into flower later than they fucking should because they're getting a little bit of that extra light. And right now I don't have the cover on. I have the,
light
it's
up
just
that
frame.
bitch. I got you. Yeah.
Something it's always a problem wherever you live. There's always something some things you can't control, whether it's a shitty neighbor or fucking not enough room in your backyard or fucking living under a light.
What light is it? Maybe you could talk him into turning it off.
Well, they shut it off right after my harvest is over.
Ah, motherfuckers.
It's the ice cream place, and they light up the place, and
so that people don't rob it.
Yeah, because people break into. I've actually been. So I sit in the car, like at night, and I'm talking to my brother because he lives in Arizona, so it's 3 hours different. So it's like late at night over here, and I'm watching people breaking into not the ice cream place, but the ice cream trucks. You know what's in there? You know that 5-cent bubble gum they throw out at the parades? They don't keep fucking money in there, or even ice cream. They load it every morning. I watch them. They're literally taking fucking penny candy, like risking going to jail over taking penny candy. And then they run across my yard sometimes with it. So it's like a Hansel and Gretel trail of like fucking gum going across my lawn. And it makes it look like I did it now. You know what I mean? But I got cameras on my house too to prove that it ain't me and it's that fucking whoever. But yeah, I've lived here for going on 5 years now, and I've seen it broken in personally 3 times with my own eyes. No, I'm not used to. I'm not into calling cops or whatever because I don't fucking fuck 12 type shit. But I don't want these people breaking into my fucking spot neither. And they wouldn't even break into my house. They'd break into my greenhouse. You know what I mean?
Ah,
People
yeah.
break into the fucking right across the street from the ice cream place, diagonal from me. They sell, they rent U-Hauls. People try to break into the U-Hauls. I watch them prying the doors open. Like, what the fuck are you gonna get in there? There's not a wallet or some cool shit. There's nothing. Unless they're like trying to pop the stereo or something. That's fucking some stock U-Haul stereo. It's not even worth it. I don't know what they would be doing in there. You know what I mean? Like what?
U-Hauls.
It's crazy. And all these places got cameras. And all my neighbors got cameras too, so it doesn't stop you. I got a bullet hole in my window still. I'll see if I can get close enough so you can see it. I got fucking shipping tape over it so the water don't go in, and I gotta get it fixed. $700. My big front fucking window. If I can get it in here.
Thug life ain't easy over there.
I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Hell yeah. We keep it real over here. Massholes. Well, massholes.
That'll make you duck.
I'm gonna take my backpack, my hammock, and my Rambo knife, my Marambo knife, and go live in
Yeah.
the woods.
Oh, I live in my greenhouse almost when it starts to flower and it stinks. I
Oh,
damn near
yeah.
live in my greenhouse. I post up out here hard too.
That's what I know a couple people that do that.
I used to get too fucking high and put on my old fucking ACUs and walk around like straight fucking like I'm in the military, walking the perimeter of my yard like a nutbag. You know what I mean?
Hey man, that's precious. It's precious, more precious than gold.
Those are my babies. Those are my hedge funds. It's a hedge full of them.
They say it doesn't grow on trees.
Damn, the boy's gonna be a grandpa.
Dude,
know.
Yeah, man. Congrats. That's cool.
You know, it's kind of fucked up, but my stepson is kind of like a baby Huey, and I don't know how this is all gonna fucking pan out. You know what I mean? Because
Oh,
I don't even know.
That's all right. You'll be able to raise another one.
Oh,
I
I got the
you've
dog.
already-
That's already another one.
See, like when people tell me they're having kids, I was gonna tell you too. My congratulations and my condolences.
yeah.
I know,
'Cause,
right?
yeah, dude. Yeah, it comes both.
It's a double-edged sword.
But yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
because he just
Anyone
broke
with a
up with the
kid.
baby mom and moved back in with us. So
there you
that's
have it.
bad.
But you love them anyway.
Well, hey, at least he's read the directions, so now you can raise the next one. You know, you already know what to do.
Mhm. Yeah, do the opposite of what we do, and you'll be fine. That's kind of what I did with my parents. Just whatever they did, I did the opposite, and I was good. Because remember, that's why we named bike seat, because I was beat the fuck up with a bike seat. And I actually had to redo the menu because I have bike seat like a fucking Turp Town special. And when I did the farmers markets, I had a couple of Harley dudes come walking up to my booth, and they were like, "Kind of bike seat you got, bro?" And I was like, "No, it's a fucking strain." People think I actually have a bike seat for sale. Like, why would I even have a bike seat at a cannabis fucking booth?
Is this a motorcycle swap?
Yeah, like what the hell? And so I'm like just joking around. I'm like, actually fucking woke up and someone stole my bike. The only thing I got left is the seat. You know what I mean? Like it's fucking the cannabis strain. It's just a stupid name. All of my strain names are stupid, but they mean something. You know what I mean? There's gonna be no trademark. My buddy's a scumbag, and he fucking he roped up his mom for $20. You know what I mean? He's one of those type of dudes. and mom's name's Maureen. I feel bad for Maureen, but she did have a sweet mustache. You know what I mean? So I nicknamed. Well, I didn't. I named one of my strains Maureen's mustache. One of them Maureen.
Dude, that's just so random. Oh shit, my buddy's a scumbag, he says.
It has got some Marine's mustache. What?
Think about it. My buddy's a scumbag.
Telling you, actually, Maureen's mustache is gonna be bomb too, because the seeds came out really fucking nice looking. So it's Jesus OG crossed with Martian Punch Bowl, and the Martian Punch Bowl was like a dark purple frosty ass bud. You can look on my Instagram, and then I crossed that with Jesus OG. I had 4 different males, and this one stuck out more than all the others. As like checked all the boxes more than all the others. So I was like, yep, this is the one. And there must have been a sign, because I was like, fuck, there's not. I usually don't start 4 seeds because something like that would happen, but I actually wanted a male. But when all 4 were males, I was like, looks like I'm using Jesus OG now. You know what I mean? So that was my next thing. So I had a few sweet crosses with Jesus OG like that. I got the other 2 are gonna come down after the event because I don't have fucking time. I took the tops down on the plants and then dried those, and then I took the middles, but the middles were like kind of like tops already. You know what I mean? And then now those are drying now, so I'll take the lowers at the end. I'm doing like a partial harvest because I don't have fucking time or room. So I also run everything. Everything goes through my herbs now. So when you have a lot of shit, it has to be rotated through it, and I got a bunch of machines, but and like extra trays and stuff. But it's still, you can only take a certain amount down at once through it. You know what I mean? Well, when the greenhouse is harvested, I take that's a huge project because I bud wash everything, and then I put it in totes, and I bring them up in my attic where I have lines, and it's I have like a solar powered exhaust vent that's fucking like exhaust fan. It's badass too, and it really sucks all that shit out of there. But I rotate the lines and bring them and put them through the My Herbs Nows and take down like what I can at a time. It's a 1-man show, but yeah, you can fucking pump off some serious fucking yield if you pull down a greenhouse full. You know what I mean? And I hate when I see someone's like tent or like their greenhouse or fucking anything, and then they're just growing floor. Like you look down and it's just straight floor. You know what I mean? I'm like, where the hell's your fucking canopy, dude? You know, there's gonna be nothing there. And I know some people, I don't know why you're growing for fun, because everything's growing for fun, but you want to have fun smoking something, not smoke like a fucking dime bag plant and then it's gone. So
Dude.
like I try to, you know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of painful to see like some little pathetic little fucking plant in this dude's whole tent's full of floor space. And I'm like, oh, so like, yeah, so like, if you do a nice canopy, obviously you're gonna get way bigger yield, and that's what it's all about. It's building the canopy and veg. You know what I mean? So yeah, when I pull off my greenhouse, it's a big project, and it's a big yield too, though. And this is the first year that I didn't have my indoor coming down at the same time as my outdoor, because that fucks me up every year, and I do that.
Dude, I need you in my ear some days.
What's that?
I said I need you in my ear some days. You're like, yo, dumbass, fill up that fucking tent. What the fuck? Are you serious? That's all you're gonna put in there? I need that.
Well, it doesn't matter how many plants are in there. You just got to keep it in veg longer and fatten it out and spread it, train it up. You know what I mean? You can have one plant fill a whole fucking tent or a whole room.
Yes.
I couldn't get my plants to be tall, so I had to keep spreading them out and tying them down. So my plants are like fucking they're super fat right now, but they're only like 6 feet tall maybe, but they're like fucking, they're probably
6 feet
pushing,
wide.
no, they're like fucking they're like 8 or 9 feet wide, because I had to keep like, spreading them out. So because my greenhouse is only 10 feet wide, and there's a narrow space now. I was supposed to have a walkway on both sides, and now there's like a crawl space on both sides. You know what I mean? So
that's awesome, dude.
Yeah, we're gonna do the trellis tomorrow. So like applying like like a 30-foot trellis is not a one-man project. It's a fucking huge disaster. It's putting on any trellis, so putting on a big one's a pain in the ass. So this is the first year that I have someone that's coming over to do it with me. You know what I mean?
Just unrolling them damn plastic trellises is a pain in the ass.
But yeah, you know what I'm gonna try doing too, because this is another Soil King approved product. Is the it's actually I think made by Mr. B. Is the biodegradable fucking trellis netting, which is really what you want for the environment. I actually don't use, even though you can recycle plastic and
No, yeah,
and even the
Certain
No
kinds
one-
of plastic though, but I didn't think that kind of plastic was the recyclable kind.
well,
yeah,
you
there's
could
some sorts
reuse
that
it.
they have.
But listen, Russ
Right.
Brandon shows how he does it, and he goes like I think it's an 80-foot run, and he does it by himself the one time, and then I think someone helped him on the other one. But anyway, you can do it. You just have to be quick and go and hold it taut. And he just took the roll, hold it taut, and ran like down the whole thing above all the plants, and then got it into place. And yeah, I never did it.
Yeah, I seen him do that. He like tied it off to one pole on one end, and then he like ran down to the other end, and then
Yep.
he like strung it over him as he went
Mhm.
back down. So yeah, it was pretty quick the way he did it for sure.
Yeah, I was
I could tell
impressed.
he had a plan going into that one.
Yeah, that's practice, is what it is. It's
I was gonna
practice.
say, and he did it before, no doubt. Yeah.
How about maybe doing smaller sections, like 12-foot sections at a time and staking it?
I was
metal
thinking of
stakes.
doing that. If I was gonna do it myself, I was gonna do that because I also want trellis to go on the sides too. So I'm gonna have trellis going over the top and the sides because these things are fucking they got a little
Yeah.
wider than I thought. So the branches, they all the caging, the branches went through the cages well ago. So now these things are they need to be supported because they're gonna be top heavy. So the stuff I have outside is the same shit I just harvested inside. I have the Martian Punch Bowl, and then the rest is just subcool stuff. It's Sweet Tea, Dairy Queen, and Cheesequake. And the Dairy Queen, it grew a little smaller in size, and the buds were a little smaller, but a lot smaller. The Sweet Tea and the Cheesequake, though, huge, massive fucking colas that were rock solid. And so just looking at the plants, I know the outdoors are going to do the same thing. So that thing's going to definitely produce, and they're going to be super top heavy. Like I had my buddy come and look at my indoor plants before the tops were harvested. Literally every top was sideways laying on the trellis. Nothing was standing up anymore because these things were like forearms of just fucking. I don't know if you guys remember the picture of Subcool sitting there, and he had two Sweet Tea buds that were fucking like ninja swords. And it was like passed around after he passed away. Kind of wanted to retake that picture with me doing it, same buds, you know what I mean? But I had to get it in the machine. You can't fit those buds in a machine. I had to cut them down. Plus, they ain't gonna dry right.
Probably some
But
of
yeah,
it has to do with the genetics, but I have noticed, and I haven't grown a ton of TGA, but just the ones I have grown out, like the colas are ginormous on them things, and they do throw like, I mean, they're very vigorous growth. They all seem to have a real similar structure, the ones I grew, and then yeah, they
Dude, that cheesequake. I like that cheesequake. I should have never killed off the girl. But I got the boy, so I'm adding him in a whole bunch of stuff.
I already told you I got the Cheesequake for you when you're ready.
Yep,
Nice
yep.
5-pack for you. Oh yeah. So when so Miss Jill's gonna be in my booth next Friday and Saturday. So one of the plants I harvested was purple turban. So that's headband crossed with purple Afghani Kush, and the shit came out once again with fucking her. It's always dense, big ass buds, super frosty, and just right out of the Myherbs now. 4 days off the plant. This thing already had a nice taste and smell and everything. So I was like, oh shit. So I'm gonna be able to. It's gonna have 8 days of a cure out of the Myherbs now, which is actually not gonna be too bad. And And I kind of told her that. She didn't think I was gonna have it ready in time, but it's gonna be cool to smoke my shit with her.
That is
So
cool.
that'll be exciting. I get to compare my stuff with hers too, because hopefully she'll be able to bring hers in time. I don't know if she's gonna though. The My Herbs Now made me help me bring my stuff on time, or I wouldn't have had it and it'd be still drying. So all the haters out there, at least give it a try. I think I'm gonna try the trim bag too this year. I don't know if you guys ever tried it or not, got any success with it, but I'm gonna try that one up. Good. Yeah, because there's the outdoor is a lot of work, so
Sure.
anything that can do this speed the process up.
So yeah, dude, the trim bag is it's good and it's not, I guess. I don't know. There's pluses and minuses, and I think it's like any other manual tool. It definitely takes some technique and some kind of figuring out. Because
And
I've
I think
noticed,
with different buds too make a difference.
yeah, dude, like you want at a certain level of dryness so the leaves will kind of flake off real easy. If the leaves are still wet to where like if you go along the bud and kind of flick it with your hand and it's not really falling off, they're probably
Yeah.
not gonna do so hot going through that. But
That's why I think
Yeah.
it'll work good with the My Herbs Now, because it dries it right to that way.
now there is like too like you'll figure out your technique doing it, but it's all like how fast you're spinning it. You can control how violent you're shaking it too.
Do you lose a lot of
Some guys will get
trikes?
real shit ass with them and just shake the fuck out of it, you know. Which to me, that's but I try to do it in a nice, even, smooth kind of rotation and pretty
Yeah.
steady. I don't try to get it real jerky to where shit's flying around. But
I think it's
it
one of
does
those
pretty-
deals. It's like everyone always says, you can't beat the hand trim, obviously, but there's like the story of like that Soil King would tell you that the guy that only has one arm vet, and how the fuck's he gonna trim? So he
Right.
took the fucking trim bag, put a big rubber band, like a big one, tied one end of the other handle to a doorknob type thing, and he shook the fucking bag with one hand. Next thing you know, his shit was trimmed. You know what I mean? So that wouldn't have been possible had it not been for the trim bag. So certain people and certain things, it does work.
Well,
Yeah, save
here's
save
something
it
you
for
would
you.
notice. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
I was gonna say, if you can, trim your top buds and use that for your. That's what I would want to do, man. Cause yeah, they're probably gonna be killer, right? It's gonna be Yeah, I don't know,
This is
man. I
actually
never
the
used
first
it.
time I'm
When you have
ever gonna
so
keep them
much,
top.
when you have so much, I guess what else are you gonna do? But
Well, it doesn't
Smiley,
destroy them. It doesn't
do you
destroy them
lose?
though.
You gotta lose trikes.
You do. I mean, I definitely, the extract guys love my trim for sure, but
Okay.
Yeah,
but here's the thing though, the patients actually, the comments I got the first time I did it, I didn't say shit. And the
Mhm.
comments I got were really nice trim job and that they really liked that. So I never
Perfect.
stopped.
the Eagles pitcher,
I didn't
if
tell
that went
anybody
through the
what I
trim
did.
bin, I mean, the trim bag, that thing would still be frosty as fuck. That picture that Eagles got on. So if you're growing frosty ass shit to begin with, you can afford to knock a couple of fucking trichomes off. And just like Smiley said, like, so I donate all my trim to have people go to have it go down to RSO oil for people like DOA and stuff for free. You know what I mean?
Right. That's perfect.
And
And I was gonna say, even if
I
you use it for like edibles or whatever, it's like you're not. If you don't throw it away, you're not losing it. It's just not going to be on those buds. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though it's
Yeah.
trim, I want my trim to be potent. So, because it's going to someone that fucking could really benefit from it and it can't afford it. So, I actually take pride in my trim, even though that sounds fucking stupid.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. So, like, the biggest difference that I would say for me, visually with an experienced eye looking at it, a bud, you're knocking all the hairs down. So, like, if you do a really nice job and you harvest it and you got hairs that are sticking straight out from the bud and you've been able to dry them that way, it's gonna totally wipe all those out, and it'll kind of round off the bud. So
Does it look like rolled?
if you were presenting it for a competition, I would say that would be one big noticeable thing. It'll look like an auto trim job versus the hand trim. Because when somebody's really good at hand trimming, they'll pick right around it, man. You'll see a bud and it'll look just like it was on the plant. All the hairs will still be standing up. It's not mushed down. You know what I'm saying? Like there's.
I know what you're saying, Smiley.
Yeah.
It takes
You know,
time, though. You know, it just does. There's no
That's
fast
why
way to do it. It just takes time.
the
most of
vacuum
my
seal.
outdoor goes to like we have this harvest. There's all kinds of harvest festivals and events. You know what I mean, around harvest time. So most of my harvest goes to the people, and it's kind of cool because you can, like, me and my buddies can try it, and that's as far as it really goes, other than a picture on Instagram over bringing it to the people and letting them try it. So that's kind of cool, and you get like a bunch of feedback. You know what I mean? And it's always good because you're always growing that dank. So that's exciting. That's usually what I would do with the, I'm like you said, I'm not bringing it to a competition. It's going to fucking people that literally aren't gonna give a fuck. You know what I mean? And it's I always put it at a way cheaper price because these events, it seems like the people are making it this full price, like the price of a fucking dispensary when you go to an event. There's not even a deal or anything. It's fucking crazy. So I don't do that. I would do it for something that I would feel like I wanted, that I was getting a good deal if I was buying it myself. That's
No,
another
and
big thing.
I think out here at some of the events, people are actually marking it up for the event.
Yeah, they probably are.
Because, these people think they go to the event and they think, oh my God, I'm getting it straight from the source. So it's got to be better than I'm getting it at the store. So they don't hesitate to pay the higher price.
Yeah, you get a bunch of people that are all like-minded in the same spot, and then you rip them all off. That's fucking great, right? So yeah, we even so setting up a booth, you gotta tighten the spot between vendors, because it's an aisle way for people to cut through instead of go around the spot and walk the aisle. They try to cut in between tents, and as they're doing it, that's when they're fucking trying to take shit off people's tables real quick. And it's kind of fucked up because I thought this place was a nice cannabis loving community, and there's always some fucking asshole out there to ruin it. And they're always there. There's always that guy. You know what I mean? So this time, and there's another big thing: passing around counterfeit money. The perfect place to pass it off, a cannabis event. You wouldn't even think of fucking checking as a vendor with the little marker until you got fucked over. You know what I mean? I personally haven't, because someone on my first event I ever did, some guy was like, make sure you check for counterfeits. And I didn't realize I was setting up at a sesh with a subcool seed booth. Because I didn't know what the fuck the place was until I got in there, and I was like, holy shit, this is definitely not like a place that the people are going to want to buy seeds. They want like straight flower and dabs and stuff. But yeah, it was a shady ass spot with shady people. The whole thing was fucking mad shady, and then you get all paranoid, like, because there's a lot of action going on, and fake money's an actual thing, and you wouldn't even think of that until you get, like I said, until you get fucked over.
Sucks.
So we got to be on. So we got security though. You know what I mean? Couple of peacemakers. See, vendors don't have to go through the fucking metal detectors and shit, so we can do whatever the fuck we want.
What's the name of this? What's the name of the event?
Yeah.
It's Turptown Throwdown. It's in Spencer, Mass. I posted something on my Instagram. So yeah, so it's gonna be me and my wife, and then Miss Jill and her friend in the booth, and it's gonna be pretty cool. There's supposed to be today was the last day of the price. The price already got increased on the tickets. Today was the last day before they increased it one more time. So now the fucking tickets are, I don't even know what they are, expensive though. But I think it's because it's getting filled. It's only got a 10,000 person capacity at a time. So, and there's a bunch of big name, like, because it's not just like cannabis, it's music and art. So like Danny Danko, we all know him. He grew up in Boston actually doing graffiti. He was a spray paint dude. And so he's gonna be there not only as a judge for like the the grow competition, but he's also gonna be, he does a to give the graffiti artists like a big section of wall. I think it's probably a good like 20, maybe 12 by 20-foot section of like pretty much a big a big white canvas wall. And then they get to go and make whatever the design they want. And yeah, there's gonna be shit like that there. So actually, the last one they had, Danny did his graffiti thing. I forget what the hell the name was that he put on it, but it took him a long time, and the shit was so hot that day. And if you look back on my Instagram, right after he was done, he was soaked in sweat, and I also didn't realize the dude's only like fucking 5 feet tall. So I'm like standing next to him, like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, you want to get a picture? And he was just fucking so slimy because he was like dripping in sweat. And he was like down there. And I was like, damn, because I'm only 5'9", but I towered over him.
I got a picture.
But he's actually pretty.
He's
a
so
good graffiti
short.
artist. He knows what he's doing.
Sorry,
No, that's cool.
he is so short.
Actually,
dude.
that I slipped him a because I know one of his favorite strains was strawberry coffee. So I gave him like a nice pre-roll of strawberry daiquiri from the one that Badger made for Subcool, and because that has it in it, so I knew he was gonna enjoy it. I don't know if he ever did or not. I probably gave it or threw it in the trash for all I know, but I tried to slip him a Mickey. Yeah, there's do you guys ever hear of a guy Collie Buds, like a reggae sounding? So it's that dude's one of the headliners, and it's just also his birthday. So
there you go. Yeah, he had a couple good ones.
So we're not allowed, as vendors aren't allowed in the backstage or any of that shit because of COVID and security and all that crap, because they have like tour bus parking spots for all those dudes. And but it's the dude's birthday, so as vendors we're allowed to give him if we want a birthday present. But the dude was like very precise to like say, like, if you give him anything, make sure it's got your logo on it, because he's gonna, whatever he does with it could bring you some fame and fortune type thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you never,
like,
heard of him you never heard of him before? I heard of him before, yeah, dude.
Oh, I don't know. I listen to reggae here and there, but my buddy started talking all kinds of smack. He's like, I don't fucking think I'm going there listening to some fucking white boy reggae shit.
He's a cracker,
fucking started wigging out.
He's a cracker. He is. And so he's not really, he's young reggae. He's not roots reggae. He's not real reggae in my eye. You know what I mean?
I think it might even be like island music over reggae, if there's a slight difference. Johnny Canicedo was actually telling me that, and then I noticed on his thing that he was up for some island award, and I know he lives in Bermuda because he's going back to Bermuda after like the event. But I'm thinking, like, I don't know if I should even give him a birthday present, because did he give me a fucking birthday present? You know what I mean? The fuck out of here. Should I?
There you go. I like that. I think you should write a reggae tune, dude.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah, because I already know I'm going on stage and getting that award for the grow contest. So while I'm up there, maybe I can grab the mic and do some work
Yeah.
Yo, Bingus dropped out. I didn't even say goodbye. I don't know if he's
Yeah.
listening, but hey, Bingus.
You
later.
said bye in the chat thing.
I know. I didn't miss it. I missed it. And yeah, I'm back and forth to chat and turning off the microphone.
No, you
But
don't even
yeah,
know what's
so-
going on tomorrow. Listen to this shit. So tomorrow, my wife decided to tell me today that the fucking hen house is gonna be full tomorrow. My stepson's having the baby. They're supposed to have like a fucking baby shower tomorrow for him. I didn't even know if dude has a baby shower, but she's having all her friends and all these kids coming over tomorrow. I'm like, fuck. You know what I mean? I gotta wake up early. We're still in this heat wave over here. Mow the lawn, clean up the dog shit, clean up the house and everything. Like, got fucking time for that right now. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of clucking, bitching, talking shit and everything. You get a bunch of
Yo.
ladies together. You know what I mean?
Get Huey to clean up the yard. It'll take his mind off of things.
No, it's like, so if any of their fucking husbands come, that's when we go on the front porch and fishbowl the whole goddamn neighborhood. I swear to God, I think those people at the ice cream place, they owe me money because I know for a fact that all those people go back and get fucking seconds from all the fucking secondhand smoke they're getting off me. You know what I mean?
That's fucking hilarious. They're catching the
it-
munchies at the ice
It actually sucks living right here too because they have like 18 wheelers of like Pepsi and shit, and it's literally they're dropping the ramps and fucking dragging dollies around, and my dog's fucking pissed every single fucking truckload, and it's like every day, and they're like right in front of my house, so it's a lot of action right here for being on the corner. And then you go into my neighborhood and it's dead silence, it's pitch black, just like SoCal, all crickets and nothing else. And then you get onto this corner right here, and it's just nonstop craziness. It's fucking night and day difference.
That is crazy. Seems like it keeps you on your toes.
Does. Plus, I got nothing better to do. I don't even watch TV. I just watch all the action go down around me.
Dude, everybody should gather up their TVs and destroy them right now. That's my advice.
You don't need to destroy the TV. Just
Destroy the TV.
disconnect.
Smiley, destroy your TVs.
It's all programming.
That's it. There's no way around it, kid. Just destroy the TV entirely. It brings nothing. Anything that it gives you, you
Dude, if I
get.
destroy the TV, if I destroy the TV, how am I gonna watch like 90 Day Fiance, man?
And you can cast you can cast this exact show on your TV. So
You
it's
can watch
my
it on-
daughter. My daughter's even when she was like, because she's 13 now. So when she was 12, she would walk around the house. This is true fucking shit. She'd walk around the house saying, "This is Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram." She said that like, because that's what she'd hear all the time. When I roll my own. I smoke cigarettes and I roll my own. So in the morning when I'm rolling them, because most of the time I'm not up at night, and I'll put you guys on in the morning when I'm rolling my cigarettes, and then my daughter will hear it. So she hears all you guys talking and goofing around and shit. She hears it all.
Cool.
That's fucking awesome, by the way.
Hell yeah.
What's up, Mr. Robert Greenfingers?
Cheers.
That is awesome.
I hear the
Oh.
crickets.
Yeah, Greenfingers got quieter ones though.
Yeah, they're trying to make noise. I keep getting smoke in my eye.
You know, my outdoor this year,
Cricket.
my outdoor this year is bug free so far. I sprayed caterpillar killer like early in season when you have moths, not when you have caterpillars, so they don't lay their
There you go.
eggs. And that's like a main fucking learning lesson to do that before. And a couple of hits on Dr. Zymes. Other than that, it hasn't been much of shit. So really lucked out. The
You're going
beetle,
back.
you know what's actually helping? I told fucking Stony Rockefeller this too, and he was like, "Duh, you're gonna have my daughter see this." But because I said my fucking pool is helping keep the beetles away, because all those little fucking those little beetles that chew on your leaves, they're all floating dead in my pool. So
There
that's
you
actually
go.
helping keep the bugs away too.
Yeah, that helped in my garden. I put 2 little buckets of water and it's catching all kinds of bugs.
Yep, and I have the marigolds. I dumped like 2 packs of seeds in a 3-gallon into the 3-gallon pots, and now it's like a huge, overgrown afro of fucking marigolds just coming out of there now. It's like crazy. That's definitely helping because whatever's gonna eat anything's gonna get to those first.
I used to put buckets of turpentine and linseed oil scattered through my outdoor. I'll
Them
tell you
there,
what,
real crickets.
it doesn't work for the crickets apparently. But no, you put some of that in your garden out there, and that shit just it'll drive every bug out of your entire neighborhood, except for crickets.
Any of you guys out there use the Honeywell fans on your indoor? You know the fucking Walmart Honeywells? They have oscillating ones now, and they I think they shoot out like the fan is a good like 30-35 feet that it blows the wind out at, and it's actually really good for fucking because you can hang them upside down in the greenhouse and underneath the canopy and shit, rather than using these bigger ones. And these things move a lot of air for a little thing. So these things are worth checking out. I actually put them in my flower room in the indoor too.
I would take those black Honeywells and I would put them on the bottom, on the floor in my grow room and point them up towards the ceiling.
Yeah, but they never oscillated before, right? Now they have oscillating
No.
ones, so that's fucking kind of cool.
Over here in Asia, in Thailand and Cambodia, Mitsubishi makes a fan that's ceiling mounted or wall mounted. And it moves back. Not only does it go back and forth, but it also does like a figure 8. It's almost like on a ball type thing. So you're getting air movement in all directions. I think they're really cool, and check them out.
Yeah, that's one thing I had to do in order to get the greenhouse right, is have my electrician come over and explain what I was doing, because I had him actually wire my my indoor grow, and I have him put outlets on the ceilings, because that's what lights like plug in, instead of have them on the wall sides of the wall, like the outlets. And I wanted him to run an outlet outside for the pool that doesn't share power with anything else in the house, because the pool filter sucks up a lot of fucking juice. But then, like, when the pool comes down, that's perfect time for me to be putting my cover on my greenhouse, and that's when I need to plug in the fans. And if I needed a dehumidifier in there, I got that. I just run a hose right out the bottom so it doesn't collect, and I actually bucket that hose, that water out of the dehumidifier just to water the plants with. Yeah, now I got an outlet designated for outdoor stuff that doesn't share with anything on the inside, because I had problems like everyone does when you start fucking blowing fuses and doing this and that, because you have too much shit going on. So I had to break down and get a whole a brand new like panel box, the whole fucking shebang. Costed all kinds of money and time and shit, but you know what? Well worth it in the end, and it's over and done with, and no worries since.
Yeah, it's smart. I just did the same thing, redid it and put it in a sub box and hired the electricians to do it right. Actually, it was kind of nice though. They came out and I kind of cobbled things together to get it all going, and they pointed out like 5, 6 different things that were like probably not the best way to do it. So they fixed all those while they were there too. So apparently grounds are important.
So Smiley, nice talk on a future cannabis project the other day. I was checking that out last night when I wasn't on. I was watching that shit, or the night before when I wasn't on, I was watching that shit. And kind of happened chance that you had the interview with Don, and you know you when you had your soil test the last time, you were kind of high in the manganese there, and kind of talking with Don, he offered the solution of the trichoderm, right? Uh, to kind of handle that.
Trichoderma will help with it. Yeah, I knew that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cool part I took away from that was he kind of mentioned it in passing, and then I tried to get him to talk about it a little more too. But the mycetes, he mentioned how they're manganese oxidizers. So I don't know, just it clicked with me because there's a correlation that like Scott from Progressive Soil notices with the level of omycetes playing a role in powdery mildew actually affecting the garden, and reducing those levels in the soil, you'll not see powdery mildew is kind of his claim. But at what Don Huber was talking about and what he saw actually kind of correlates with that, because I never really knew what the tie would be between, you know, oomycete, which is technically like a water mold in the soil, but it's like Fusarium, Pythium, Phytophthora, or whatever, all these different diseases that we know are in that category. But then what he was saying is it's oxidizing manganese and limiting that, and it's weakening the plant's ability to make its own defense mechanisms and its own immune system. So that's where the susceptibility comes into powdery mildew to infect and all that. So.
Smiley, you ever hear of a product called No Fly?
I have, yeah. That's like an OG Bible War one, ain't it?
I guess it's like a mycoside that'll like kind of turn like when it lands on the pest or whatever you have, rather than like kill it, it'll turn it into like a fuzzy pile of fucking mycelium, and it starts growing on its back of the fucking thing, and it's fucking crazy. It'll walk around with like fuzzy white mycelium growing on its back for like a day before it actually dies. You know what I mean? It's fucking creepy, but that sounds kind of cool, right? I don't know. I guess it's a big thing in the Emerald Triangle, and a lot of people use it. And that's another Soil King approved product. And so I got a bunch of samples of that, and the shit's kind of expensive, but I'm gonna end up trying it myself, like I said, before I bring any of this to the world over here. But
do you know offhand what the active ingredient is? That like a Bavaria bassiana? Because I think it.
I wouldn't even fucking. I have the pamphlet and all the info like in my house.
I was gonna say, I want to say, if I remember right, that had like a consortium of stuff. So it was like Bavaria, and it was like a couple predatory bacteria thing, and like, so there's a few different.
Your mic's super low, Smiley.
Is it? I'll set it in front of me there. Is that better?
Much better. I just hate for such good information not to be heard, brother.
Oh no, that's fine. Sound like I'm screaming.
Well, I guess the first thing I would have to do is wait till I have some sort of a pest problem, so I can try it on it. And right now, smooth sailing. So that's always a bonus.
Yeah.
Is that the stuff that turned them into zombies? pretty much. And they climb to the highest part of the tree and then just sit there and die.
Yeah, it's a cordyceps type mushroom.
Fungus goes through their brain or something, right?
You know, Monday when the Monday after Terp Town, if I can come on, I'm gonna I'll bring the pamphlet out so I can kind of know what the fuck I'm talking about more. But I also, this was like this was before the 420. Actually, it was on the 420 give. I hopped on 420 and did a giveaway, and I remember it was from Last Valley Seeds donated it. There was 100 pack of hemp seeds. There was a bunch of fucking shit in there, and no one claimed the prize. And I still have it for the winner, and I still have the winner's name written down, and I don't remember off the top of my head what it is. So I'm gonna bring the paper out so the person can hopefully claim the prize. Because right now we're pushing probably, I don't know how many months now, but I still got it for you.
That's cool.
So we'll square that away. Oh, just throw it back in if no one fucking wants it. I'll just throw it in the trash if no one wants it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mondays are the wormhole, man. You should be able to find.
Yeah, it's just the timing. Like I said, I'm gonna be getting up early to get all my back X-rays and shit done, and then I'm gonna try to go back to bed so I can actually be up later on.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna hop off so I can fucking I gotta be up early and apparently go mow the lawn and clean all the dog shit before the hens come scratching. You know what I
Get
mean?
your chores done, man.
Yep. But it's been real, and I will see you guys hopefully like on that Monday after, and I will show you my fucking award-winning fucking shit because that's
Okay.
how we do over here, son. We're
There
in
you
Billy
go, buddy.
Farms. Oh,
Peace out. Peace out, Miranda.
Yeah, good luck on the grandkid too, man.
oh yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, man. Have a good night.
Let's go.
Hey, I don't know if y'all know or care, but tonight there's supposed to be a meteor shower going on. So I'm kind of sitting here. I'm actually laying on the roof next to this cricket tree, checking this thing out. It's pretty cool.
That's cool.
You mean them things aren't even right next to you?
Dude, they're in the tree, like above my head.
They must like your cannabis.
No, that's the funny thing is they're nowhere near the garden. They're up in this damn tree out in the backyard.
It's got to be a bird that would eat them things.
See, I'm telling you, I'm about to go buy an iguana and just let his ass loose up that tree.
Some geckos or something, yeah. It's got to be a local lizard, you guys.
Oh, dude, we got freaking all kinds of lizards out here. They just don't seem to like the crickets in this tree. That or the cat keeps killing them off before they get to the tree. Sick of chasing fucking, three-legged lizards through my house, man.
Oh, it's funny though. Cricket army.
Hey, better crickets than grasshoppers, right?
Yeah. So we got to do the DNA talk. You guys get into these like DNA conversations and shit when I'm not on, and then like never when I'm on.
I was just getting ready to kind of reintroduce it a little bit because I'm still curious about it a little bit. Do you, and I'll, because I've got a couple of new people on from last night. Do you guys think that the difference in terps from one place to another can signal changes in one room for another? My example were the pine terps. How, I've had a couple of strains that were known to be pine terps. Even the J1 that Jack sent pine. It gets here and it's dragon fruit. So do you think you could like backtrack to see what's up with my environment, what it's strong into that brings out the dragon fruit terps or flavor?
I definitely think there is.
It's because you wanted pine. That's why. It's that simple. If you wanted dragon fruit, it would have turned up pine. That's all. What do you want, man? That's the universe. No, I'm fucking with you.
You don't want it. I have one that comes with sweet meat every time. So this is the first time I got a different garden. I'll be able to tell now. I'm not using the same stuff. So if it doesn't smell like sweet meat, then it's the different place.
No,
Nah,
I
if it was
mean,
a cut,
obviously,
it wasn't a cut though. So it could have just been,
it was a cut.
Oh,
It
it
was a
was?
cut.
Really?
J1 was sent as a cut, and it was super piney on the West Coast. I grew it out here, dragon fruit. Same thing.
Wow.
That's what I was saying last night. I mean, even if it was like an epigenetic drift, as Red Pill was saying last night, it would have, kindly gradually faded that way. I would have had pine for a little while and
It
then,
would have, right,
drifted dragon fruit, but it was
right.
dragon from first harvest. So could
Wow.
you think that we're going to come to a time where you can look at it like a dragon fruit terp and be like, oh, it takes this type of environment to bring the dragon fruit out of a pine, plant. You think that's what I'm asking? You think you could like backtrack to almost diagnose an environment, basically?
Right. I could do a commercial for one of those guys with the tracking. If Eagle had used Pulse, where it tracks humidity, temperature, and water temperature, he could reenact that thing and make it a dragon fruit every time. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, Mingus
Yeah.
was saying like a gastrometer, which I could think, and I don't think it's just like air and humidity and all that. I think it's environmental pressures as well,
So
funguses, whatever that
let me ask you
in
this.
the air.
Did you send the sample off to the person who said it was pine? And they said, wow, you made dragon fruit out of that cut. Well, how the fuck did that happen?
No, I should have sent a sample back just
Yeah,
to
you
see if they could
should.
taste it.
What if your nose is fucked up? Or what if his
No,
nose is fucked
I
up?
thought that too. I thought
Okay.
that too, but see,
Okay.
I was a little bit of the chilumpium yesterday, which, as it was growing, is a heavy pine smell. Now, after I plucked a little bit out of my herbs now and I smoked it, I was like, "Fuck, this is dragon fruit. This is berry. I've got berry again. Woody berry, dragon fruit." But during flower, it's pine, or at least some of the other fine notes are
Another thing that I didn't mention yesterday is alpha pinene, or pinene is a monoterpene, so maybe it's going, gassing off, leaving whatever terpenes are after.
And here's another one to throw a twister into it for you, Miley. It's not just the J1. It's been every pine strain that's passed through here. So the Tiger King was piney. Yep, the Tiger King was piney, but when it was smokable, it was berry. Xmas did the same thing, and now Chilumbiums do it. So, head scratch.
Damn monoterps.
Yeah, cool. And do you dry it in a cold spot?
That's what I was just gonna ask: is do we know if pining is a monoterp or a sesquiterp? I don't know, man.
I don't know. I don't know nothing about that.
Well, I don't think it's a sesquiterp, but someone can fact check it right now.
So like limonene, I know is one
monoterp.
Yeah.
I don't know, but the last that I harvested doesn't have much smell at all, but it gets me fucking stoned.
Gets me stoned. As far as that expression, oh, go ahead, Captain.
I had some Venom OG in California and in Michigan, and I was lucky to get some of it here from Thailand that was grown here in Thailand, and it didn't taste anything compared to what it was back in Michigan. I can't remember exactly the taste it was in California, but I remember back in Michigan, and it was completely different. So I think you know, Jackson, Southern California, I think he's in more of my climate, and taking it to Michigan, like you guys were saying, maybe the terpene of pining is escaping somehow, or the pressure and the change is why you're getting the passion fruit out of it because of the colder climates and not the hotter, longer days or the hotter climates of Southern California.
See, I really think that right now, between all of us, we actually have a real chance to figure out if the environment can change the DNA or the structure or whatever of the plant with the ones that Eagles got over there in life support. They went from an environment to a different environment and then back to the original environment. So I think that'll tell us right there if the environment is going to change the entire structure or the growth or the terpenes or anything like that. I think it's actually a great test.
Well, terroir, we know that's real, right? Is that what we're talking about now? Just the terroir, like it's what's in the ground and the air and the water is going to make it what it is. So every region's different. It's aboriginal, like it would be considered like its own place by the county it's in, I guess, or by what water runs through it.
Right, but if you take if you take a cut and you take that cut out of its born environment,
I think we're wrong.
Somewhere else, and then bring it back to its original environment, is that second environment going to change it and add or subtract certain things from that specific cut?
Let me tell you guys something. You take the pizza recipe from the guy in New York City and you go make it in Ohio,
It ain't gonna work.
It ain't the same.
No, but you can get close, It's just those microbes.
You can get close.
Microbes are going to make it different. Regional microbes and bacteria, beneficial bacteria.
And they say the bagels too. And they say it's something about the water.
The water.
Yeah. So that's just one ingredient. That's what they say. I don't know how true
I
it is.
believe that to an extent. I think that's one portion of the pie it's going on. And I think it's the culture, because my dad, I didn't take him serious until I experienced it, but he would tell me that pizza it's the best on the East Coast and it gets progressively worse.
I was going to say, I eat a lot of pizza from everywhere, but overall though, Mr. Greenfingers, there's good pizza everywhere, but overall, dude, man, you get pizza that's cooked in New York City proper, a couple of those old spots. And like you're saying, you can find good pizza. Like Philadelphia, they got a famous joint, Pennsylvania, whatever. But it ain't the same, man.
We got California Pizza Kitchen. It's in freezers. The fucking weakest thing ever.
A sushi pizza, maybe. California sushi pizza.
Mexican pizza. That's my shit.
Cheers, Paul.
Yeah, what's up, kid?
Cheers, Paul.
So what's your thoughts on the genetic expression, Paul?
Yeah, I can't hear you. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's muted, but I can't hear him.
That happened to me yesterday. Or the day.
You might have to log out and come back. Sometimes that's just easier.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nah,
So
nah.
what do you guys think
I know
about?
nothing.
I got another question to ask, or hypothesis or something to ponder on at least.
You're wrong, Red Pill.
Yeah.
I didn't even get started yet.
I love myself.
So
What
what's with strains that people can keep around for a real long time, like ChemDog, supposedly ChemDog 91. It's been around as old as me. You know what I mean? And that goes to everyone's garden. This guy's garden, your garden, my garden, my grandma's garden, your great granddaddy's garden. Everyone's growing ChemDog, and it always comes out fire. So it's an old ass cut, and it's been passed around. So what's going on there?
Yeah.
Which ChemDog are you talking about exactly?
Chem 91.
91.
91.
Well, I would say I would venture to say all of them. The 4, the D, the Cis. They're all good.
One was the hardest to fucking pop seeds for me. I couldn't get one to pop.
D. But no, those are all clone only pieces.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But what's with the plant? Why is it so good? Despite being a clone, being kept as a clone for 30 years, basically.
I still think it gets expressed differently in different rooms. And that's like a lot of the argument about, in my opinion, the argument about like, oh, people make comments like, oh, these elite cuts suck. And I think in a lot of cases they're getting an elite cut and it's whatever grown in a different environment and it didn't come out the way that it would have. That kind of got its recognition, you know what I'm saying? Just like Blue Dream, for example, that's a notorious one. Like the people that love it are like, dude, if you don't love it, you haven't even had the real Blue Dream. And that's probably
People
really
that
true.
love Blue Dream are vestiges of red states where they think that's like the most popular strain still.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, that was a realization I had early on when guys were growing out shit, because I always wanted to smoke White Widow, and to this day I don't know that I've ever smoked a decent White Widow cut. But people would grow it out. I knew like 3 people growing it out, and every fucking one of them tasted different. And that's when I was like, I gotta grow this shit myself, man. Like,
But White Widow was a seed. That wasn't a elite cut, really. I don't think.
right, but I'm just saying, like, I knew enough to go, this wasn't a good
This is the same,
representation of
right?
White Widow.
Yeah.
But how many people would have smoked that and been like, oh, I smoked White Widow and that's bullshit, that ain't nothing. But they really didn't, right? Like, they didn't get the true example of it, you know.
Yep.
It's all subjective.
So like the
Water.
hype is hype because it fucking was a banger at some point in somebody's room. You know what I mean? Whether it was for you or not, I don't know.
Right. I heard you, Paul. Water.
Water, the air,
Hell yeah. there you go.
soil. What's in the soil?
Temperature, the biology that's in the soil, the biology that's in the air, the biology you apply to it, all that shit.
How many crystals you got hanging around?
Well, even to the point of like, you know, are you doing hormone balancing stuff too? So if you're,
Are you transitioning currently?
Crystals.
Oh wait, not those kind of hormones. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
My bad.
you're
That
not
goes back
doing.
on-
well,
if you're
I
not-
mean, like cytokinin or auxin, are you controlling? You know, nutrition can play a role in that. Like, how are you feeding the plant, and also like, are you foliar spraying some kind of a hormone? Gibberellin's kind of a common one.
And
That's
still,
you put the gibber in gibberish.
nice.
If you're not doing Brigham yoga with purpose to extend energy to your plants, you are not giving them what they really need, man.
My plant needs to be a vegan. Somebody said that. I don't know
After
why.
meditating for 4 hours, of course.
So it's all Aboriginal. It's a regional. Then each street has a different flavor. Due to bionutrients and micronutrients or whatever.
I don't know. I've heard a few different inputs. Eagle mentioned one the other night, which was Terpinator, and Terpinator is the same thing I noticed. Is it laid the same kind of flavor through all, like all the buds started tasting the same. Didn't matter what you fucking strain it was. If you were
Joji said
adding
the
that, it
same
tasted the
thing.
same. I've heard people say the same thing in relation to some of the bat guano teas or some of those things. That's not been my experience. I'm just saying I've heard that about those.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say that about
The
bud
one
candy.
I'm thinking of is Bud Swell in the liquid jug, the yellow labeled Bud Swell or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
One, like you can taste that shit. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, a
How
lot of
many
mine.
people
Go ahead.
did you ever eat some of that, man? Tastes good.
well, no, but it's to the point of like your inputs can matter into that too. You know, like the flavor or how it was.
Yeah,
And yeah,
yeah.
I told you guys, right? No blood meal. You got to use your own blood. A pint into every cubic yard. Your own blood. Yeah.
Your blood as a child, though. You have to use your blood as
16-year-old. You got to.
Yeah.
Well,
in
that
the
way
refrigerator,
the
right?
microbiome in the soil knows how to make the plant
how to change it.
medicine for your
To make it-
microbiome. You gotta have at least a pint of blood in there, right, Tom?
That's why you need 1 scoop of soil from all the native ground that you steal a plant from.
I know
Like,
your
take
blood
that plant.
only made on the real full moon, Tal. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Full moon, bloodletting.
Mhm. Get the demons out and the sickness.
That's right.
I'm gonna do that right now. I'll be back. Yeah, Joji said the same thing. Though. Kevin Joji said the same thing about 3 different people in one of the golden tarps had used the same inputs, made their stuff taste like grapes. All 3 competitors, and he went and asked people what they used, and they all said the same input from around the corner, and all of their stuff tasted very similar.
Yeah, the same compost pile.
Yeah,
He
same
said,
compost.
Yep,
From the
yep.
same- Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
and mine all taste like sweet meat, and they're all different strains. But then I did open pollinate them together, and they all taste like fucking. Some of them have this fucking sweet meat, smells like rotten meat, but then it smells like candy on top of it. It's like, I don't know.
I've noticed for me that I always get like a burned rubber smell towards the beginning,
I
and
get
then
half of mine.
and then that'll turn into like if I get that burned rubber, it turns into either a gas or really like fruity, like candy almost.
Mine turns fancy and fruity at the same time. It's crazy. It's like hash
All
candy.
right. Listen, I have this one plant. I don't know about all that. So listen, I have a plant, and I grow it a long time now, and it looks totally different sometimes. All right, looks totally different, but at the end of the day, I know it's the plant because of the smell of it. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, I know what
So
you
I
mean.
think some strains have a more consistency over environment, and some strains might be affected a lot more. Is what I'm saying with that statement.
There's, I see a lot of cannabis from Southern Ohio, and I can tell during the hotter times of the year, the cannabis isn't as good as the colder times of the year. And it really shows up in the potency and how much it really tastes, because the bubble gum that I smoke for helping me with post-traumatic stress disorder, I have to really watch, because when it does get hotter, it turns more towards the sativa side of it. And what really helps me is that more fruity flavor of the more indica side, which shows up during the colder times of the year. And I know this because I know the garden is grown in, and you know, even in the summer in the same area, grown at a different location with the right amount of air conditioning and cooling, it turns out more of the indica type. But with the hotter temperatures, it turns to the sativa side of the plant. And this is a cut that's been grown 12, 13 years now.
Has it been acclimatized to the climate that you're growing it in? Is that like growing 10 years in the same spot, or so over 7 years, I guess? Like that would be
It's
a
same garden.
Yeah, see, like mine
Well,
were
bubble gum is kind of like chemdog, right? That's something that's been around since the 80s, early 90s.
I grow a lot of bubblegum phenos, and I like to keep the room as cold as possible during the last 3 weeks of flower at night. Air conditioner on most of the time.
for the plant prefers to be cold.
It's the coolest room in my house right now. It's 72 in there.
Plant grew up in Indiana, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's why my plants love the heat and they won't grow unless there's heat. Like they stay small, squatty. Like you're saying, in the cold they stay indica, and in the heat they get real big sativa. So there is something to it, I guess.
They foxtail out more with the heat, it seems like.
There's also things you can do that we know trigger responses in the plant. Like, so one of the
Bottom
things,
branch trimming and topping and
well, aloe vera, like for one, triggers a SAR response in a plant. Or there's another, like Axiom is one that people were talking about. That's a harpin protein. It triggers another response in a plant. Insect frass or chitin is another one guys talk about that can stimulate different responses through the root zone in the plant. Well, if you're stimulating these different things, that's different compounds in the plant that it's making, and those are typically secondary metabolites, which are going to be in the categories of all the things we think are cool, cannabinoids, terpenes, flavonoids, whatever.
yeah.
How you stimulate that plant can matter big time for that, I think. And that I've heard too some discussion, and it might have been who's the guy, the terpene doctor guy that everybody talks to. I'm drawing a blank on his name right now, but Ethan Russo was talking, like, that's one of the difficulties they have with trying to grow cultivars, like even indoors where they're controlling environments. Like they were noticing different terpene expressions and cannabinoid expressions from the plant from a new HPS bulb to after running one cycle on it to the second cycle, they would notice that the degradation in the bulb from one cycle of run, which typically we don't notice a lot with in yield or whatever measures, but they were noticing that after testing like terpene, that they could not get the same expression out of the plant in a repeated yield. So whether your nose picks it up, which I think we all do because we've all run a similar cut for a long time, and you notice fucking slight differences. Oh, this isn't quite the same. It's whatever detail. But I think we all see that happen too. And it's what we're all talking about right now is just how that, the variables that are uncontrollable to us do dictate how that plant's getting expressed,
So it's all environmentally derived, I guess. Yeah.
Like my understanding is like the DNA of the genetic that we always talk about or whatever, like that's the, to talk of it like in a computer program sense, like that's the programmed response from that plant, right? Like for whatever we're talking about environmentally, whether it's a nutrient or biology or temperature or whatever, like that's what that DNA expresses through that based off them environmental inputs, you know. So it's
Could
like,
we also argue that that's chemovar?
and that's what it kicks out, kind of thing.
I'd
But
love
couldn't
to
we-
have a barometric chamber room and see what happens and do this type of testing and that type of conditions where you can fluctuate and keep everything steady. I think that's where the test would have to be done to actually see, you know, okay, you know, just because we changed this, we got this terpene to come out or this one to disappear. So, you know,
Yeah, because barometric
That would be-
pressure plays a role. That's something outside of most people's control for sure. You know what I mean? What if it is a high or a low pressure that was coming through your area and you didn't fucking realize you're controlling temperatures to a T, all the fucking parameters you can think of, right? And then it's just whatever. It was the solar flare that came out a month ago and fucking
grand solar minimum or maximum, whatever.
well,
one.
yeah, I mean, like whatever, you know, it disturbed the radio, the magnetic field of the fucking planet some way, and boom, all the planets did something different.
All that stuff. I think it all has to do with something. Even the fucking chemtrails, especially the chemtrails, more than definitely, like they're putting colloidal silver out there and colloidal copper and then shooting it through the atmosphere and all kinds of other hard metals that I can't even think of. So it's like,
One threat to humanity is geoengineering.
Is that part of the shading program? You're gonna shade out the sunlight.
yeah, no, well, it's affecting our soil, all of our plants. I've only grown my plants and only like in one spot. So this is the first time I get a different, like another shot at these genetics. So if they don't perform like they did, it's because everything that we're talking about. I'm in a brand new spot with nothing that I had before. Like it's all different. So the outcome has to be different. It's just gonna flavors, except for I guess how true the genetics were. That's all that I could depend on. Like exotic mate or whatever. What the hell's the name? Exotic genetics. They had some really strong flavors that they didn't like. The males left their mark. Like when they did their job. Like each one kept its flavor. Like crazy. So, like, I'll see this year.
Yeah, just like the blue lights and different spectrum we know affect plants different ways. Morphology, I bet it does through the terpene and all that too, you know.
I've been working on a top dressing to put on my plants. And I took all my quail manure, quail shit. It was like 5 buckets. Half of it was decomposed. Other half was kind of new. And I filled a bucket with water and silt from the ocean when I was clamming. I could see like foam. It almost reminded me of like an IMO from the ocean or an IMO from the forest, but from the ocean. So I scooped up all of this silt and like sand, foamy live bacteria stuff from the ocean, dumped it in the water. It dumped that all over my quail shit, let it ferment for a month or two until it all evaporated. And I dumped it into a cement mixer. And I've been saving all my eggshells from I work in the culinary industry. So I shrimp, lobster shells. And I've crushed it all. I probably had about 10 pounds.
We're losing.
And I threw it all, mixed it all
You
together.
froze. Are you froze?
I was wondering if it was me.
I It sucks, Paul. I think we lost it dropping out.
So can like the seashells and stuff? Can you is there a way to like speed that up? Could you Bakashi that and like edit in like a tea or something like that, water it in versus putting it in the soil and waiting for it to break down?
The only way that I know or have any idea to understanding of speeding it up would be like carbon and nitrogen ratio. So like putting a lot of green material with it might, but I don't know for sure. I was gonna suggest actually sending it out to get tested and see what's going on with it for $50 and whatever postage. Because especially if you're gonna apply a large amount, or if you have a large amount, you'd have an idea. But Soil Doctor just had a story on his IG about that. He got some 2-year-old sheep manure or whatever, and he was all excited about it, and then he ended up sending it out to get tested, and it was way fucking jacked up with different sodium and whatever else, and pH was way fucking high. So he's got to do some things to it, you know what I mean?
Kind of like the big panels. I sat back a little bit, got some trimming done. It's break time. It's break time. Time to smoke one. For me, anyways.
It's about that time smoking. Have you guys looked up the fucking animation of like DNA transcription or any of that shit? It's fucking wild, dude. They're little machines.
See that little seashell? I don't think you can. It's really small. That little white thing on the tip of my finger. They're all throughout the whole sand in my front yard, backyard, everywhere.
Are those the ones Shelly got at the seashore?
Where the hell is it? There it is. Doesn't want to focus. There it is. Little ass shell. I found this. It's a piece of glass, pretty much. Like silica, all heated. It's like razor sharp, like lava. Right in my front yard, there was like an old fucking volcano, I guess, or a spout to a volcano. Because there's circles of rocks with all different fucking, just like in Thousand Palms. I forget I'm on the fault line. I'm fucking dumb sometimes. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm all amazed by the shit that I find. It's like all fucking signs of like disaster, natural disaster. Crazy.
Crazy.
Sorry, guys.
Everybody's stoned. Everybody's like,
Yeah,
Shit.
I am.
I am quite guilty of that, man. I actually, but part of the reason I cambered off there was, of course, I was getting some trimming done. Secondly, I enjoyed some truffles somebody passed me, and the fuckers were strong. They came on right quick, and got a little camera shy there. Just a little camera shot.
that's all right.
No worries, man.
They did too. I'm sure if I went back and watched it, I could probably see the moment when they hit, man. I was like, woof. Instantly just kind of faded me. I was like, holy fuck. Live on air too. That you can tell too. That's about the time I stopped looking into the camera. I was like, oh shit, man, I was looking at me.
fucking awesome.
We've reached a comfortable cruising altitude, though.
Psychedelic sclerotia. Truffles.
I still say Captain 420 needs to get a handful of shrooms on his flight home.
No, that'd be madness. That'd be madness.
Dude, what could be better than cruising around in an airplane watching whales jump out of the clouds?
That was right about the time when we were talking about this the first time, and when they were really fucking coming on. And I'm thinking, no, I wouldn't want to be in a plane right now. Fuck that shit.
I get antsy, man. No fucking.
No, I was actually handling stuff the other day since I'm getting ready to leave, and I'm getting things together for friends here, and I'm handling it. And I figured I took a microdose in the morning, and I think handling it, I absorbed a lot more. But yeah, I had to go for a walk. If I took mushrooms, I'd be locked in the fucking bathroom. That would not be a good, no.
The same way, you got to move around. You got to be able to move around, man. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely. You got to be able to go outside.
You
have to. There's got to be a little patch of woods you could run into. All right, what was the best? Where was the best spot you ever, or best time you ever did? I guess either or, shrooms or acid or something like that.
Disneyland. Hands down, fucking Disneyland.
Disneyland?
There you go. I could see that. I could see that. Dude, let me tell you. So I did acid in college. I did it a bunch. I must have did it at least 20 times. Probably about 20 times. And every single time was my face hurt from smiling the next day. But dudes, Halloween in the college town, tripping and just bar hopping, dude. Oh my God, that is the best, dude. But we went with two chicks. I went with two chicks and we all did fucking a hit of acid. And dude, yeah, that was the funniest shit ever. And yeah, I think laughing is good therapy. It's a spiritual journey on its own.
Halloween's a great time for psychedelics, man. Halloween is fucking fun. One of the better times, I think.
Dude, people with masks on, bro, it was tripping. And the chick that I was with, she would just start laughing. And yeah, it's just awesome, especially if everybody there is like, whatever, like, yeah, tripping is awesome if under the right circumstances. It is the best fucking thing you could probably ever do in your existence, is my opinion.
3 years ago for Halloween here in Chiang Mai, I was tripping, and it was just wonderful to walk around, because you walk around and it's basically the only time of the year that you can actually laugh at everybody and get away with it, because a lot of people are dressed up and, oh, he's laughing at me. Okay, no, I'm tripping my fucking balls off. This is hilarious. But yeah, it's the only time of year you can get away with it. And Southern Ohio, there's a college town in Athens that they're known for their Halloween parties and the bars and the people in the town. It gets wild. But I would say my best trip I ever had was at a Jerry Fest in probably 1998. They had the gold speckled pyramids, and there was a meteor shower that night. It took me 45 minutes to change from shorts to a pair of pants. There was a net in the roof of the tent, and all I was doing was watching the meteor showers and people pulling into the festival in their car, and it was lighting up the green tent on the inside. It was a fabulous time. But I was also told that those gold speckles actually were mescaline. So that's probably why I enjoyed myself in 45 minutes to pull the keys, the change, and the dollar bills all one by one out of my pocket because I was tripping that hard.
I've
Have you
had
guys
some
ever-
good 4th of Julys. I'm sorry, go ahead, SoCal.
I was gonna say, have you guys ever got really, really drunk while you're tripping?
Dude, I could drink like a fish and really not feel it when I'm tripping. But I did the mistake of being drunk and then dropping a hit of acid, dude. That was not good for me. Yeah, that wasn't good for a minute. That was like one of the first times I didn't enjoy it. But before I didn't enjoy it, I did enjoy it. But then it went sour, man. It was like, oh man.
My problem is, dude, you can drink like a fucking fish when you're
Yep.
tripping, dude. You don't
Mhm.
feel shit until
Nothing.
you're fucking puking and you don't realize it. And you're like, oh yeah, I did just drink fucking 2/5 or whatever. But I don't know, whenever I'm tripping and drinking, it's like,
I don't do the
for a
hard
buzz from
shit.
the alcohol at
Like
all.
beer, yeah. You don't
Yeah.
feel it. You don't feel anything
Same.
from the alcohol.
Same thing. I was drinking, I think it was strawberry Smirnoff while on mushrooms one time. And it was more like a thing to pass the time by before the shrooms kicked in or even before we ate it. But then, my two buddies, they had enough. And I was like, the shrooms aren't hitting me. I'm just going to keep drinking. So after a while, the shrooms did hit, but then they wore off. And then I was so drunk, I couldn't walk up the stairs to go pee. I pissed all over myself. I just said that because there's dead air.
Cheers, Antro.
Hey, cheers, Eagle. I was gonna say I just walked into that, but it sounds like you pissed yourself on the mushrooms there, huh? Red pill.
I pissed all over my friends, myself, my friend's mom.
Your friend's mom. That's hilarious.
Man, see, I haven't tried the mushrooms yet, but I've been thinking about trying them just because I've heard so many good things about like depression, anxiety relief from taking the mushrooms, even just microdose. But I'm like, I'd at least want to take like 2 or 3 grams if I'm gonna actually try it, But
And the
I've
golden
been hearing a lot of
Yeah,
good stuff.
motherfucker on shrooms.
And the golden showers just sealed the deal for you. You're definitely gonna do it now.
Oh yeah, after I hear about the golden shower, now I know it's time for the mushrooms, bro. Time to pop some caps.
What's up, Pancho?
Hey, good to see you, Tal. Didn't even realize you were in here. What's up, Paul? Greenfingers, the Cricket Army, Red Pill. Who else is here? Let me see. Captain 420, Smiling Eagle. Good to see all you guys. And I'm glad to see Chicha B. She won the giveaway. She finally got her seeds that I sent her, so that was good to see.
Poncho, if you're gonna try shrooms, the best place to go out here is down to Borrego Springs, man. Go trip out around down there. That's an experience you'll never forget. You see that desert come to life right in front of your eyes, man. You'll see some shit down there that you didn't know was possible.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you too well. What'd you say about Borrego Springs?
I was saying if you're thinking about eating shrooms, that's the spot to go down to and eat some shrooms. You can wander around down there and you will see things come out of that desert that you never thought possible, and there's nobody around. So it's
Right on.
real,
Yeah,
real
because I don't
peaceful
even like.
mellow trip.
I don't even
There's
really know.
nobody.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
There's nobody around except for the aliens.
Dude, you'd be
Oh.
surprised. You see a lot of stuff around here by where I'm at, but I'm like right next to the Camp Pendleton Marine Corps base. So they got like a lot of weird drones and a lot of flight stuff. But dude, you see some weird stuff out here, like lights and just weird, crazy stuff in the sky out here in San Diego, dude.
I believe it.
I don't know if it's like satellites or shooting stars or what it could actually be, but dude, I see a lot of weird like moving stars and weird stuff like that,
I couldn't help but fucking towel through in the aliens there. I couldn't help but think, man, you get probed and fucking pissed on. I wouldn't be taking those again.
Yeah, if I'm getting probed and pissed on, I don't think mushrooms is the right choice for me, brother. I'll stick to the cannabis.
Stay away from the brown acid. Oh shit.
Hey, there's a lot of people that get probed and pissed on while they're sober.
You guys are lit.
What's the
They pay
decal
for
that
that
everyone used
too.
to have in the 90s? That pees on things and looks back at you. You know,
Yeah, the
people would
little
have them as a
Calvin.
decal. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm thinking that, but it's a little gray alien head.
There you go.
Dude, I have a buddy that to this day still believes he was abducted by aliens while he was tripping. He says they were out in the desert, laying in the back of the truck, tripping out of the sky. And the next thing they knew, they felt like they dropped about 10 feet and landed in the back of the truck to the point where they said they heard and felt the suspension collapse. And to this day, they still will not go back to that spot. It's been almost 20 years.
Well, dude, I heard that back in the day they used to fuck with people, right? So they would fake like alien abductions and like put crazy lights and crazy sounds outside of people's houses so they would think they were being abducted, or just like, I don't know, they would do crazy shit to trip people out, you know, and then like no one would believe the things that they would see, and then they would just like consider those people like crazy, I guess. But if they assume it was real, but it was like staged, I guess, or I don't know, you know, who knows with that type of thing, dude. That's why I don't say too much about it, because really it might be real, but it might not be. Who knows? Like, and you can't really discredit someone's experience. Say they did have like an abduction experience. Like, I don't know. It's just crazy shit.
Yes. Because I bet you it's both.
I don't know. I've seen some things at night down on the Baja Peninsula that it makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up, and you almost piss yourself, and you know that there's nobody around you. There's no roads, there's no farms, no ranches, nothing out there. And all of a sudden, you know, you feel like you're prey. And you're on a motorcycle going, you know, 95, 100 miles an hour through the desert, feeling like something is chasing you and it wants to kill you. So some of that shit, man, I can't say I 100% believe in it, but I've had some experiences like that where I'm kind of on the fence about, you know, being skeptical and not.
Well,
We're all part Anunnaki.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have a great night, everyone. Eagle, Smiley, Tao, Green Fingers, SoCal, Captain. Peace out. Got to get up early. Have a great night.
Paul. Thank you for coming on, brother.
Yeah, good to see you.
Peace, Paul.
Peace, Paul.
Have any of you guys ever been on Google Sky before?
Google
On what?
It's called Google Sky. It's kind of like a Google app called Sky, I guess, but it's called Google Sky. You could just type it into Google, but it's pretty cool. It'll show you like all the different solar systems, all the stars, all kinds of like universes and shit. Like supposedly they got infrared pictures or like Hubble telescope photos or whatever, but it's kind of cool just to look at all the different star formations and supposed universes they found and all that type of stuff, you know. Galaxies, I guess not universes, it's galaxies.
Ancho, isn't that the one where you can turn on your camera and pretty much like hold it up and then it will show you or tell you what you're looking at basically in the sky?
I think that's a different type of app. Google Sky kind of already has pictures that are saved from other people's like professional telescopes and stuff or whatever. But I do know what you're talking about as well. There is an app you can point at the sky and it'll tell you the different I forget what they're called, but like the Big
Constellations and
Dipper. Yeah,
stuff.
the constellations. There you go. It'll show you the different constellations, different planets, and all that.
Satellites.
It's cool though. I highly recommend anyone to go check out Google Sky, even though I don't really recommend Google. Google Sky is a cool thing to go look at just to see all the different stuff out there, all the galaxies and all that, you know. Whether I don't know if it's real pictures or just whatever, but it says like infrared pictures. There's different categories and all type of stuff.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if they're real pictures either.
Yeah, I've heard all different types of stuff about like the whole NASA faking pictures and all the pictures of space are fake or whatever it is, but I'm pretty sure there is an outer space. I don't know for sure, obviously, because I haven't been out there, but from everything I can see, just looking at the sky, it seems like there is something out there.
It seems like it goes pretty far. Yeah,
Does it seem that far?
it does.
There's a dome above us.
You ever see that video on YouTube where the guy shoots the rocket and it hits the dome? Done.
Yeah, and it stops.
Yeah. Done.
It goes real slow after.
Yeah.
But that thing was
Eventually
falling
falls
out, and all of a sudden, boom, and then
That's why you can't believe anything except me. Believe in me. And we'll be okay.
We all believe in you, Tao. We have our
There you go.
hope and our futures in your hands.
There you go. Plant more seeds.
What you got going right now, Tao? What's in the Tao garden? What you got in veg? What you got in flower? What you got going on?
So I'll tell you. So
proprietary.
Yeah, I hit some proprietary with some the blueberry shit, and I harvested it, and been trying it recently, and as far as
What
the
do you call that
terps,
one? Proprietary?
there's nothing strong on the terps at all. Now, I don't know if that's because it was like hot and they just all bled out, whatever. One has a little bit of flavor, but nothing like
Now,
the parent, like the blueberry one.
Are you getting no terps while it's still growing, or is that after it's already chopped? You're saying it has no
The
terps?
whole way through after done. It hasn't been cured very long, but yeah, it's not going to magically appear. Actually, it might get a little. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? But anyway, the shit works good though, like I was saying earlier. But that was, yeah, the proprietary hit with the blueberry male, and I hit a whole bunch of other things with the blueberry male. Now I got to try them out, but I don't think I want to keep that blueberry male around now.
Does it get you stoned at all? Because I mean, if it
Yeah,
gets you
dude,
high and it doesn't have
I'm
much,
freaking like stupid right now.
but if
It's
it
not
doesn't have
just
much
'cause of the
flavor or taste, that'd be good for your cookies too, man. If it gets you high.
Yeah. But I also smoke it all day long too, yeah. And other people do too.
Right, but that'd probably kick ass with edibles if you can't taste or smell much out of it. It'd be real smooth in there, you know.
You know what?
wouldn't get
Oh,
much
I was thinking if someone wanted to grow it without like having a filter, there might be some good use with no smell, no. But the one, it had no taste either. So, yeah. So, like, you wouldn't want to smoke it. Like, yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying.
Why not though? Because
Because it had no taste. It's just like there's other better things that do. But then again, maybe
like that thing just needs to be crossed again.
That's true too. Crossed again.
Get those genetics back. Get flavor back into that somehow, or you don't even have to. I think that's the whole thing. It's like you don't have flavor in there. It's something special. You can smoke it anywhere and nobody's gonna know.
I got a bunch of seeds of it.
Right, and even though it might not have much taste or flavor, is it like smooth at least, or is it harsh smoke? If it's like smooth with not much flavor, that's pretty good.
It's really smooth, but like I'm saying, pretty much almost everything that I have is pretty smooth. I think anyway.
Yeah,
If it's
that
not
has a lot more to
better,
do with like the grower than the genetics, I guess.
if it's not better than the parents, I
Uh,
guess it depends on what is better too.
I was gonna say
It's
that's all
definitely not the same.
subjective to each person.
Yeah, that's subjective. That's true. And just because I don't think it's the bee's knees, whatever you want to call
So I
it.
don't think that because you made it, so it's like you don't like it anyways. I don't.
And I can only speak for myself, but sometimes I'll find a strain that's like really good. And I'm like, oh, this strain's really good. So if I cross it with something else, obviously the progeny is going to be really good, right? But that doesn't
Right.
always happen. You would have been just better off cloning that thing you already had that was really good and keeping it in that form, right?
Well, yeah, well, I got that blueberry man. That's what I'm saying. I still got a cut of it too, and I got a cut of everything. I got to delete
often will
some. I
do that
can't.
where they'll outcross a cut to get revigor into it or whatever.
Yeah, that's true
So
too.
that's been kind of a practice for a long time. It's like trying to find a certain male to outcross to reinvigorate, because you get that like try to stimulate that hybrid vigor again or whatever.
Yeah, that hybrid vigor is real deal because when you're going from seed, it can really take a long time, Like people say, oh, just grow the seed for 30 days and flip it to flower. But let's face it, if you're going to seed that you germinated, 30 days of veg usually isn't enough time to flip that seed into flower. You can, and you'll still get a yield off it, but you'll be much better growing it for 2 months versus 1 month,
Cheers, Buddha.
Buddha boy.
Cheers.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Cheers, Buddha.
I've been listening to your discussion for a while, just doing the Instagram thing and doing some things around the house. But here's the deal. I'll just say one thing. Environment definitely affects phenotypic expression and chemotypic, and also what is it, morphology and things like that. So does elevation. So does everything. I think is what we'll find scientifically does. Like the barometric pressure, like you said before, the BPD, all of that. Because, like I say, the special conditions that exist in summertime outside here at night are kind of magical. So it's like this. I got to think that there must have been some cannabis growing in this region at some point because it would have worked. So other than the ruderalis.
And drinking vodka and mushrooms may make you piss yourself.
Only if you're incontinent.
Well, this is telling the truth on air.
By
Right, we're good,
definition
we're good.
alone.
It's been a couple of years since I pissed myself. I have to admit, I'd have to count decades, probably on fingers even, because it's like this. I mean, dribble, yes, but actually piss? No, not happening.
I was just gonna call you out on the dribble. Like, really, you never had a come on.
No,
Man.
see, when I go running and hiking and stuff like that, you kind of like hydrate a lot. So you do like on the fly, type of draining your radiator a little bit, getting your levels
Listen
right.
outside and get startled. Somebody coming up.
You know what? You always put it away a little too soon. It's just the way it goes. But always face away from the trail. Always do it where nobody's going to come up on you, so they don't think you're a weirdo. You're just taking a piss. But you know
Are
what
you
I mean.
talking about doing this in moving stride?
I can do that on a bicycle. When you race bicycles, occasionally they'll do that kind of thing. But it's like this. It's totally unnecessary and kind of weird, actually, when you think about it. Just pull over or go in the woods,
You don't got that buddy that'll walk up behind you and like shove you while you're trying to piss and shit. Like,
Buddha, you obviously don't want to win enough. Pull over and go in the woods and piss.
You know
see that
it's all
one
good,
chick,
man.
the one chick who won the marathon?
Oh no, I didn't see her. Did she piss herself?
She did everything plus some. Yeah,
that's a rough day.
It was a full ayahuasca experience.
Do you know what I'm talking about, Red Pill? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah, maybe you should not Google it. I don't know, but
I was gonna say you'll have to excuse me. I'm feeling extremely immature.
Are you talking about the chick that
That's
loaded
good,
her drawers
man.
while she was running the marathon?
Yeah.
I saw that. Yeah,
All right, there you go.
that's
I got
dedication
witness.
right there, man.
Yeah, I got
Guys,
some
I was gonna
witness
say,
testify.
I've run several ultra marathons, in the 6 hour range, like 30 to 40 miles, not 50 or 100, but I've done like 40 mile. And I tell you what, when somebody falls on the trail, you just reach down and you help them up. I'm just saying, it's all about cooperation, and the body does do strange things, especially when you try to keep feeding it under such physical activity. It's kind of like SoCal when you are on your bike, you have to stay hydrated and stuff like that, keep your energy levels up, the right ratio of carbs and
electrolytes and shit. Props, Buddha. That's badass.
I was gonna say, damn, Buddha, fucking running 30, 40 miles. I thought about it a lot.
Well,
These guys running the New York Marathon, 26 point whatever, 2 miles in 2 hours, right? Like that's
the community I live.
Yeah, just that's mind-boggling when you think about it. That's all.
Yeah, the community I live in has kind of a historic marathon that goes back to the 1960s. And for several years, they had an ultra marathon part of it. So when I was training for that 40-miler, I ended up doing some other like trail running events. And this was in my 40s, so it hasn't been recently, but I still run, kind of like
there's
training.
still hope.
But I'll just tell you something. In distance running, actually, the tough people are oftentimes older people, 40s, 50s, and then
They got
also
something to prove.
Women actually can win at ultra marathon, under certain circumstances, because it's really one of those deep things. It's power to weight ratio, maybe, I don't know, endurance, toughness, things like that, luck, agility.
I was reading an article not that
Beginner's
long
chance.
ago that the marathon runner winners are all old people because the young kids don't have the patience to run marathons in their hectic lives, or I don't even know, but they were saying, there's no young kids doing it. So now all the winners are like you're saying, 40 something.
I'm envious, Buddha boy. I really am, man. I wanted to run there's a Bobby Crim that comes through Flint, the 5K. I've always wanted to do, and I've never hit that mark yet. But man, fucking 40 miles, that's badass, man. I'm jealous, man. That's really badass.
It wasn't today or yesterday, Eagle, but here's the deal. The fitness and the form that we gain in life, and the victories, the small ones we have, are definitely worth cherishing. And I had a really good time doing it. It's just like go a little overboard, because somewhere I'm kind of like, if they had a type A, I would be like a lowercase type A. But sometimes when I get going towards the goal, I kind of ramp it up a little bit. So I have to kind of, as I get older, choose my battles, because my overall health is really important. And, so that's why I integrate fitness. But here's the deal, Eagle, we'll talk sometime and, tell me like about 6 months before your running program or your race, and we'll get you in a little bit of training, and we'll just get you to finish, and maybe with a time goal. No problem. You can do it.
Right on. I ran quite a bit when I was younger and in sports, and then later in life, for one reason or another, took on wanting to run that. And I fucking treadmill ran for a long time to get myself up to a few miles. I got up to fucking running 4 at a time, and then fucking kind of faded out. But that was the best I ever got was 4, and that was no fucking 40, man. That's holy shit, man. I'm seriously impressed, man. That's a fucking run. It takes a lot of will, a lot of endurance, brother. That's
the
shit right there.
I'll tell you guys, the truth is that a large part of my family was old enough to remember this, when I was kind of training for it and doing the races and stuff like that. And the fact that I actually did it, and I got 4th place in the men and 5th place overall. I actually had a woman beat me, but she was like the best in the state. And I was like, I don't have experience at this kind of thing. And these people, do like several of these a year. But the point being is it was so much fun. And here's the deal also, you could still smoke weed, in moderation or whatever, I brought it with me when I went on my longer runs, and I really had a good time that way. And I think it aided in recovery. I think it helped with breathing, respiration, relax, getting your heart rate down, keeping it low. and also it gave you a little bit more creative thinking for strategy, where you actually like think of it more like in, well, I'm going to go hard for this little bit to that tree or up to this rock or in this patch, that I'm going to go I'm going to catch that chick, and then I'm not going to let her pass me. You know what I mean? And
boy,
I,
are you
yeah, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
insinuating that cannabis is a performance enhancing drug?
Honestly, I
It's a
think it
mind
probably has.
enhancer.
It has a
Because
Hell
it's
basis
supposed-
yeah,
for.
it is.
It's anti-inflammatory as well. So I mean, I'm just saying, is like, you know,
It also
hell
slows
yeah,
the
it is.
lactic acid buildup in your muscles.
Dude,
there you go.
cannabis is chameleon medicine.
The
It's a
speed bag and things like
bronchodilator
that.
too, so it opens up your lungs.
There you go. I was gonna say the bag, the punching
Helps
bag
the
that
libido.
the Eagle has, that actually takes more energy. If you try to just hit that thing back and forth for like 3 minutes, being just somebody who's not used to hitting something correctly, you'd be like screwing up your shoulder, hurting your hand, you know, making your wrist hurt. I'm just saying. So there's an art to everything, and I think that some of the fitness that you get from like gym work and stuff like that is really important too. So if you can get a core level of fitness just by, you know, working out 3 or 4 times a week, I think that's really important.
Yeah, like you just hit on a very important point. It's not about having like big muscles or anything like that. It's having your cardio in point. Like most people couldn't hit Eagle's bag for 3 minutes probably without passing out, you know, with their full strength, hitting that bag 3 minutes straight without stopping. Most
They
people
wouldn't
are
be
going
able
to
to.
Yeah, they won't be able to do that
No.
without being winded or passing out or throwing up at the end of that. I'm not saying everyone. There's certainly some people in here that could probably do it, but the average person, that's going to be a difficult task, hitting that bag for 3 to 5 minutes nonstop.
Not as hard as you can.
They don't even realize it either.
Not as hard as you can.
Yeah, well, I think that what Eagle hit upon, and maybe that I introduced, is that if you do have physical fitness goals out there, including SoCal is rehabbing his whole shoulder and everything, but he wants to be back on that bike racing like immediately. We can understand that, because a lot of what you gain in life, you kind of lose real quickly as you get older, and you got to kind of fight back to get it back. And I'm not saying that as like a cliche or anything, but I'm saying it is the reality is that even if we take the time to work towards the goal, say if you wanted to run a marathon, you might be able to pop that out once every few years, but it would take a lot of sacrifice and time to make that an everyday goal and part of your routine to just be marathon training year round, because it's like it takes, you know, a couple hours a day sometimes, you know.
I
would think they would eat up the.
Oh, go ahead. You go.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Smile.
I was just going to crack a joke.
So, crack it.
Go ahead, Smile.
No, I was just going to say, I like to stretch and like power yoga, like, you know, holding about 8 to 16 pounds straight out while you're like reaching really far. Does that count as a workout?
Yes, it does. Yoga's no fucking joke, brother. Yoga's no
I
fucking
need
joke. That
Miranda and
absolutely
Buddha
counts.
Boy in my ear.
Because pretty much watering my plants is like yoga, power yoga. I
Oh,
switch
working
arms
out.
and shit. Make sure I get the, you know, the left arm just as much as the right arm.
Try to just keep your arms like fully extended straight above your head for 5 minutes, dude. That's how cops fuck with people, I swear. Like they had me with my arms up out the window for so long, and after a while I'm like, dude, the blood's like rushing out of my arm. I can't keep my arms up. And like, you better keep your fucking arm up or we're sending the dogs in after you. But dude, if you have your arms above your head straight up like this for 5 minutes, your arm's gonna want to drop after a while, dude. It's some hard shit with nothing in your hand.
Elementary school. You never had that in elementary school? They make you fucking sit there with your arm raised.
Well, my kids' grandmother used to, as a punishment, not to my kids, but she had like 20 grandkids, mostly boys. That was their punishment. If they got in trouble, they had to, like, with their arms out. You stand over there with your hands out. And they'd be like, son of a bitch. But that was part of their time out. Yeah, so
it's crazy.
But you're right.
Thing.
Go ahead, Nacho.
I was just gonna say it's crazy all the things you would think are like so simple to do, but they're actually so difficult to do in the real world. You know, like sitting there with your arms out, you're like, man, I could do that like nothing. But you stand there with your arms out for 5 minutes, like fuck, my arms are gonna fall off my damn shoulder.
Like,
Shit
yeah,
was good
even
30 seconds.
even if your life fucking depended on it, it's only a matter of time and Marvin's gonna drop.
I like to have a base level of fitness that, kind of like, so I'm ready for whatever's going to happen. I'm not saying I'd be like peak running shape or peak cycling shape or peak sparring shape, but I wouldn't get terribly torn up by it just because of my fitness level. And I'm just saying, sometimes you got to go out there and jack up the car and take the lug nuts off and shit like that. And it's like this, that's the real world, right? So you better be ready to approach it or split some wood or carry some materials up to the house or whatever. I'm just saying.
Oh, I love split wood.
There you go.
I do. It's one of my sick passions. I really like to split wood. I mean, seriously, I used to cut trees and then actually did firewood for a brief minute. And I'd have other people running like the log splitter. I'll be like, I can split a cord faster with that axe than you can with that splitter any fucking day. Granted, I wouldn't be doing, 10 cord a day, but for shits and giggles, you give me that fucking axe, I could for fun use it to show off right quick, for sure.
It's real healthy living, if you actually have a wood stove and you can kind of fire it up in the morning, and even if it's just supplemental heat, it feels kind of like you're living a quieter existence. I mean, I'm not saying it's not like, meant to keep you warm or whatever, but I used to kind of like to go kind of split up some kindling, real small, find stuff to start the fire with like my little hatchet or whatever, or the axe I had or however I did it. And you got to be pretty artful about it. You kind of like divide it up into fine little pieces and, have that fire going in no time. It's a pretty important skill, actually.
You're in Alaska, right, Buddha Boy?
Excuse me?
I said you're in Alaska, right?
Yes.
What's the weather like up there right now? Like where you're at least.
Well, it's getting darker, because it's like, honestly, it already has that feel like it was like there was 80 degrees right at, like, here's the deal. We average maybe like 5 80-degree days in the summer, which isn't much, but put in the right order of high 70s, mid 70s stuff, it's just fine. But this year we had a few more right up until it became a little rainier just recently. And this time of the year when it gets rainy, you get that autumn feeling in the air already. The fireweed of kind of the blooming flowers that kind of burn down to, all the cues of nature are saying that the seasons are changing. My wife and kids have been picking blueberries, wild blueberries, but there's so many of them, but it's like the rain and the dropping temperatures and the winds, they become fragile and they fall off the plant. So I'm just saying little things like that, whether you know it or not, it may in fact be, until October 10 before we get our first snow or something like that. But it's still kind of like autumn has begun. I mean, you couldn't tell that, but it is.
Right on. So it's still kind of warmer over there right now.
Yeah, it's nice other than being a little damp. But the nice thing is the evening, like whereas you may have sundown happen at 6 p.m. Well, it starts getting just a little darker, like at 11 in the evening, and then it gets lighter around 4 in the evening or in the morning. So right now, that's about where we're at.
That's good. At least you have more of like a day and night period,
It works. I think there's a magic about 21 hours, 23 hours of daylight, like on June 21st. But at the same time, when you're sitting on top of the world there, like, it's magical. You think, oh shit, it's 6 more months until December 21st, the winter solstice. And the winter solstice is fine through the holidays, but after the holidays, it gets cold and people get lonely, and I don't know. We're just shooting the shit. But what we do in such situations is we roll ourselves a big old doobie and fucking smoke 1, 2, 3, 4 a day.
Hey,
Or a
that's
bong
right,
hit.
brother. Keep on blazing.
Yep. I think that's probably why Alaska has embraced the herb so readily, is that it's kind of like a tonic. And plus, a grow room is a nice, bright place in the middle of winter. You spend time in a grow room when it's like cold out, you know? It's almost like being in the Bahamas. You want to go in there in your shorts and, you know, bring a notebook in there and write a poem.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but you probably want like the bright HPS lights up in there so you can get the extra warmth, huh?
I do so far, but I'm making the transition to really high tech ceramic metal halide. I think is the direction I'd like to do. I just kind of like the color of the light and the intensity of it. It seems like it's working. I've got a couple of those. I haven't really integrated them, but I'm going to. So anyway, they're a
I'll
good
tell you
deal
what,
too.
on the last run I just did, I didn't use any HPS. I only used the metal halide and LED. And honestly, I'm really impressed with how it came out. Same thing, only because it's better for my eyes, the spectrum. I don't like looking at the yellow orange light. Like, it bothers my eyes because I have messed up eyes to begin with. But like the white and the metal halide spectrum is just much better. So this last time I did an experiment pretty much just like planting the seeds straight into the final pot instead of transplanting, and then just vegging and flowering under the same light, being the metal halide with LED, like a LED boost. And that seemed to work super well. And the terpenes seemed to be like higher this time around than other rounds when I used the HPS. Like they weren't like, I don't know what you call it, the monoterpenes or the sesquiterpenes.
Yeah.
Whichever ones are the ones that burn off the easiest seem to be not so burned off this time with the metal halide LED versus the HPS.
But
I think that
was it 315? Sorry.
The metal halide I used is actually just like a 300 watt, and then the LED I believe is 125 actual watt from the wall.
I was lucky to get my two fixtures. They were lightly used with two Hortilux blue bulbs. So I really kind of like, you know, that full spectrum thing. So those used to be kind of the top notch, standard. And I think that it should be one of those things that I did use them for veg already once. And it's like this, they definitely made a huge difference compared to what I was using before, which was like a 400 watt HPS, which really set comparatively. And before that, I tried LEDs for a little bit, like those red ones, and I didn't use them for very long. Like I used them for like 3 months, and my stuff looked so bad because I couldn't see what was going on with the plants. So, you know, like we can just say they had the old cow mag deficiency, but those fuckers, by the time they were done vegging under that little thing, like for a short period of time, I was like, where is that old HPS 400? Because it was like, I'd gotten these things off of Craigslist thinking I was gonna, just give it a try. And there was like 1800 watts of LED for like a couple $100. But I think I got fucking ripped off now that I go back and look at it. Anyway, I'm only joking, guys. Everybody has their own experiences, but I'm excited about the CMH. And like I say, the fixtures are actually affordable compared to like back in the day when I got HPS, like, you know, with a nice digital ballast and a nice custom type of hood and things like that and a nice light. It was costing me over $700 a fixture, shipping and everything. So it's like this now for $700, you know, or like, you know, over a couple lights, you know, $1,400 or $1,300, you can get a whole bunch of options or a whole bunch of them, you know. So I'm just saying it's a lot more affordable, the entry level, maybe.
Yeah, and those CMH lights are badass. Like you get the 315s or the 630s with the dual bulbs or whatever. But dude, they work super well, especially for flower. And they're, like you say, they're super cost effective too.
They still put out heat too. I'm just saying that's the one thing. If we're like saying like, you know, my room, seriously, it can be 40 below zero out sometime when I'm running my shit. I don't mind having a little bit of heat. I can just vent it. Not a big deal. But What's everybody running in their gardens? Anybody running anything exciting? Some gear? Seed wise, anybody make an order or acquisition? Got something in the works?
I really got nothing going on right now. I got something going on outdoor, but that's not anywhere near me, so I don't get to check on it every day. So personally, not really. Nothing going, but helping some people out with some of their stuff going on. That counts. But their stuff is my genetics. So I don't know how you want to count
Right
that.
on.
About
I counted
5 days
for something.
ago, I went on to another site that was having a benefit for Nick Risen and ended up picking up Brandon's Limarilla cross. So I'm actually kind of, excited about running those out.
I don't
That
want
was
to
a good
talk any
deal, right?
shit really, but if you guys go to my good friend Bindu Bud's page, he makes rosin, right? So he made some flower rosin with some of my strain, which is the Zoo Candy, which is the Rose Skittles crossed to the Zookies. And he squished that. And then he crushed some of that same strain you were just talking by Russ Brandon. And my strain just so happened to yield 3 times more than Russ Brandon. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to talk shit. You can go look for yourself and see the results. He squished both with not trying to compare the two just because he liked both and he grew both. But mine just so happened to yield tripled what his did. Just saying.
Huncho, is that a throwdown? Maybe we should all take the test. He's got the Limarilla. Send him some of your seeds. See what he thinks. I would be more concerned about the THC value on it because it's like this. The Limarilla, I think, was like a $40 pack of seeds. That's a hell of a value on today's market. I would consider growing it. Isn't it like phenotypical and, who grew it and all that?
Well, anyone that has my seeds has got them for free, including Bindu Buds, who purchased those seeds as well.
Gotcha.
But I don't know.
I would like to think they're good, but it doesn't mean they are. I mean, or how good are they? Or how? I think they're probably pretty good. Better than I could do. Maybe not as good as you could do, but give me some time, Huncho.
Yeah, I would just suggest everyone to go to Bindu Bud's page. That'll speak for itself.
That's good enough. I saw your comparison, and it's true. It did gush. Yours, comparatively speaking, for rosin. Obviously, it was a no-brainer there. Isn't that right? Seriously. Yeah.
We're not all growing for rosin, though. And rosin doesn't necessarily equal potency, right?
No, but like
True.
Buddha Boy, he actually seen the post I had posted, and you could obviously tell, right, Buddha Boy?
I could tell that aspect of it for sure. And all I was saying, I think Eagles agreeing, is just that, like, here's the deal. I think of like White Widow crossed with Cinderella 99. I would expect that fucking shit to be fire. And if it's not, I would try it again because it's like that recipe is like, it would be psychedelic and cool, right? That would be great and smell weird, So it's like this. That's from my experience, as limited as it is. And I would like to personally get some Black Widow from Mr. Nice, kind of the original White Widow seeds from Shanty Baba. I once was ordering those and I took them out of my basket and I went to get them in my basket and they were all gone. So I'm just saying that's as close as I ever got to getting any. So that's one of my holy grails, I think, because it's a building block strain.
Yeah, that sucks, man, that you got gypped with those. The White Widow's some legit weed, man. I mean, that's what a lot of the crosses were back in the day. They had the the White Russian, the Great White Shark, and all those other different strains with the White Widow cross in it.
Yeah. Nebula. Yeah, well, I only actually grew White Widow once, and it was stinky. So if I got it in the future and it didn't smell like, armpit sweat, I might not think that it was, that White Widow. Although I've grown, like you say, many crosses. I never grew the White Rhino or Medicine Man. I think that might. I hear it's a powerful, narcotic type of strain. Anybody have experience with that one?
Well, I know that I'm about to cross White Widow with Trainwreck, and I'm going to name it Courtney Love.
Good idea.
Yeah,
I love the White Rhino. It's fucking one of my favorite strains as far as good quality smoke. Man, I haven't had White Rhino in quite some time. I wish I could get
Yeah.
hold of some today.
Those
I
old
believe
school
them.
strains were the fire. But so SoCal, you have the actual White Widow cut then, or seeds of it, or what? How you gonna cross that?
No, dude, I was making a joke. White Widow,
Ah,
her name's Trainwreck, Courtney Love.
I see. I thought you were serious for a second there, but now I see what you're saying.
I grew up.
It went over my head.
Seeds that were called. It was White Widow by Hash Plant. And dude, you smoke a joint of that, you were fucking going to sleep. And I had like two people. The one kid that said it did the opposite. It kept him up. He like took it off from me. Kid loved it. But yeah, that shit definitely is worth
Did
its
anybody
name.
ever? Has anybody here ever grown Nebula from Paradise Seeds? It's probably from like 1998 or something like that. Paradise
I had
Seeds.
a really good experience with it. I got it, and it's made me purchase seeds. I think it was actually on my very first order of Attitude seeds. And
Me too.
a few years ago, I had a pack. It was regular seeds too. It wasn't even the feminized. A 5-pack of regular Nebula seeds. I got 3 of the 5 to sprout, but then when I planted them in the soil, none of them came up. But these were
Oh
old.
gosh.
Yeah, it sucks. But they were all, like I said, I got these like maybe 2009, 2010. Yeah.
I grew some.
Maybe 2016, 17. And couldn't get
No,
them to grow.
I think I grew some thems that were probably freebies from the Attitude, and I tell you what, I was very happy with them because they kind of were a switch up from what else I was growing at the time. I think it was, isn't that a cross of the
Master
White Widow and
American Unknown Haze.
that's right, Master Widow Ingmar by Ingmar. Yeah, that's a great strain, and I kind of liked it. It had a little bit of a smoky type of taste to it to me, a little bit of a what would I call it? Almost like a Bubba-esque, slightly.
Mine had some kind of hard to pinpoint fruitiness to it. The time I had it though, it's actually right around the time that this would be around, but there's a festival that's, in these days and times, who knows what's going to happen, but it used to, for us school kids, mark the end of basically summer vacation, because it was like coincide with the last weekend of summer before we go back to school. Well, we had this nebula and we went to this festival and they had one of those gravitron rides, green spinny rides where you just lay on your back and it holds you like a magnet and just spins around and around and around. Well, they had that ride, and this festival, it's a church festival. So we go and smoke behind the church, hop on the green ride, spinny ride, get off, go smoke more weed, get back on the ride, get off, go smoke more weed, get back on the ride. So we were literally just smoking our brains out, hopping on a fucking gravity ride. It was a really fun time, really fun night. There's more details to that. Yeah, that bag of weed or whatever batch of weed lasted many sessions throughout the night and took us on several different locations and different parties, and lasted from smoked out of a bag of it several times from like the mid-afternoon when we got it to like the crack of dawn the next morning. And that experience, like I said, led to when I found Attitude Seed Bank. I'm like, what are some of the best strains I've ever smoked, and what are their seeds available to? I'm like, ooh, there's Nebula seeds. Fucking love Nebula. Maybe buy that.
Yeah, I like the structure of it. It was nice and chunky too. I mean, it had that indica dominance, I think you'd call that, at least what I was growing. It's one of those things where, back in the day, people did more monocropping back then. And, you could think of like, it would be a nice monocropping strain, I would think. You get some bang for your buck as far as chunky chunk goes and all the other things. Hey, Cap 420, did you ever grow that Nebula or anything from Paradise Seeds back in the day?
No, but that Sensi Star that they had, I got that. That was 2002. But when you said that musky from like the white strains, the White Rhino, I thought was definitely the most potent out of them all. For me, the White Widow was more of a head high. There was also a Great White Shark, but that I just got a floral taste off of. But my tastes are very minute in what I can pick up, but it was that musky, thick kind of smoke, but it was also light on the lungs.
Right on, man. Well, those guys were artists with the palette. It wasn't the same palette that we're talking about with the OGs and, the gas and, kind of, but here's the deal. They were doing kind of like multi-layered flavors and smells and things like that. And I got to think that when I think of the breeding that did go on then, that the guys knew what they were doing and knew what they were selecting for. There was a lot of sweetness and a lot of this and that. So just an opinion. But from what I've had from back in that era, it was very good quality smoke. Complex, you know what I mean?
98, it seems like 98 to 2004, the smoke was really quality. And then after that, it just dropped off completely in Amsterdam, at least what I noticed. The sage was the only thing that got me high one whole trip that I went to Amsterdam. And there was only one coffee shop that sold that. So, thank God they also sold really good hash. So it made it a double bonus to go out, and they were known for their sativas. But it gave me the body effect that I needed it there. And it was disappointing that there was only one strain and all the other ones kind of were like generic. There was nothing outstanding. It seemed like maybe 10 growers were growing everything, it seemed like, are using at least the same nutrients.
Right, but back then the people were actually like breeding the genetics too, putting years of work into it, not just pollen chucking some stuff that people already made and crossing it with the other hype stuff. Like there was literally years and years and years of breeding to create those like legendary early or 2000s, late 90s, late 80s strains,
Actually, I think it would be easier because you're only working with a couple different phenos back then. That was what was nice. And it was nice and simple. So if I wanted to go this way, this is the way I looked. Now today you're having everything show up in everything else.
Yeah,
so
it would be, I'm going to cross the
to
Hawaiian with the Afghani or whatever, the Colombian with the whatever. And now it's like everything's just so jumbled up, mixed together. It's like, I got a mixture of everything. I'm going to cross with a mixture of everything,
I think it's always been jumbled up, mixed together.
Well, yeah, selective breeding's been going on since the beginning of time with cannabis. Since the first cannabis seed was sprouted, humankind or mankind's had some kind of, I don't know, they've been messing with it for their own gain.
Just saying, like, I think it's all bred, and like the guys early on too. Like, I don't know, it was illegal. I don't think they were spending a ton of crazy amount of, you know what I mean? They'd do some selection and like whatever, and I guess there were big runs of it, but I would imagine most of it was like whatever fucking pollen hit them plants was going out the door, getting the poly written on it. Here you go.
I think a lot of it too is you have a lot of people wanting to, purposely go out and breed nowadays. And, back in the day, pollen was like radioactive, hazardous material. No one even was concerned with being a breeder, let alone letting their seed or crop get seeded, or purposely making their crop get seeded. So.
You're 100% red pill. As soon as Sensimilia came around, everyone wanted to grow Sensimilia. No one wanted seeded bud anymore, you know? No one wanted to do new breeding projects or anything like that. They just wanted no seeds in the bud because it was max profit.
I never. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's 420. Let's hit the dang. Got a bowl right here.
There you go. Cheers, everybody. Cheers, Cass from Michigan.
I mean, I wish I could find.
Cheers, everyone.
Areas Appalachia, which would be like my holy grail to get seeds from. And one of them would be that kind of post importation from other countries and small places in the States where people were doing it, and then where everyone was going to Holland to do it legally. Those strains that were made there, right, which were like the very first hybrids, like people like that was the Afghani and Colombian strains, the German and Vietnamese. So they actually, it was for the first time people crossing different seeds that they got through different importations year to year. That's one of my holy to see. And then another one would be pretty much anything in between the hippie era and pre-prohibition. So like 36 to 65.
I'm surprised you guys can hear that as good as you can through this line. Is it loud?
It's mixed a little loud, but it's okay. It's kind of fun.
Okay. Seems to be drowned out.
I'm having a good time. If you ain't having a good time, I'm not down with that.
I'm having a good time.
Yeah, I could tell. It's good to see. Good to see everybody grooving, vibing.
I just want to say, whoa.
Thanks, man. Actually, let it play the full run. You guys are a sport. All 2 minutes and 57 seconds.
That was awesome. No doubt about it.
Cheers.
Cheers. May the force be with you.
That was the past 3 minutes. Better fucking hit another vape pen right here.
Cheers, everybody.
Does anybody have anything exciting planned for the weekend other than, hanging out on the internet and things like that? Is anything exciting in your worlds?
every day is exciting.
Good answer. Yeah, I'll say like my daughter's visiting and my granddaughter is visiting with her, and they're looking at some land. They're in the military. She's kind of they're like special training type of people, and they somehow got recommissioned back to Fairbanks, or where I am. So anyway, to have your daughter and your son-in-law and your granddaughter to come back to where you are when they're stationed in the military under contract is really like a coup in itself. And and them getting some land in our neighborhood is even cooler because it's like this. They might actually get 9 acres of land, like, within maybe 10 miles of town.
That's kind of my dream right there.
That doesn't
Bunch of
sound
land,
close,
kinda-
but that's actually like downtown for anybody listening. Like 10 miles from town is actually like part of downtown.
Yeah. And
No, it's
Like in the
it's
hood.
rural, but it's a country mile here. It's like this is all kind of bedroom community unless you live way out, in which case you just get up earlier and drive it. Some people like to get a larger piece of property further away from town,
town is 5 buildings,
maybe
Smiley.
off the grid because I have 5 buildings on my property.
I was just messing.
I was about to say that there's like what? There's like 100,000 people where you're at.
Oh, the region that I'm in isn't 100,000. I'd say the borough is maybe like 75,000 or something like that, and it's a pretty large borough. That's inclusive of
Wasn't too
several.
far off.
Yeah.
You've got the
It's
same
one thing is
you got the same population as I do in the city.
okay. Well, there's a military community here because for the defense historically they've always had military in this region. But secondly, there's a university here, like a full-fledged university where you can get like a PhD in oceanography or something like that. So I'm just saying, and then it's like a lot of people who worked in the infrastructure of the oil fields originally, say like 30 years ago, they were the oil workers and people who came up for the boom called the pipeline. So it's like this. The people are actually fairly established here. The old town here has kind of like a little bit of grit to it, but it's like this, everybody's nostalgic and all that. And I came, probably not as I wasn't in on the old town, but I remember people who were, and I got that vibe because I drove taxi, and you get a feeling for the anachronistic places, haunts of a town it's changing. So I was lucky to at least understand that it was a shithole then, and it's a shithole now.
Buddha boy, can you see Russia from your backyard?
No fucking shit. Yeah, what's funny is Sarah Palin is from a town that's very close to where I have another piece of property. So when we first got married, we built a structure down there, kind of cabin. But there you could almost see it because you could almost see Cook Inlet, which isn't quite seeing Russia, no doubt about it. As a matter of fact, it's like seeing a lake that's about 5 miles away. But that was hilarious, man. That's one of the most endearing things she ever said. She contributed to the public lexicon. And you know what? My wife's family was even close with their family a little bit in the way that small town politics type of things are. But and here's the deal. They were very decent on that level. Example, when she was like the town mayor, she was a very good mayor. But, things got out of hand. So that's all I can say.
Is she divorced now? Is she single?
Is she on the market?
Yeah, I have.
You reading what I put in chat, Al? She was hot.
No, I didn't.
Sarah Palin was hot.
Nailing
Dude,
talent.
She's got that crazy that you know what that means.
That lady is stunning. I've been in a coffee shop and had her actually greet me, and her being in a little mini dress when she was in her prime in her mid 40s, early 40s. And I tell you what, she had that librarian thing going on, but a hot librarian.
Take the
And
glasses
I
off,
don't know.
let the hair down.
Yes. But the last time I saw her, the last time I saw her, she was on some television, or I saw it actually on the YouTube, and she was in a bunny costume, and she was dancing to what is that song? It's something to do with your butt. It's not "Can't Touch This," but it's like it's not "Funky Cold Medina."
I'm gonna do it in the butt.
No, we're not talking about. Hey, we'll drop it.
Song about your butt.
Let me think. Baby got back. Baby got back. So
Oh,
Sarah
yeah.
Palin dancing around in a bunny suit. The baby got back, and I was like, my God, you know. And I was like, of course she's getting paid to do this, but it's like, I don't know, man. That's not presidential.
That's like a
Keep
car,
pitching it though.
car salesman.
Yeah,
It wasn't a Playboy bunny outfit though.
it was pretty funny. I mean, I'm not really, honestly, I don't keep track of things like that at all. But when I saw that, I thought that was fucking funny. Yes.
It's cracked me up very much so tonight. Cheers to you guys. Cheers to all you guys.
Well, cheers to you. You know what? I'm crashing. I'm out of here. I gotta make the post office tomorrow. I think before 12. But yeah.
All right.
I'm
Al.
following you out, Tal. It was good seeing you
Okay.
guys.
It's
Peace
always
out,
good
guys.
seeing all you people. Smiley, Captain 420, Huncho Grown, Red Pill, Buddha Boy, Robert Greenfingers. I think I got you all here, and everyone in chat. Peace out, and you know, Eagle. It's always fucking awesome, fucking talking shit with Eagle.
You
And
make me blush every time you say that, Tal. Cheers.
We'll catch you. We'll catch you on the rebound, bud. Peace out.
Have a good night, Jeff.
Later.
Cheers.
Ow.
Have a good one, bro.
Yeah, I kind of want to circle back to something real quick that you were saying, Buddha. You were talking about when you were doing your training and your running and all that, that if you smoked along the way, you would kind of set shorter term goals for yourself. I've noticed that racing, I do that same exact thing. So do you really think that's performance enhancing, or do you think that that is enhancing the way that you're mentally perceiving that performance?
Yeah, SoCal, I'll just say simply, it contributes to a flow state where you're actually state of awareness and all of that is kind of a little more, like you say, smaller, more strategic, more like aesthetic. You may know that you're not going to be bumping over the rocks to jump them. You may be like kind of slaloming them a little bit. You already got this pre-programmed in your rhythm of your hips, your whole body. I'm just saying visualization is a huge part of training and success in life and in performance in sports or just leisure activities. I'm just saying anything can be improved by it. They say that like a group of people who are practicing 10 free throws at the line and a group who actually visualized making those shots, and then they both compete. The one who did the visualization outperformed the non one, in several experiments like that. So I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? So you've experienced this, right?
Oh, absolutely. I can tell the difference in the way that like the critical thinking and the judgment and stuff goes in a situation like that, like like you're doing a marathon or riding a race. I noticed that if I don't smoke before I get on the bike, I just want to be 100 miles an hour the whole time, straight out, and don't care. Within 5, 6, 7, 8 miles, I'm so burned out that now I just want to sit down and relax and go on a little sightseeing tour. But if I smoke right before, then I know the first mile I got to put everything into it. I got to get that little lead. But I can settle in, and now I can start making decisions about, okay, I'm going to cut here, I'm going to cut there, I'm going to avoid this, I'm going to use this to get over that or whatever. So do you really think that?
Absolutely.
It makes me think that it's not enhancing your performance, it's enhancing your awareness and your mentality towards the situation, which is enhancing your physical, but not in a way that's unfair or considered to be cheating.
It's like more frames per second.
Right. More aware. Your awareness heightens.
But it's too the gamma brain waves in flow state. I don't know if it's gonna happen 100% of the time. It's not like during a thing like I hit my vape pen and I become towely and I know the tune to Funky Town, but you know that does happen. Like outside of sports, freestyle rappers, people really get at rapping on the spot. That they're able to switch their brain to a flow state or gamma waves, brain waves.
Yeah.
So kind of
Yeah.
circling back again. Sorry, Buddha, but I use the
It's okay.
short-term goals all the time. Uh, Not necessarily as a long-term training technique, but a get off my ass technique some days. Uh, Rather than like, especially back when I was running, moreover, instead of trying to do that 4, I'd be like, okay, I'll just get on and do a mile. And then once you get rolling, it's like, okay, I'll do the whole gauntlet. I used to do that a lot with sit-ups. I do try to do a half hour of sit-ups a day. Sit-ups.
Oh shit.
There's times where I don't feel like doing it. Fucking, so I'll be like, okay, 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Just quick, whatever. I'll hurry up, do 10. Fucking same thing. Once you get in with that 10, you've got the momentum going. You're like, fuck, I might as well do the 30 now. I'm in. I'm warmed up. Might as well finish. So sometimes I trick
Absolutely.
myself with a short-term goal to get to the long-term, or the normal goal.
That reminds me of Interview with the Devil. I don't know why. Anybody read
I
that book?
know for me here. Oh, I'm sorry, Robert.
I was just gonna ask if anybody read that book.
Napoleon Hill, amazing book.
Yeah, I don't know why.
You know,
just reminded me of that.
I was going to speak back to SoCal's original question about the talk and the strategic type of thing and performance enhancing nature of it. And I'll just say one thing. The talk that it takes when you're focusing in an activity, and I've only experienced this like handfuls of times, but one particular time I can think of it was in a mountain bike race where I was with competition that were the very best in the state, and I'd kind of worked up, so I was improving several places each week, but I'd kind of gotten up to that top level where there were guys I was with who had always beaten me, but I was going to beat maybe. But as we got to the technical sections, I was just talking through all the aspects of, shift your weight, brake, shift a gear, do this. And I saw guys fly off each side of the course and all of this. And pretty soon I was like in the top 5 situations. So I'm just saying, at certain times, especially when it's super technical, I really have found it to be a benefit. Or even kind of like the self-talk that Eagle was speaking of, like in everyday life, I find that to be really important. Sometimes I'll say like, kind of like, get your shit together or something like that. But it's like this. Oftentimes it's just encouraging just basic activities, rewarding positive behaviors that nobody even else is going to notice.
Another really beneficial book on the same subject is the reverse name of Art of War, Sansu. It's War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. And it's basically it's like a philosophical look into what is procrastination. And he calls it resistance, and he breaks it down to more of like mixed analogies, what to compare it to. But it's just, it may make you think of what procrastination really is and what the root of it is and how it exists and how it creeps in our lives and stops anyone from achieving anything they want outside of sports, like I'm saying, like athletes, rappers.
I'm gonna check that one out, Red Bill.
Cool. What's up?
I'm gonna check that one out, brother.
Sure.
And I want to throw that. Both of them are excellent suggestions. The interview with the devil there that Robert suggested, the Napoleon Hill, and the one that you're pointing out, which I'll check out because they're probably.
Well, the reason why I brought it up is the devil kicked it into me, and it has nothing to do with religion, but he basically, for like for intensive purposes for people to understand. He says what the root of resistance is basically Satan. And it's like a magnet where you try to get outside of a circle, and there's a magnet that wants to constantly keep you within the center confines. And it's just ways to overcome how to resist that magnet and do whatever it is. It could be helping people do well in school. It could be helping someone be a good UFC fighter. It could help you be a better grower. So lots of things. Oh, I was gonna also add, my bad, just to finish off, for a long time it was a thing that Joe Rogan practically brought up in like every podcast. Pretty much whoever he was talking about, it would get brought up over and over again, and he had books that he handed out to basically all his guests. Helped out.
There, the art of kind of finding information that's going to enhance your self-betterment and tactical thinking and kind of what they call self-help, but it's more like helping yourself, and by not going to some shrink who's going to charge you $1 zillion to do nothing and make you feel like you're a freak and then give you fucking medicine that's going to mess you up even worse. I'm just saying that's not like a scenario, but I like to think that like you could go to a Barnes and Noble and sit down for a couple hours and pick up a book and just kind of browse it, like they don't mind you doing it all. And, going home with it, something that'll change your life for the better, because some of it was concise and articulate and ethical and spiritual and, inspiring. And my life would be very much less if I didn't experience those things at different times of my life.
I just wanted to point out there, I did post a link to that interview with the devil from Napoleon Hill in chat there. Man, I've listened to that a few times. That's why I'm going to go listen to Red Pill suggestion there. It's eerie how it's a really good book, very insightful to the human mind, and it's eerie how it relates to now times. It's eerie how it directly relates to the stressful times of now, and it was written almost 100 years ago. So yeah, and it's only, what is it? Let's see here. It's a quick listen. This is the audio version. Quick listen. Quick 3 hours and 41 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty quick for me. Anyways, I listened to like 175. I try to listen to at least one book a day on Audible. That's my guilty passion. You don't see me in the chats, man. I'm listening to Audible every day.
Good for you.
That's what I do in the car.
When's the last time you redid or went over 1984?
A Brave New World is what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I thought you could say wavelength, Red Pill. No, but like A Brave New World is scary to today's comparison of today's life. Like all that hidden shit with all the pedos and stuff. Like they're like, line right up, have your way with them. Like what the fuck? Like it was like mandatory. Like yeah, and that it was crazy.
Another thing I've been trying to suggest too. I've already got one with the book, so I'm not going to go for two for tonight. But Black Mirror is a television show. If anyone's interested in what we're talking about, and it has to do with transhumanism and just all that,
like today's life.
implications of things that are happening as we speak today, technology wise, like social credit scores and dating apps, and like it's crazy. It's like the mind that guy has to think about all that shit and then make it into a show. He would be perfect for the wormhole. I always think of that. Like it'd be like the perfect person. You know, he'd be over it because people do it to him all the time. But in a setting like this, when I thought of this pre-COVID, but I always thought like, man, that's a perfect person to run into on an airport, or be stuck to on an airplane. Oh wait, damn, man, there's airplane full circle things today because I'm gonna be micro dosing on shit, and I'm gonna see the creator of Black Mirror on an airplane, and I'm gonna be tripping my balls off and annoying him with wanting to talk about every episode of the show that he made.
I snagged it on Audible, Red Pill. I'll listen tomorrow or after the show.
Sweet. Yep. That's the most like the Audible thing is good, but the one book that I read was that one. Partially read. I can't say I finished it yet.
Yeah, good point. Reading so much better. You know, I got to give you props on that, man. It builds so much more in the mind. You take it in so much greater, has a more of an impact, easier to remember. But I lack in time, I guess. So I'm trying to multitask, or, get some in when I can. Who was it? Zig Ziglar was the one that used to really push me to Audible books. You know, he would say that the college in your automobile, you could learn so much in the back and forth of your travel. You could master any craft or anything you wanted to learn. And he was right. And once I realized he was right, that's when I started.
You know what's funny about
listening to Audible.
Audio books is for the whole longest time going to school, it was encouraged for me because the visual thing, because it's hard for me to read. They had all the books on, cassette tapes and all that. And then back then it used to annoy me because, I'd get like taken out of class, go put in a special room to listen to my book on tape while all the other kids sit in normal class because they don't have problems or whatever. Now I think of, it's like I thought of the same thing with like Uber Eats and all that. Like the pandemic made that like a normalcy for everyone. Like, not always being able to just go out and go to a restaurant to eat, but have to, rely on having your food brought to you. And then the whole world gets shut down. And that's like, a routine thing for everyone now. Same thing with the audiobooks. I thought it was just a thing to help me for like a handicap thing, but now it's a thing that everyone does.
And the thing I don't like about audiobooks is you can't steal them. I used to steal books like when I was young. I used to steal books and magazines, a lot of them, like all the High Times and Cannabis Culture and fucking Weed World.
Oh, dude. My whole wall was decorated with it's Sports Illustrated. All like the fucking profile pictures of every, like Paul Pierce, Shaquille O'Neal, Peyton Manning, Brett Favre.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Robert, you can still get a lot of the versions that are like people pay for on Audible. I pay for on YouTube. There's a lot. It's kind of the same if it makes you
a lot of
feel
people do that. That's why I used to listen to all my books before. When I first started watching Mendo Dope, I would like listen to them and then I'd put on a book after. Like, and then I'd remember everything that they said. I'd be like, just because the book like kept it. Like, and then it'd be like, just listen to them and then like if their book. And then they did their whole thing like a book. But like I didn't watch it, I just listened. So it was like a book for me. It was like the Mendo Dope it was like a book, but it wasn't. It was a video. So I didn't watch though. I just listened. So yeah, I'm really high right now. Holy shit. Holy fuck.
You guys didn't even notice. It's been almost 10 minutes since Smiley Irish exited us.
Oh, what the hell? See, I can't see everybody at one time. So there's a red pill SoCal over here. And then when I swipe over, there's 4 of us. And then if I pop over here, it's whoever's talking or the host. So yeah, I only see 4.
In
And typically,
Smiley's defense, he did kind of give us the peace sign, low wave, and then he was outie.
He has a strict 444 rule. You know that.
That's
I
an
do have.
interesting number. Why'd you? I'm sorry, Robert. Go ahead.
I wasn't
Oh, that's. I do have to say that I started bowling at a young age, and I started smoking pot and bowling about 15, 16. And around then, I also took up the game of shooting pool. And I found out with both taking acid and smoking pot that, you know, I did see an improvement because I could go up there and I could almost visualize everything I was going to do. I was going to hit the 18th board and I would hit it every time. And those small goals, that small goal is to hit that 18th board because that 18th board means strike.
Oh.
And then also if I wanted to make a spare, I could just throw it out to the 10th board and I know it would cross the whole lane. And that was something I'd throw out and just turn around, walk away, and you'd hear the ball hit the pin. It was automatic almost every time.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it improved both games. It was the visualization of everything, all the angles and the degrees that you had to do everything in. So it helps out there, you know, I think, because your goals are very short, one shot to the next shot to the next shot. And same way with bowling, one frame to the next frame to the next frame. If you hit the 18th board, it means strike, you go on to the next frame. In 12, you're done. I never did that, but it would have been nice.
It sounds like it advanced your logic about the whole matter, because it's like this. Somehow there was a synergy between you and the cannabis, and then possibly your perception of the game was affected by that. And then also all those things combined that kind of were synergistic in, your interpretation of the game. It's like this. That's pretty sophisticated for a young person to have those ideas even go through their head. So it's like this, it gave you a sense of like probably really being in control and on top of things.
And that's what it was, because, like Eagle's doing now with the books and everything, I was lucky enough to basically be in that generation when the cassettes on tape were coming out in the mid and early 80s. And my parents taking me all over the country to antique shows and beer conventions and stuff like that. I spent a lot of time back then listening to those. And, so yeah, when it came into the bowling and the pool, it was that instant gratification and being in control feeling that was really nice about it. And I was a decent
really
bowler.
Cool. I know a guy who was a champion billiards player in England. I met him online, actually, in a reggae chat of all places, but we got to know each other, and I believe the story. And he grew up playing. They have a little different rules for that. I'm not sure. It might even been snooker now that I think of it, but it's like this. Anyway, he said he made it up to number 2 in England, and it was like this. I believed him because he was like crazy type A type of person. And it's like this, imagine that magnified when you're a kid with confidence and everything. I was like, holy shit, basically, they dress up and everything. It's like a performance, but it's also kind of like warrior against warrior as well as just the skill itself. So I was kind of impressed with the whole scenario.
I just want to throw this out here before I forget. I've been fucking wanting to maybe, everybody's probably heard of these things, but I was in the Family Dollar not so long ago and fucking found something that I'm like really fond of at the moment. Because I hate like tying up my plants. The green tape's my favorite, at least if I've got to tie them down, that gives them a little breathing room. But I don't like to, necessarily wrap them up. And the other thing, I guess, while I'm talking about this randomly, I guess, is if I do have to take something to a stake with the metal like bread type tie, I don't wrap it around it and tie it tightly. You know what I mean? Twist it. I'll actually take it and then like loop coil it up like a spring. So it will hold tight to the stick, but it will give that expansion. You know what I mean? So if that stalk
Sure.
swells, it's not tight. But this is I've found I love these things because it eliminates both, and they're fucking cheap. These little guys right here. These are I got these at Family Dollar. These are plant clips. You actually get 20 of these bad boys for a buck. For a buck. In two
Oh,
different
cool.
sizes. You get these, and there's here's the other one. So you get 10 and 10. Here's the two different sizes right here. 10 of each for a buck. For a fucking buck.
Mhm.
And they fit, basically just
Yeah.
right to your steak. Too quick. Clip, clip. You can even like I've used them lately because the design like that. You can like you take a branch, clip it up, and then a lower instead of like it may not reach that stick. You can like clip it onto that other branch. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? And let it support, kind of use it as a support. But I've been digging these fucking things. And every time I'm in Family Dollar, I've been like, get them clips in? Because I bought them out. My local Family Dollar, right? I bought them out every time they've come in. So just wanted to pass on that little tip. If you've got a Family
Yeah.
Dollar,
They
roll
have
through the
all the good
gardening
low stress
section.
training stuff. All the good low
Yes,
stress training stuff. The green tape. They have the wire, the green wire for it's like fucking 100 feet of some fucking just nice wire. You can make snares forever. Like that's what I used it for. Didn't catch shit. Didn't catch nothing.
It's a good place to snag that stuff up, and it is only a buck the green tape and the wire. Their wire actually comes with a double pack for that buck.
Hmm. Yeah, that's why I used to get like 4 of them. Then I'd buy all the little gates, like the little pieces of bamboo, and they'd put it in a little sheet, and you could put it over your plants on the wires, and then you could like move them like across your garden outside, and like literally shoot it all the way across with it. Pretty badass.
If I break a branch, 9 times out of 10, I will get a zip tie and take the zip tie to strategically place it and pull it as tight as I can, to bring it like back into its like socket or root place or wherever it's had contact. And I'd say that a majority of the time it takes, not saying that sometimes it'll go limp and, it's broken, but a lot of times it'll adhere and it'll just be pulled right in. And I've been doing that for like many years. So it was just one of those things that like probably was like convenient and it like seemed like it might work. And then over time, I guess it does work.
I let mine.
That's versus tape or anything else,
Let it stay there. However it breaks, I let it sit, and then it
There you
re-elbows,
go.
and builds a big old callus around it. And then if I
Okay.
try and fuck it up, I'm like, man, I messed it up because I tried after.
What I'd like to do in that case, if that presents itself for me, and I'm aligned to do it, I'd like to use that opportunity to experiment with grafting. So that branch breaks, okay, we'll just remove it, but I have a clone that I can replace that branch with. Try to graft another plant. 2 varieties on one plant now.
And you could have like all kinds of cultivars on one little bottom, whatever one's most vigorous and fastest growing on the bottom.
So
Keep the
I'm
bottom.
gonna use that as an opportunity to practice because I don't want to go snapping off branches just to try and then fuck up, moms with.
Maybe a good time to take a clone. I don't usually do it then, but it's like this. I've had a branch or two come off that would have made perfect clone recently, and I was like, why didn't I just take the time to just freaking make a clone? And that was really strong branch, where there's some kind of like flinch when it breaks. It's like, oh.
So if you think if you put the bottom fast, like a Blue Dream bottom, and then put like an OG top, you could just like get fucking huge yields? Or do you think like it's just gonna still be like single little branch cola? Like
Yeah,
a
it's
OG
gonna
bud?
look like some weird camouflage looking plant where you got like 6 obvious, or whatever, 2 or more different obvious varieties around one big plant. You spin it around, you're like, oh, here's the Calio buds, here's a Blue Dream buds, here's the Purple Kush buds. Because
But wouldn't it matter if
got
you
those
use a different
4-way
bottom?
apple trees.
So what bottom would you use? The most vigorous, fastest growing one, or one that wants to be like
Something
a
like actually, I would use something like something consistent that a lot of people talk about is like blueberry having a big stem, sturdy stem, or other plants similar to that. Yeah, so I would look for the skeleton or the plant that I start with, to be a very sturdy plant that needs very little support. Outdoors is really good wind resistance, that kind of thing.
try that.
You're more delicate, dainty type strains on the top or the smaller ones, because if you did have like say like a kind of sturdy but more bonsai shaped plant, and then you put some dainty huge plant on there, it would just it would bend over and topple over. That base wouldn't be big enough to support it. But little dainty plants on a big sturdy skeleton of a plant, no problem. It's almost like a lot of I wanted to do it. It was too overwhelming for my dad to put up with, but I tried growing watermelons vertically on a trellis.
Oh.
You didn't get no success?
Well, I couldn't source the proper thing I wanted to. I was being too particular, and my dad wanted to use like more readily sourced stuff. I'm like, no, it's not going to do it. And he's like, why is it not going to do it? I'm like, because it's not sturdy or strong enough. Then he just thought I was, complaining, and I wanted things to be perfect in my way, and blibbity blobbity blue. But anyways, I wanted to use it goes by a few different names, but it's kind of like, it looks like trellis netting. It's like a 5 or 6 inch squares, but it's made out of like a steel pipe kind of thing, like steel rod. It's really sturdy, and you build like a wood frame around it, kind of like an arbor, or something else for other plants to grow vertically up against. And you're not going to grow like I forget what they're called, Texas golden varieties on it, but there's all types of other varieties of pumpkins and watermelons that don't get that big. They only get as big as like a softball or a volleyball. They're not that big, and they're not that heavy, so they're easier to grow vertically than typical, the ones that get 15 pounds and more. So yep, that was a whole ordeal that I went through, but I've seen someone do it, and I really want to do it because in my backyard, really can't use much space. Definitely can't waste space for melons. So vertically seemed the way to do it, and it's still the way to do it. I'm gonna definitely give it a second try. So
You should try that out soon again, and then throw a few autos in there.
definitely, dude. I did. I had a landscaper too. My dad's like, whatever, whatever. Not, I want to say lifelong, but a long-term landscaper that every season would come and do our edging, and once in a while my dad would have him do, because even though it would be good now because I have a dog, but for some reason we put like lattice fencing around the garden,
I don't know. I can't remember the reason. Oh, I think it was just because I did have those plants out there. I think I had rabbits and other things that would chew the stems. So I had to put like chicken wire around the stems and build like a little lattice fence. But anywho, the landscaper one day out of all times when I had some auto flowers going, wound up going into the backyard to do edging. Or, obviously during that time of the year, we are like telling him, I got to do the front yard. We went back in the backyard and he didn't say nothing. Kept it G. He pointed it out. I went back there just to be like, oh, wait. I don't know what I did. I got to go check on what's going on, but I don't know if I'm just going to it might be even more sketch if I scurry him off, get out of here, get out of here. So I just went back to keep an eye on things. Then he went right back there and did the edging right around the little lattice fence to make it look pretty. And he pointed right at him. And they're already midway through bud. And I didn't think he knew if it was significant because I didn't know if he obviously knew what a weed plant looked like, but I didn't know if he knew if it was significant that these plants were halfway through flower, in early July or, around July 4th. Light depths, you can get plants to do that, but this is someone I didn't know if he knew all that. So, anywho. There was
Just a
freebie
verbal.
autos. My bad, Eagle. But finish off those freebie autos. Finish them or do something with them.
See, I'd let you go first because yours was cannabis related. I was just noting because I was getting ready to jump up again. Man, I've been trying to switch over to tea lately. And man, my body does not fucking retain tea like it does coffee, man. I have been pissing like a wild man the last few days. I will be right back.
Mm-hmm. I always had I was always partial to chamomile tea. Chamomile? Am I saying that?
Yeah. I like peppermint tea myself. I don't drink as much of it nowadays as I used to, but it's like this. I like it with brown sugar, not honey. There's a little variance, and I also like it with cream. So it's like this. It's soothing when I smoke, especially. I don't know if anybody experienced that. It goes good with herb. If you have it right at the right ratio of sweetness, it's pretty enjoyable.
I like matcha. Mucho matcha. A lot of matcha.
I really think I'd love matcha. I haven't tried it, but I've had white tea, the little tiny cups. Yeah, I love that. I'm not going in another story, but one Christmas I asked for a traditional Chinese tea set. Well, that wasn't a happy story either, so I didn't get the Chinese.
Now I have to hear the story.
But yeah,
I remember getting this. I was going to say quickly. I remember getting a special tea set for one of my daughters who went to this specialty shop in another region of the state, and I think we paid something like it was only like $45 to $55, but it was kind of special, but it didn't have many pieces to it. So that was kind of fun though. It's like we knew that there was a tea shop and you could get this and that. And there, I think they went there and got a couple other things after that.
Oh, this is I'm gonna have to. I'll do a slight plug / name drop. Who put me onto this little tea ceremony that made me what is that? When you try something one time, you're like, ooh, this is cool. Now I want to do more of this. Well, I had a tea session with the inventor of Silver Surfer vaporizers. Just because it's one of those small world things where one of my buddies happened to be his cousin. So like when I'm
juvenile smoking weed, you know. And my cousin and my buddies are a little bit older than me, a little bit more further advanced. And then my buddy's cousin is some inventor of some new vaporizer machine, significant enough to be like on the, you know, historical notes of the inventions and the whatever as things get better and progress.
Patents
Yeah, the
or
all
whatever.
the different, yeah, as things change. Oh man, I'm brain farting on one particular word. Whatever it is, when people improve upon something and now make it better. So the timeline along that, you know, he doesn't get the credit for inventing vaporizing, but his apparatus, the Super Silver Surfer, was new and innovative. And for at one point in time, it was as competitive with Volcano. It was like a Pepsi Coke thing, either getting a Volcano or a Super Silver vaporizer. A lot of people went with Volcano
Wow.
because it's more bigger name brand. But then people are like, I'm not paying fucking $900 for a Volcano. It's like it's so Super Silver Surfer because it has all the same things. You can get a bag attachment. You can use a wand and a hose. You can use the wand and a rig to hook it up to. All these different diddly daddlies. But yeah, Joan over at his house when my cousin my cousin and my buddy came to visit me when I was living in Colorado. Part of the reason why I moved out to Colorado Springs in particular is because that was kind of moving around somewhere where I knew someone kind of in the industry already. More particular, like why not Denver or why not this or there other place in Colorado. Colorado Springs kind of moved close to that dude. Anyways, he went to visit his cousin. My cousin came to visit me. So meeting up at his house, drinking tea, getting vaporizers.
That's fucking awesome.
Mhm. And I'm
I
vaping
had
right
kind of a I had a basic what's it called, the Vapor Brothers. Maybe people remember that. It's a little box. It has like a little whip that goes to it, and maybe like a glass on glass connection with like a little glass mouthpiece. And I tell you what, that didn't do it for me. And actually for me, I ended up using quite a bit when I was trying to use it, and I think I used it for all of about a month. And that was all my experience with the vapor stuff. And there's like this other people I've heard about the Vape Brothers that they loved them. So here's the deal. God bless them. It was really nicely built. It had this nice wooden box, you know, hand built and everything. It was relatively simple, but I was so used to bong hitting that it didn't really do it for me. So anyway, that's where I stand on that one still. I don't know. I'm sure they're great now.
I was a Grinco guy. I don't know. I had the G Pen when it first came out. I got like all the accessory. I had one accessory at the time. It was like you put it to a bong upside down. You could do that without the fucking accessory. It was stupid. Yeah.
Does anyone know what essential vaporizers were? It was like a little aluminum
With the fish tank on top of it.
Well, it had like a little screw-on vial. It kind of looked very methy, crack pipey apparatus
Yeah.
looking thing, but it was like an aluminum shaped contraption that would have one end of the mouthpiece, obviously the other end of the point where you screw on a little glass vial that concentrates would go inside of. They made two different ones. They made one that was like a dry piece travel type
Nectar
pipe.
collector?
What was it?
Like the nectar collectors.
Kind of, but it was encapsulated within a actual container. Like it had containers that it was sold with.
Oh, that's crazy.
Like 3 or 4 of them, and you could buy extras, but they were screw-on.
Okay.
That's crazy.
So it was literally like a bottle, but
Yeah.
the bottle was
That's
screwed
pretty
onto
cool.
the aluminum pipe
Futuristic.
thing. And there's 2 different ones. You could have the little travel piece that was just meant for dry tokes, and then there was one that was meant to slide into a bong slide, like a bowl or whatever you would
Yeah.
a pull stem type thing. So I could use it on a bong or a rig. Those are around for a while. Around the same age as the swings, the original titanium pad swings funnel. It's like a little beaker bottom, and then it would have instead of a slide for a bong, it would be an upside down funnel, and it would be like steel wire wrapped around that funnel, and then it would come down to a little titanium pad. You'd swing over the pad so you could torch it up, and then put it right back under the funnel and dab and practically spill. Well, back then when people were dabbing, it was literally like almost like Invisa dabs, because people are already like, oh, dude, we're fucking with some other level type shit. So we're not get all carried away. But if you did do a dab in excess, it would just like spill off the sides. Anyways, I'll stop there. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep.
I thought them ceramic coils were the best when they first came out. These little things that
They're
sounds
still
like
okay.
you're talking about.
They're still the best.
These little,
You just gotta have the top that's a water attachment. The one that I had, the one with a sidecar bubbler attachment, and then the straight water attachment.
I'm sure they've came up with a lot better coils since I quit using them too. The what are the 510 coils there?
Yeah, those are still good for just a one trip. You take like three of those tips with you, and if I can go out, if I can by the end of the like whatever it was, you don't have no tips left.
They were a game changer for me for full, and I'm again I kind of put them down because of the quality of the materials that was being used in them back in these were like fucking, this is probably from like 2010 12 these things I've got here, and that was when they were like iffy, the ones that were coming from China, not saying anything bad or whatever, but they were putting off metals. But when these things, when I was making a lot of hash back then, and for full melt hash, man, to throw a little chunk in there, man, or even these things are for dabs, like Red Pill was saying there, man. You could get throw a little hunk of wax or whatever in there, you could get 10, 15 hits off that little bad boy in one of these choppers, man. Yeah, this was the shit back in the day.
With the quartz coil, with the quartz coil, like makes that piece right there, it makes it fucking so much better. Double quartz coil, and then it's like,
oh yeah, that was the step up too. When they had the double. Then it was I've got one of them too somewhere around here. It's in the other room. The bigger version they have now, where it's a bigger bowl and they have the 4 in there, and them things work really nice. The 4 coil. Yeah. And that fucker's durable. My daughter got me one of that same one I'm using right now. It's got to be a minimum of 3 years old, and I lost it for almost 6 months shoveling. I had it in my upper pocket, and you fucking shovel it. Take me a couple. I lost it in the back of my. Well, I didn't know where I lost it, to be honest with you. I just knew I had lost it outside shoveling. So as the snow melts, I'm pretty persistent. I'm like, I'm gonna find that fucker. And I looked and I looked and I looked for that thing fucking everywhere. And then I got up in the back of my truck. There is I threw a tire in there for the winter for whatever reasons. I like to have that spare in the middle of the winter. I don't like to be stuck roadside, whatever. Take the possibility here in Northern Michigan. So I get up back of the truck for one reason or another, and I take that tire out, flip it out, and for happen chance, that thing was under the tire and had rolled around so much in there, it came apart. The bowl came out, but it was still in there. I looked at that. I'm like, hell yeah! I took it inside. I took that bowl. I dropped it in some alcohol and cleaned it up real nice. And I took that fucking battery and plugged it in and seen the little light. That fucker lit up, and it had been through rain. By the time I found it, the snow melted. It had rained. It had drove around forever. That thing lit up, no problem. And I'm still using that same fucking battery and bowl to this day. Every time it gets dirty, I just throw out some alcohol, clean it back up, put it back together. Those things are durable.
That sounds cosmic, man. What's the best? Like, I have no experience. Okay, I told you I had very little experience. But what's the best all time one? Was it a modern one or was it a vintage one? Or was it a portable? Because I get the impression that maybe oil and concentrates may be better ingested with a pen than like a vaporizer for herb. Is that true?
Red pill.
Well, there's a new craze with this thing called a Dynavape that's going around. Everyone's ranting and raving about that. It's the newest, best way to vape.
What's it called?
Dynavape.
I know that Eagle and Smiley are known for their joints. They have these big, massive joints that they're always smoking throughout the day, and they smoke the joints still, but then they take a rip every now and then.
To kind of answer your question, in my opinion, Blue Boy, as far as like the dabs go, I think the pen, even to this day, I mean, the distillate cartridges that Brad was just puffing on there are really good for like to buy. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You know what I mean? But if you're looking for, and again, this is just my opinion, a more flavorful kind of like dab on the go, some of these other like pens can really stretch a buck. I've got one right here that we were talking about him tonight. Automation is Freedom sent me this pump coat pen that I really like, and this one's a nice one too. It's got, you can just hit it button twice and it heats up, and it's just perfect for a dab. Put a couple of dabs in here. But as far as like these go, yeah, I mean, you take that same dab, like we talked about the pucks, fuck, you can dab this in a rig and no problem. A gram. No time. Scoop, 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 gone. But you can also take a straw, a dab straw, and now that you can take that same gram and probably get double out of it. Now you could even economize that one more time by throwing that in like one of these here pens. That's a same dab. You could probably, like I said originally, when I was talking about the full melt hits, probably get about 10 hits off that same dab, just at a lower temperature. And I think they're just as effective in the smaller dose than it is that big and it's done. You know what I'm saying? I'd almost rather take the 10, 15 hits.
It's more medicine.
Yeah. Maybe it tastes better because you're not burning it or whatever. I'm just saying, like, I found that kind of there's a sweet spot sometimes with good herb. Like, a lot of our apparatuses have kind of large bowls on them, but sometimes it's nice to just get kind of like a taste of it. Like every once in a while, you like maybe been smoking on a bong or something, and then you go to something else and you'll be like, ooh, that tastes really good. Like maybe you've been losing it, like with what you were,
Sometimes I roll a small joint. I just roll a small joint, like a really skinny one, like just so I could fucking see, and I get just as fucking high, and I get pissed off. Like, why did I smoke all that weed like earlier in a fucking burrito? Like something just like literally like, I think it's all cool and shit until you're fucking asleep, and then all your weed's gone. More effective with less. That's all.
I think I'm gonna jump out of here, guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna jump out. I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. So, Eagle, thanks for having us. Appreciate it. It's always a damn good time. Buddha Boy, Green Fingers, Red Pill. Great seeing you guys. Great talking to everybody. Chat, shout out. I can't see chat, so shout out to everybody. Have a great night, you guys.
Appreciate
You take care, SoCal.
It is probably a good time to wind it up, especially after I just got rid of that last T. That last TP. It's a beautiful Michigan night, by the way. I snuck out
Oh,
there.
awesome.
It's a nice little.
That's
Them
cool,
are the
man.
best ones, are they not? Am I the only one that enjoys a nice outdoor
Oh, yeah.
midnight pee? I don't know.
It's very
Say it for what
relaxing.
it is. The stars, man. I think I can see for miles and miles out the stars tonight, man. It is a beautiful one.
All right, guys. Well, I'm glad I stopped by. I came in a little late onto the scene, but we had a good time anyway. And we'll have to do it again sometime soon. Do we have any guests coming on here anytime soon, or are we gonna?
Sunday marks the kind of comeback, I guess, if you will. Me getting serious about the guests again. Yeah, they start back up Sunday.
That'll be nice to hear. Get a good interview and
Jolly-
a good discussion.
Jolly Cana. Actually, I should throw that out there. Jolly Cana.
Yeah, I read
Chat
that.
will be here Sunday.
Interesting and an intelligent cat. We know that, so that'll be an interesting interview.
Talking shit on Instagram, man. He's always like got something to say on my. What the fuck? Just don't comment right now. I got too much going on. I'm trying to get 100 pictures a day. No, he seems really cool. He comments on my shit for no reason. Yeah. Can't wait.
I believe he's from Hawaii, so that should be an interesting interview. I mean, I've been there several times over the years, but every time I hear somebody discuss Hawaii, it's very intriguing because it's a very natural place. So when you get to hear their story, it always involves all these kind of, synchronicities. People there believe in kind of like positive energy, paying it forward, the spirit of aloha. Sometimes they actually try to outdo each other in their goodness. And I like that spirit. So that's kind of in the spirit of what Eagle's about. Look forward to that.
I was all about Tulsi Gabbard 2020.
And I believe it is the one that Robert had on, or Captain Freedom 420. Field of Freedom or Freedom of Fields. I know. Hold on, I'm picturing that. I was trying to double check before I said, but time did not permit. Let me see here. I want to get this right. Field of Dreams. There we go. That would it seems. How did I fuck that one up? That's too easy. Field of Dreams, the guest that Robert brought on in the wormhole the other night, will be here Tuesday for one-on-one with me.
Awesome.
So
that guy's it will
Thailand
be
brother.
interesting. What a positive guy.
Oh, yeah.
Should
I
be a good
remember.
one.
All
Thank you,
right,
Captain
so
420.
yeah, Captain 420.
Yeah. Robert, yeah, I can't say his name.
I don't like to go any further than that, though. I have my reasons. You ever notice that I don't divulge too far out ahead? I've only thrown them out there, like even on IG. There, I only go a couple of days out in advance. I have my reasons. The reasons are good.
I like it. It's part of your modus operandi. It's part of the you go in kind of cold too, so the interview you say, hey, we might have some static. This goes on, just ignore it. And then you like switch the switch and everybody's ready to go, and it's so spontaneous that they don't have time to put their defenses up. Just an opinion.
If they don't have chat.
I dig it too. That's one thing. Another thing, it's weird the things that you take from people that make you go, ah. And that was the other day when I watched that thing with Smiley there on Future Cannabis Project 2 there with Don. They they were thanking him there at the end and for all the great information. And he said, no problem. I haven't talked about this in so long, and I was just shooting from the hip. That's how I like to
Oh,
do it. I'm just shooting from the hip,
nice.
and I'm like, oh, I so can appreciate that. I'd love to talk to this guy. Yeah, I love that style, that free flow.
It's a lot more dynamic. It's a lot more real. You roll with the same elements. What I always enjoy is just the mystery and the mystique of somebody's story, their experience. When you listen to it like with your inner ear and you absorb it. What I mean, not everybody. Some people you kind of have some resistance to, but when you listen to somebody kind of like with your heart or whatever, it their story always stays with you. So
Yeah,
that's pretty neat.
if you give it enough time to watch an episode, like every morning I'll try to get one episode in. Sometimes you want to switch it, but like if you keep it on there past an hour, you're addicted to that person. Like you're just like, what the fuck? Come on, don't finish your episode yet. It's like, keep going, keep going. Keep going. More, more, more. It's like you just fall in love with these people no matter what, just because they're so real, so raw.
So we're winding it down, guys. Here on a Saturday morning. So why don't we? I'm going to bow out first. Once again, we're going to give that a go. And I appreciate your guys' time. Eagle, Red Pill, Green
Yep.
Fingers, SoCal, everybody else, Dow, Captain 420. I think Paul. I think he signed off before I got on, and otherwise I don't remember somebody. But guys, peace out, and may your gardens prosper and inspire you, and may your weekend be rocking. And we'll see you tomorrow, probably, right? So peace out.
Yep.
Let's see
Cheers,
here.
Buddha boy.
Good job.
A
Yeah,
true
love you,
gentleman,
Eagle.
and come to find out, badass. I'm appreciating you more as a person every time we speak, my friend. Cheers.
Rock on, man. Yeah, I'm all about positivity and accomplishing things. So let's see. Catch you later. Peace. Let's see.
Peace.
Have a good one, bro.
All right.
Who's
I
up
think I'll
next?
take the next ticket out. And another great one tonight, guys. Eagle and Robert, Green Fingers. Everyone else that was all up in here. Smiley and Captain 420 and Paul and SoCal. Honcho. Might be forgetting one. Am I forgetting one? Oh, American one.
SoCal.
And everyone out there in chat. And I'll talk to y'all tomorrow, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Red Pill. A wise man said we can truly use the true teachers are the youths, and you're a perfect example, my friend. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you as well.
No problem. Thanks, guys. Peace.
Love you, Red Pill.
Peace out, guys. Much love.
Take care, brother. Miss Greenfingers, cheers to you, my friend.
Cheers.
It's always
cheers.
a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you. Thank you for being on again. I thought I was gonna have to
Oh
go.
man, I appreciate all the support you've given me throughout this whole thing, brother. And like I said, it's been a pleasure to meet Mr. Robert Greenfingers motherfucking Thomas from chat. I don't know why, but man, from the beginning, first time I read that name, there was just something that told me that's just the way it had to be said. So take
Thank
care,
you.
brother. Have a good
Thank you,
day.
brother. Have a great day. Love you, man.
Love you too, brother. With that being said, it is time to check out 710 is oil. 710 is oil upside down. I don't know why I stuttered in the middle of that, but cheers to you, my friend. Well, thank you guys for tuning in to 461, the wormhole. I greatly appreciate you guys tuning in. Let me find some music to roll through these possibly incoherent shout outs. Oh, shit. Cheers, everybody, while I get this shit together here. Holy cow, 55 of you great people watching. Cheers to all of you guys. We had quite a few this evening. I think at one point, I think 75 or better. Cool people hanging out, man. That is pretty awesome. For no guest, just a hangout, spur of the moment thing. Always impresses me and the people that hang out here, want to hang out here. Very thankful. That's why I do these shout outs every night, because I am grateful, very grateful for all you people that come here and hang out night after night. Should always put it forth so everybody knows, because as we've talked about many times, life is short. You never know. That being said, let's get these shout outs rolling. He dropped this joint, so we can roll through these. I think 16 minutes has been the mark lately. Oh, I got my music muted. There we go. I don't know if you guys can hear that. One moment. Hold on. In fact, enjoy the music. All right. I had to shut the door there. I had to shut the door. All right. Here we go. Some cool Coolties House of Dank. Mama Law 710, Scarecrow 420, Green Thumb Bone, Christina MG 89, Unplugged 705, Medical McCullough Guy, Rick T, the Rebel, the 19207, Fabian, Salinas, Dave's Not Here, Tom Spook, Greg Walker, Meadow Dope, T Dog, Gun Beetle, Red Eye Jedi, Gross, Mother Nature, Justin Connolly, Duckweed, Runboy 7426, Justin Gooder, Strongman, Okie Brewer 75, Corey Trevor, Michael Wallace, Old Vision 420, Who's Your Cat, Teddy Taco, Don Slug, Rick S, Indian Bushes 827, James, Seniors, World's Last Hope, Pats Fan 420, Biomentor, Dirt Road, Dude, Kenshi, the Jose Ramirez, Red Eye, Rustler, Dan, Goblin, Dr. Buzz, Lightyear, S2710, Ken Queen, Genetics, Diabetes, Tanazi, Kuno, Dirtman, Dan, Keeper, Black Sales, Mr. Bolto, Sim, Primo Burns, Rasta Bob, Rasta Just Soil, Root, Small Tubes, Tyler, Frosty Bugs, Norm, Michigan Micro, Ouija, Bugs, Dub T, Roy, Big Jack Rose, JC, Modern Genetics, John, Last PPG 15, Green County Grower, CJ Apple, Perfectly Imperfected, Dollar Tree Grower, T1 Production, Saint Grower, GA Grown Meds, Miss Nudie Grows, I Grew Some, Johnny Candace, Nutrient Shootout, Snotty Mickey, Zonian Slam, NNY, Pixel Monkey, St. Bernard's Observation, Blue Clover 420, Eyes by Aldridge 25, Madam T, Stu Mo, Grower, Canna Crate, Loki Grows, Cessna, This Guy, Burton 7979, Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaws 31, Voodoo Ultra, Fresno Nerds, Cali Connection, Wolverine Grows, Big Shark Grows, Jimmy One for Life, Raid, Wayback Farmer, D Block, MMP Nations Creations, Amber Lana, Psychedelic Warlock, Artist LD, 360, Rob, Big Day 420, Brent Window, Big Ed 1961, Manawani G Creek 3, The Green Click, JK Triple G, Mr. Sprinkler, Brittany and Tyler Teasley, Hope Byers, Lucy G, John, BT Crazy, Gory UBG, WG420, Dr. Boswell, Purple OG, Arthro, Cincinnati, Arthro, Just Faith 420, East Coast Forward 420, Sir Kyle, Trey Balone, Keep It Real, Haggerton 427, Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, CTW, Grows, Finger, Spoon Puffin Man, Alex Works, Just Stuff Like, School of Prop, Cause I Love It, Green Mountain Grove, South Spot, Okie, Real 100, 212, 80 Man, Miranda Family Farms, Pace Farms, Neal Flower, Ryan Henderson, 313, Meat Silva Wins, Kingdom Aquaponics, Indra, Michigan Native, Mary Jane's Friend Garden, Streamer 77, Double D, Bad Bunny Nutrients, Mr. Green Pops, Mr. Green North from 619 to 664, Spaniard, Cougar Jones, at Grow Pop Cheap Grows, Raz Amy, Drove Grows, Cast, the Grow from Your Heart Podcast, Lily Luna, the Green Med Flock, Jeremiah Miranda, Mandy, or Stony Creek, sorry about that, Lost Art, Mr. No One, LG 420, Giant Mike, Prometheus, Jason Isom, He Win, Dave Colby, Mason 662, Scroggy makes Scroggerton the fourth, the Goddess Grows, Kaylee Burrows, Chad and Brad Family Farms, Skips this ad, Polly P. Vior, Kevin Jodry, Mike Honcho, Jay Huggins, GTA, Green Tree Hunter, Kush Cloud, Joshua Steensland, Organic Home Buds, Warren Nelson, Cam Wood, Maine Mystic, Show Love Always, Kelly Stone, Texas OG, Chuck Norris, Sarge S, Claire Fresno, Happy Guy, Dan Andrew, Man, Grumbles, Homies, Hamilton, Grown, Clip Smoke, Keystone, Canna Flag, PA, Big High, 710, June Greeley, H2, Hustle, Fred Durn, Carlos, North Arizona, Beer Girl, 420, No Sellout, Jesse White, Scott Dane, Yeti, Introvert, Genetic, Social, J, Vixen, Robin Killer, 8 Mo, James Putter, Green C Dub from NorCal, the Pharmacy Seaback, Dreadhead, Smokey 616, Curtis Mayhem, Matt Myron, Morte, Rick K-Man, Stephanie Dorian, Tennessee, Fabulous K, Mike Rule, so Drew Bear 420, Maxi 751, Lawrence Gonzalez, Slow to Get Up, Stu Popco 719, Bakewitch Chase, baby, Old Smoke, PWC Grow Buds, Slow Wash, Mr. Weed Blunt, Old School Grower, Chad Westport, Much Respect, Outro Road, Glory Nugs, My Little Piece of Heaven, Pungent, Pungent Sound Seeds, Goliath Roller, Richard T, Chrissy Wannabe, Mr. Soul Food, Spectrum Gone God, Lori Hanson, Real 2000 Years of Tradition, Mr. D. Conley, Pimp, Jan McBody Face, Show Me Sex Rock, Fuck Google, and You, I'm Going Well, Baby, Canadian Restore, Forester, Farmer, Call White, Zephyr, Humble Farm, Sandy Farm, Seldom Seen, Old Parker, Artist, Hell, 9782, Skokie Facts, Martial Artist, 2012, Microslave Hefner, Danny McDizzle, Medical Zig, KGB, Robert, Mr. Green Fingers, Motherfucking Thomas, Roger, Coach of Plenty, Monkey Balls, Andy Chaplin, Bobby Lynn, Trench Digger, Mr. Mac, Told You Like Bologna, Bill S. Sweet Peas, Tater Delicious, Minty Country Roots, You're on Fire, Genetics, Earth Creeper, Big Ray 420, Teeny 101, Buds and Hazard, Mr. Club 14, Bearded B-Man, 6 of Farm, 616, Snarl Up North, Max Grumman, Ruby, Timothy McKimmons, Neo, Jesse Beats, Chronic 88, Fat Belly, Real, Jennifer Steele, Kimmons, 03, Turf Farmer, Shannon Stevens, Carlitos, Filipinos, Gator Country, Mr. Speed, Wolf Seed, Buttersalt, Wally Walkie, the Goddess Grows, Rasta Bob, the White Feather Grows, Burning Shrooms, Tone Grows, Dank, K-Man Grows, PX Gunna 81, Smith Dude, New Grows, Sean McCann, J Mug, Stinker General, Walla Can Grow, Fall Dog, Huron, Cannabis Council, Alyssa Paris, Rock Fam, Justice McFlurry, 20 Ben, Fresh Grow, Thriving Herbs, High Boy, Your Mailman Grows, Weeby Grown, Australian Grown, The Love of the Plant, Argo American, Smart Poker, Unfrozen, Caveman, Wise, Highest, Surf Craft, Michael Goon, Jeff Lowenfeld, Mobius Grows, Dank Brownies, Dan D. Elliott, Harkins, Mystic Flavor, The Foraging Gardener, Overwater, Overkill, Seattle Sea, Shadow Warrior, Valley Green, 514, Amelia Jensen, Austin, Dr. MJ, Coco, Brandon Russ, Matthew Gates, D's Bag, Drone Star, Shotgun Willie, Dank Yoda, Jay Simmons, Sure Bro Grows, Clackamas Scoop, DJ Conley, Aaron the Grower, late 1978, Michigan Grown Buds, Your Boy Road Dog, Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackamas 420, Stinky Colas, Dylan Steinford, PFC Farms, Husky Garden, Sun Grove 707, J.A. Drove, J420, Cascadian Groves, Tito's McGee, Four Plants 8, We Works, Captain Scroggs, Hooky Buns, Hans Warrior, Jackie Young, Terry Live, Gaster Tempe, Annie Andy Urge, Green Jr., Leon from All Purpose Plus, Green Goose, 11 Smiles 11, Bindu Buds was mentioned tonight. My Roscoe, my Rose, my Rasta, Plenty, 311 Grows. Kinder Grows, 311 Mix Up rather, Kinder Grows, Evergreen Haze, Huge Friends, Treat, MMJ, Man, S.A. Ball, Dragonfly, GB, Justin Mez, Travis Walls, Lucky Mike, Seattle Chronic Seeds, Kingdom Chronic, Titan from Blasco, C, Django Gas, Blasco for Life, John Smith, Tommy Troco, Spoke, King Raz, Pop Little Slow Roll, Spiky Pots, Oscar Green Jr., Matt Sealbird, Indo 11, Stephanie B, Sharp Boy 989, Von Braun, Sovereign Gardner, Stoner Nation 420, Joe Y, Bugs 1313, Grower, Painted Lady, Frank Booth, Jade Myers, The Mid, The Chat, Mr. Manny D, Bagsy, Dr. GC, Dr. GGC, Jeff. Oh, sorry about that. Shredder 911, Dutch Gross 420, Scallywag 420, Skillbo 1, Medgrove 1, Empire Breeding Gophers, Holy Lost Leaves, Liam Mass, Danny Danko, P Bear 7, Holly Noble, CK, Tom Trinidad, Louis Jester, Smoking with Small Town was on tonight, Tim S, Mr. Lazy Raptor Grows, Rob Automation is Freedom, Robert Edson, Dort, Michigan Choir, Dump Tech Farms, Mr. Green Thumb 420, 808, Rudy Prospects, the King of Bus Driver, 8 Life, Kenny 710, Operation Growth, T Ben, Rubenut 619, Hammer Emails, Dr. Scrambles, VV Moon, Rashi, HF, Double J, BioCream, Self Grower, 56, Hanky Stanky, 420, OG, KP, Ganja Nana, Your Mama, Georgia, Joe, Roy, Rodriguez, B Growing, Nature's Snugs, B Killer B Grows, Ganja Wizard, Husky Gardens, Nut Tree, 420, Dr. Ooh, Soil 4 Life, 420, Dr. or Bull 4 Life, 420, the Jeff Roll 420, 69, BB 698, Dr. Franklin Booty, Ted's Test. Goddamn, I'm baked. The Riffin' Fat Boy, Jack Greenstock, 420, 420, Boot Farms, Charlie's Fire, 420, Aldridge, 25, Smiley's Garden, JT Smith, Steve Zug, Smoking Go Furry, Shirt, Grokoski, Twisted Roots, Faded Farm, 420, Jeff Farowski, Jim Minnick, Memory Farms, Evolved, Cameron, Mr. Backseed, Jill Carter, Mystic Mark, Mystic Rower, Ginger Snaps, DTE, Groze, Rick Wolf, DLP, 2372, Ned Denver, Mike Denver, Sergeant Pepper, 420, Cannon Trooper, Black Cat, Tour for Black Cat, 420, sorry, sir, Light Up Again, Tim, UKSIF, 420, Bootboard, Devin Chipwreck, Medical MJ, Buzzville USA, Resurrection Prophet, Chris Martinez, Dankman 420, Dankman Dan, Red Set Farms, Good Luck, Joni Bell, Cheetah B, the most hated growers, Major John 420, Iron Reeves, American One, WJ 714, Shirates, Kiddios, next Mountain Skies, ready to hit that hot fire, Chris Mertz, Ian Save, Robbie Sarge, Live, Pepper Fake Cam, Figured Lakes Finest, Ridge Patch, Dozer, Root, Southern BT Grower, Chief Medical Jailbreaker, Plus One Mushroom, Secret City, Pioneers, My Little Tent, 2042 Space Rocker, Christian, True Mump, T. Barrington, Heart and Soul, Homegrown, Mike B, T. Dwayne, East Coast Will, Heidi Day, Black and Gardens, John Smith, Lip This, My Natural Farm, Pacific Northwest Seeds, Ross, Kai, Paul, Lemon, Hoko, Trench, Rita's, Juicy Like, 420, Grant Manual, Mary Bond, Sammy Sizzle, 9-inch Cola, Chris Moo, DK Treads, Vision Creator Guru, The Kind Brew, Cannon Nation, JJ Wires, Rob Wappy, Sean Tibbs, Rescue Ready, Roadside LLC, Notorious Snugs, Magma Seeds, Father and Son, Trimming, Notorious Sub T Dank, Jose Ramirez, Doggo the Hut, 420, Buck Chiba Band GR, 420 Community Videos was on last night. Hopefully you caught that Friday sesh. Got a cool bunch over there. Detroit River Rat, Louis Garcia, Michael P, AJ Every Day, Audited with Cheddar Pop 13 Main, 420 Man Grower, Cookies, Scoop, Jake Kendricks, In for the Grill, Sally Mansell, Adam Skinkins, Sanel Simpsons, One Smoke Away, Guns Roads, Kazoo, Aaron Burns Room, Smith Lincoln Stinkin', Angel Studios, MG, 420 Grove, 10, Paul, Ella, Dakovich, Fibro, Flower, Polly P, Seldom, Seed, Elevated, Lenny, Organic, Sunman, Chiba, Sunny, Jeff Pollock, Carlos Sosa, Dan J, Earth Friendly Farming, Candy Forest Farmer, fuck all that be the Misfit Grower, Jason Line, 512, Snake Eyes, Northern 44666, not 666, Northern 466, rather. Jason Greystone, Stoner Baker, MD, Sony Creek, Russ Sonic, French Dweller, Tarzan, Superman, Old Man, Ash Freebird, Bokor, Madigar, Simple Man, Survivor One Time, Tim Blake, Off Coast, Chronic, Steam Fat, Caballero, Harley Grower, Jed God, Jason Line 512 again, Steve Collins, Todd Kendricks, Property Maintenance, Shari, The Island, Hayes, School Steve Speaks, J.R. Ream. Oh, good tune right here. Freddie Case, E. Collins, TCDR, Claire Killian, Wardrobe Farming, Randy Grande, Pip 1000, Ace Boo 3223, Wake Up, Captain Freedom B, Puffer Smiles 50 Digit, Michigan Ganja Moose, Fridge G, Ash, Super Bob, Groski, Weekend at Bernie's, K-Bag, Justin Station, Showing Style, Organic, Zippy, Imedic, Honesty, K-Hal, Me All, Flower Bread Food, Todd Kendricks, Kendricks, Newtons, KNT, Chris D, Troop Serum, Full Time Food, Natty Dread, Barbara Matthews, Agent Soul, Grown, Kevin Jiu-Jitsu, Cannon Health and Happiness, Berserk 215, Collab, Low Cut, Albert, Trevi, Mo, Manic, Mad, Raz, Banshee, Ellen, Huge, James T, Atomic Spoon, Miss Jill, Big Daddy, LT Gardens, High Flyer, 420, Lobster Brush, Bro, Mother Tree, Maine, Red Pill, Yo Boy, Roy Boy, Static, Shannon, Gibson, Wuhan, Rick W, Comfortably Number, Smoke Away, the 840 Show, Richard Lamb, Red Pill, 710, Canvas, Pursuit, K Rolling, Worthy Buzz, Logan Man 81, Oil and Flower Podcast, Entourage Effects, Warren Dixon, excuse me, Pink Lady Luck, El Mondo 420, surrounded by Keith Ferrari, Farms, Fridge, Other, Single Fathers, Happiness Without Kids, Richard Forbes, Daniel, David Pimenta, People, Nicotine, John Reese, What About Bob, Prince Patty, Daniel Bergman, Green Puffin Man, B. Dunkley, James Chung, Sarge Grows 818, John Wayne, Carolina Roots, Sister Golden here, Deanna L. Reno, KNF Gardens, Blank 1030, Choose One, Only Pete, Barbara James, Crypto Dope, Richard Lamb, HIP Grow, Matt Jabeen, Dan Marino, Maine, Chronic Wonders, Sunrise Grove, Top Floor Genetics, Mo Vision 420, K2 Cannabis, Jesse Fisher, and Just Fisher, my dog Nelia, Russo, Rose, Alex Hardy Gear, Betty Cropper, Daniel Gross, Florida, Nick Grown Meds, Sunrise Grove, Lexi Brittany, Koo, My Baby Girls No Limit, 916, Grumpy Toad, Alex Mix, Kenny Mix, Soil Born, Addiction, Roz, Jode, Alex D, Dirty Or Catfish, High Power, Thunder Dan, Propagation Station, John McDaniels, Listen Marie, Sarge Grows, 818, Blaze Daily, Fried Power, Perpetual, Eagle Proud, Word, Sales, Lines for you, Freckles out of the date, Duchess, Eno, Kelly Maxwell, Captain 420, Frank Reese out of Think Fact, What About Bob Hill, Justin Pop Shrooms, John Gorski, Jen Doe, Dungeon Gangsta, THC4, PTSDP, Barrington Honcho, Grown, Swamp Cat, Polero Calabinca, Best Up Because, Mr. Manny D, Cannon Ferrara, 420, AB Normal, Frank Guerrero, Bearfree, J Brent 74, CK Brown Guy 420, Pachyderm 420, Bernie Tree, May, EA Gray Sun, Grow 207, Hydro Daily, Hempwood Gigi, Jamie Green, Sun, Creed, Grape, Stony Rockefeller, Caveman, Cannabis, Brew City Sin, Hawaii Sustainable, Midnight Roots, Dead Cynic, Knuckles, Michael P, Polly B, Quick B, Nimble, Bud, E, Kilowatts, Michael D, 4889, Hispanic Brothers, Marcelian Man, Joseph Grace, Medicine RX, Keith and Chief, Hydrodale, Concerned American Cannabis 41, Freedom of Speech, Dr. Jordan's Work, These Trees, Conscious 710 is Oil Upside Down is in chat. Jesse, Victoria, What About Bob? Sacred Gardens, Gus Gross, Slick Rick, 8 Dog Pounds, David St. Louis, Abu Watts, Costain Getty, Ed Wren, and Ed Grown, Uncle Elmer, Off Grid Church, Christopher 54, Last Predator, Matthew, SoCal, Sioux, Illinois, Man Bigger, James Proof, Dark Horse Genetics, Stoner Jewel, Joel and Jen, North Star Genetics, Caroline, Mr. Cry, PTA B13, Lil Brood, Beyond Perfection, XX Elite, GPXX, Uncle Stoner, Crispy Treat Kitchen, Growers Paradise, LAD Grown, Iceni, Decoy Bacon, Mr. Scotto, Fresh Baked One, J. Allen, Big Bob Grows, Jolly Canna will be here Sunday as stated. Australian Grows, Yuka 420 was here last night. Daniel Phil, Mr. Nowhere Man, Sally, Silly Seashells. Still think you guys are funny for that. Mike Steve, 562 Ganja, James Chrysler, Joe Green Ghost Genetic, Senzola, B. B. Burnson, B. Burnson, as I look up. All right, B. Burnson. Okay. Astro Charlie, Sativa Smurf, 4GTC, Bush Dr. Astro Charlie again, Dirty Ho Genetics, CK James D. Weaver, Grow Olds, Corey Gagnon, Green Hill, Farm, Hillbilly, Herb, Casey Worm, Turb, Skokie Brewster, YBF, Larry OG, About Farm, Spartan Grown, Johnny Green Thumb, 710, Michigan Wildflower, 710, Seldom Seen, Gambler, Todd O'Connell, DLP 710 or DP 710. I don't know why I'm fucking these up. Caribou 710, Virginia Herbs, Red Prelude, Equilibrium Genetics, Trophy Truck, Skyway, Kevin O'Donnell, School of Crop, Stupid Trucker, eBay Bud Tender, and last but never least, Regus 207. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for sitting through the shout outs. I ramble through that shit, but man, it is heartfelt from the bottom of my heart. Appreciate you guys. You guys know the deal. If this is the end of your journey, please get some rest. If this is the beginning of your day, have an amazing day. Cheers, Cheddar Bob. Always a pleasure to see you, brother. Have a great day. Make sure to take some time for a little bit of self-love, because without that, you cannot love other people. You cannot spread it properly. This ain't no joke. This seashell game is dumb. Cheers, Sally, Silly she sells. Oh my God, I can't believe I got that out again. You guys are awesome. Take time to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. They have most certainly changed this fella right here. I'm not afraid to admit that any kind of way. With that being said, have an amazing day. I will try my best to be here tonight at 11:30. Worst case, 12:30. Garden work depending. I miss you guys. Try to get back to 11:30. Have a great day. Fucking Saturday. Kick your feet up. Enjoy some time with some relatives, friends. Enjoy a beautiful summer day.